Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat going wild. We're debating heavy topics but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Morelia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas million strong with her trademark style. And the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Hey, hey. Hopefully everybody made it over here safe and sound. If you are joining us from our Paul Canero, we listened to arguments in regards to him requesting a new trial, basically based off the judge's behavior. Didn't really hear anything legally. So I think that we are going to see a denial with that part real quick, but it's not the end of the road for him. So he does still have an opportunity to appeal. And we'll watch his sentencing on May 12th. Hopefully everybody's having a great Sunday. Starting off before we start this work week. I got up okay, so I know we listened to part of her testimony yesterday. This is the psychiatrist that looked at TT, just changing gears so we can get into the actual case that we're here for today. I did go ahead and I started this part over only because I wanted to hear again what she was saying, because to my understanding, she is the one that dismantles, like she destroys the defense's insanity defense. And I wanted to listen to this again. So we're going to listen to this doctor. I got to remember her name. When she says her name, I'll remember it. But we'll listen to her examination of what she says is going on with TT. So I started it over. I think we were about 45 minutes into it yesterday before we ended our stream. So I just started it over. So we only did about 45 minutes. Hey, Michelle. Just to let everybody know, our footage and our coverage is courtesy of the Trial Channel. As you can see, she has it broken down most likely by witnesses. She is like the trial archive. So make sure you guys go check her out. We also made new friends yesterday, and I do have all these creators' links and information in the description box. With they, well, so our creative friends that we have in there, we also have Crime Curious who joined us yesterday, Jennifer Knight. So definitely go check out her channel where she does like case studies on people in the Colorado area that have insanity defenses. So definitely tons of footage over there to give you a deeper insight and a different perspective. They do interviews and they do deep dive as far as that information, and she does it out of the Colorado area. So definitely go check her out. I do have her link in our description box also. So let's see here. So we're gonna go in. I am going to actually I'm gonna make sure I have these updated as we go along as far as who we listening to, because yesterday I know we were lost. We was like, we don't know if we in the defense or the prosecution case, but today we're gonna be on top of it. So let's get in here and let's see what we have here. I need to listen to her because I know that the trial channel has her on here as psychologist dismantles insanity defense. So I need to see it. I need to see it. All right, guys, let's get in here.
Good afternoon. I'm good, thank you.
When you get settled, I'll have you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lowandra
Okay,
Torres.
this is
Last name
Dr.
spelled Torres.
Lowandra Torres. So let me update this.
L-O-A-N-D-R-A.
That is correct.
Be talking about when we doing
One of the
this.
few names I was able to get right, perhaps. So
Because I
what do you do for a living, doctor?
my little notes.
Currently, I'm employed with the Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health. I am the clinical director of the Court Services Department.
What does that mean?
Well, it essentially means I'm involved in a number of different duties. The Court Services Department here in the state of Colorado is responsible for a number of the court-ordered evaluations as it pertains to competency to proceed, as well as the mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. So in my role, I'm responsible for supervising the supervisors who supervise all of the state evaluators who do those types of evaluations. Another one of my primary roles is to advise administration as it pertains to clinical issues associated with policy and legislation. And my tertiary role is that I am the associate director of our formal forensic psychology fellowship with the department.
Are you a psychologist?
I am a psychologist.
How long have you been a psychologist?
I have been licensed since 2012.
And have you been doing that same role, or at least in that at some point with that agency throughout your whole career?
Not throughout my whole career.
What did you start out being when you became a psychologist?
I was initially licensed in Texas, and I worked in Texas for a couple of years conducting competency to proceed evaluations at a private hospital. Then I came to Colorado, was licensed here. I worked for a couple of years at the state hospital down in Pueblo, primarily doing violence risk assessments with individuals who had been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity. Following those 2 years, I transitioned to the Court Services Department, worked as a state evaluator, doing competency to proceed evaluations, as well as mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. I did that for a couple of years, promoted to a supervisor level, so started supervising individuals as well as conducting these evaluations, eventually promoted to the clinical director level, where I started transitioning to doing the things that I already outlined, in addition to continuing to do some evaluations.
Do you assign evaluations to particular psychologists and psychiatrists within that agency?
No, I'm not involved in assignment.
Are you a board certified in the field of forensic psychology?
I am.
And what does that mean to be board certified?
Being board certified essentially means that you have gone through a rigorous examination that includes a written examination and an oral defense of your work in front of a panel of experts. So your competence in the field is acknowledged to be at a high level enough to become board certified.
And is that rare for a psychologist licensed in Colorado to be board certified?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's difficult and it takes many years. I think the whole process for me at least took approximately 2 years and a lot of studying to accomplish.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in psychology from Johns Hopkins University. I then went on to obtain a master's and a doctorate in forensic psychology from Alliant International University in Los Angeles. Following the completion of my doctorate, I did a 1-year formal postdoctoral fellowship, which helped me specialize in the area of forensic psychology and conducting competency and mental state evaluations.
And have you taught and gave presentations in the field of forensic psychology?
I have.
Tell the jury about that.
My teaching has been, well, formal teaching, I'd say, has been pretty limited. I did conduct a course out of Texas Tech University during my fellowship year, but I've been involved in training for quite some time. As I noted, I'm the associate director of our formal forensic psychology fellowship. So that means that I assist with the training of individuals who have received their doctorates and are specializing in these types of evaluations. So there's a lot of training and education that goes into that. In addition, being the clinical director for the Court Services Department, I am involved specifically in the training of competency to proceed evaluations, along with one of my colleagues.
How many competency evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Competency?
Yes.
I think it's fair to say that I've probably conducted somewhere between 700 to 800 competency evaluations.
And how many legal insanity evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Sanity, I've done close to 35,
And have those 35 been here in Colorado?
all but one.
Assuming that one was in Texas?
Yes,
See how I put that together so quickly?
very good of you.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology in the past?
I have
Approximately how many times?
31.
And out of those 31 times, did those include both competency hearings and perhaps jury trials involving the issue of insanity?
Yes,
At this time, we would ask that the court qualify Dr. Torres as an expert in the field of forensic psychology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
Okay. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Torres, could you let the jury know how you became involved in this particular case, the people of the state of Colorado versus Letecia Stauch?
yes. I became involved in this case in 2020. I was one of the evaluators who conducted her initial competency evaluation.
And how did that competency evaluation come to you?
I can't say I remember the specifics, but we do have a process for assigning evaluations. And given the high profile nature of this case, they asked myself and Dr. Gray to conduct it since both of us are board certified in forensic psychology.
We're going to talk about Dr. Gray in a second, but why 2 psychologists involved in this case versus just 1?
Usually with such high profile cases such as this one, we like to involve 2 individuals because it's 2 sets of eyes. 2 individuals who can draw an opinion from what we see, what we are reading, and that's the primary reason.
And who is Dr. Gray?
Dr. Gray is currently employed as the director of training at the Court Services Department.
And does he have an office down at what used to be called the State Hospital, Colorado what is it called? Colorado Institute?
The Colorado, it's not the Colorado Mental Health Hospital in Pueblo.
Okay. Is that where does he still have an office down there?
He does.
And what does he do there at the state hospital?
His primary duties are ones of training. So he is our primary training director. When I noted that I do training for competency evaluation, he is the other colleague I referenced. He is also the primary director of our postdoctoral fellowship, overseeing the training of our postdoctoral fellows. He is also involved in organizing the yearly or bi-yearly trainings that we have as a department, which revolve around a number of different topics, those associated with competency, those associated with clinical diagnosis, et cetera.
And did this case come to you and Dr. Gray for evaluation based on a defense counsel raising competency in this case on June 5th of 2020?
Yes.
And the jury's heard a little bit about a competency evaluation, but could you let the jury know what you did upon receiving an order from the court to do that competency evaluation?
Sure. We have a pretty standard process that we follow. The first thing that we do whenever we receive an order for competency is that we contact both sets of attorneys, the defense attorney and the prosecuting attorneys, to ask any questions about why the issue of competency was raised, what concerns there might be, if there are any concerns at all. Following that consultation, we then review all of the information that we have available to us. In this case, there was a good amount of discovery that we had to review in preparing for the actual interview. Once that is completed, we conduct an interview for competency to proceed. In this case specifically, it occurred over the course of 2 days, meaning that there were two separate meetings, and we conducted some psychological testing as part of our evaluation.
And I'm going to talk about that competency evaluation here in a little bit, but did you also conduct an insanity evaluation based on the defendant's not guilty by reason of insanity plea that took place in February of 2022?
Yes.
And so I may be jumping back and forth as we talk about those, but did Dr. Gray assist you in that evaluation as well?
Yes, both of us worked on the insanity evaluation as well.
And did you use information that you gained or you looked at in the competency evaluation from June of 2020 for the evaluation you did on insanity from February of 2022?
We did incorporate, we did consider our competency evaluation. The discovery was pretty much the same for both cases. And for our sanity evaluation, we had access to a number of other documents like medical records, health records, employment records.
And did you receive additional discovery based on the time frame between the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation?
We did.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why were you and Dr. Gray chosen to do the insanity evaluation on this particular case?
We were chosen to do the sanity evaluation for similar reasons, in that both of us are board certified and it is a high profile case. But in addition to that, we had already reviewed the discovery from the competency evaluation, which makes it a little bit easier. It facilitates the evaluation moving forward. It means another evaluator doesn't have to review all of that information. A tertiary reason would be because we had already seen her at one point in time, which could be helpful in terms of coming to conceptualization for the issue of sanity.
Did the prosecution or defense counsel have any say on you and Dr. Gray doing the evaluation in either the competency or the insanity evaluation?
No.
Was that simply a court order that went to the state hospital? There's a process where people are assigned to do the evaluation and then it's done.
Yes.
Okay. However, you did indicate that you contacted both parties initially to see what concerns there may be or what issues there might be for you to look for. Is that what you testified to?
Yes, we did that for the competency evaluation as well as for the sanity evaluation.
And as you do these evaluations for court order, is there any incentive to go one way or the other in your conclusions?
No, we're paid the same regardless.
I hope you understand why I'm asking that. I'm not trying to offend you or anything, but do you just look at the discovery, the police reports, everything involved, go through the same process where you may interview the defendant and then look at collateral information based on that interview and then make a decision?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go through that process, and I'd like to start with the competency evaluation first, okay?
Okay.
What did you review prior to your competency evaluation with Ms. Stauch? Was it back in June when you saw her, or was it closer to August?
We saw her, it was closer to August.
Okay, I can take a look at your report. Did you actually see her on August 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to your interview with her on August 4th of 2020, was she at state hospital facility for some time period?
She was there, I want to say, approximately 2 weeks before we saw her.
And is that a benefit to your evaluation or is it a detriment to your evaluation?
It's a benefit.
Why is it a benefit?
It's a benefit because it allows some observation of her behaviors for, one could say, a 24-hour period of time that we can then incorporate into our understanding of what is going on with her.
And so while she's down in Pueblo, right? Is that where this was conducted?
Yes.
Are you reviewing discovery and looking at collateral information prior to doing the forensic interview with her?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you don't do the forensic interview first and then look at it later?
We review the information that we have available to us. A lot of it is primarily the discovery so that we have an understanding of what's going on in her case, as well as the potential evidence against her so that we can better evaluate her own understanding of her case and the evidence against her.
And could you describe for the jury the state hospital, where she was staying, and the setting of the state hospital, I guess is the best way to describe where she was living for that 2-week period?
Sure. She was in our high security forensic building. There is a unit there specifically for female defendants. So she was on that unit. It's a locked unit, but individuals on that unit are otherwise free to roam around the unit. They usually have their own room. I'm pretty sure they do not share rooms, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Usually there are treatment groups that are happening on the unit. I imagine that she might have attended some of those, but I don't recall exactly if she did or not.
Are there people watching her? Are there nurses there that you could go ask questions about what her demeanor was like, how she's interacting with other people, that kind of thing?
Yes, there's nursing staff on those units 24/7.
And did you do that in this particular case? You and Dr. Gray, did you consult with the nurses within that unit to see how she was acting while she stayed at the state hospital?
We reviewed the documentation that they had for Ms. Stauch. I don't remember that we specifically spoke to nursing staff regarding how she had been doing on the unit.
And what documentation did you review? Just kind of summarize that for the jury.
Any of the mental health notes and records that are kept. So those would include interactions that she had with nursing staff. Those are kept on a daily basis. As I noted, when groups are run, there's usually documentation that goes along with that as well, but I don't remember incorporating that into our report, so I don't actually think that we saw anything associated with individual or group treatment.
Jump forward to 2022 when she went down for the insanity evaluation. Was she a resident at the state hospital for that evaluation?
She was not.
Did she just come down for the time period that you and Dr. Gray spent with her during that evaluation?
Yes.
The documentation that you talk about, do the nurses, are they trained as to why they're documenting their observations of particular people in that ward?
Yes, they are. Most of them have been there at least for some time, so they have an understanding of documenting behaviors that they are seeing. I think I would also add that we did read the notes by the unit psychiatrist who initially evaluated her whenever she arrived at the hospital, which is a typical thing that they do.
Do you remember that psychiatrist's name?
His last name is Hoffman.
And what did Dr. Hoffman have to say with regards to Ms. Stout as she was entering the facility and during this 2-week time period?
From my recollection, he noted that she reported past depression, past anxiety, issues with panic attacks, excuse me. She also reported or endorsed symptoms that might be consistent with mania in a bipolar disorder. So ultimately, he noted that she could have some post-traumatic stress disorder, that she could have bipolar disorder, but he noted specifically that there needed to be more information to really figure out if that was the diagnostic picture, given that a lot of it was based on her self-report.
And is that information that you and Dr. Gray used at least during the competency portion of this evaluation?
Yes.
For instance, was bipolar disorder a diagnosis that you were looking at as you were conducting this evaluation?
It was one of them.
And we're going to get to those in a little bit about the diagnosis. Why are you looking at diagnosis during a competency?
We consider a diagnosis because for competency, the legal definition is a mental or developmental disability, which essentially means if there is a mental illness that is impacting her, say, functional competency related abilities, which means whether she understands factual information pertaining to how court works, or whether she has a rational understanding of her case and can think through possible defenses in a rational manner.
And did you find that she could in this evaluation? Did you find her competent to proceed in the court proceedings?
Yes, ultimately we found her competent to proceed.
Now, again, the jury knows this, but I want to ask you, are you the first one doing a competency evaluation in this particular case?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Dr. Grimmett, who did a second competency evaluation?
Yes, I am.
You probably saw her out in the hallway earlier.
I did.
That's why I say the jury already knows about these things. So what I would like to do is talk about your forensic interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on this June competency evaluation. Okay. So you meet with her in August of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you about her personal background? Do you recall?
I mean, she said a number of things in terms of her personal background. She told us how she was born in North Carolina. She described a somewhat disruptive childhood, just as it pertains to some emotional, physical, sexual abuse at the hands of a stepfather. This individual, the stepfather, probably came into her life when she was about 4 years old, but she noted that the sexual abuse maybe started happening late in childhood or early adolescence, maybe between the ages of 9 and 12. She noted that she witnessed domestic abuse, Actually, not 100% sure if she told us that during the competency evaluation or during the sanity evaluation.
And if I could interrupt you just there, in your report, if you have that in front of you, it helps you refresh.
And any time the doctor needs to look at either reports, I don't have a problem with just looking at it. Do the full report.
There's a lot of information in this case.
There is, yes.
So if you need your report, we can take a look at it. But I do want to address what you talked about, the sexual assault when she was younger by a stepfather. Do you remember that aspect of it?
Yes.
And I'll just refer you to page 2 of 10 of your report. Do you recall her saying that she was approximately 12 years old when that happened?
That is what she told us during the competency evaluation.
Did she tell you something different in the insanity portion of the evaluation?
During the insanity evaluation, she said it started around age 9.
And that's almost what? Almost 2 years later, year and a half to 2
Oh,
years?
the sanity evaluation was close to 2 years later.
Did she talk to you about her educational background during the competency portion of your evaluation?
Yes.
What did she say about her educational background?
She noted that she completed a bachelor's degree, a master's in education at Capella University, and a doctorate of education at Liberty University.
Did she tell you whether or not she was involved in sports and potentially received a scholarship for in sports?
Yeah, she did say that.
What did she say about that? Do you recall?
She said that she received a scholarship to a Division I school for softball specifically. Oh, sorry, an athletic scholarship.
Did she talk to you about her employment history?
Yes.
What did she say about her employment history?
In terms of her employment history, she noted that she had primarily worked in teaching, that she had a credential in special education specifically, that she worked for a period of time in South Carolina prior to coming to Colorado. Here in Colorado, she worked for a time period at Whitefield School District, and that her longest period of employment was approximately 6 years when she was in South Carolina.
During the competency portion of her evaluation, did she ever indicate that she lived in Florida at any given time and worked in Florida?
I don't think she mentioned that during the competency evaluation.
Did you also ask her questions about any potential prior mental health issues of Ms. Stout during the competency evaluation?
We did.
And what did she say as to regards if she had ever been in any inpatient treatment for mental health issues?
During the competency evaluation, she said she had never been psychiatrically hospitalized.
And was that consistent? Well, let me ask you this first. Did you review the jail notes in this case with regards to Ms. Stout
Yes.
when she was initially brought into the jail on March 5th of 2020?
Yes.
Was that consistent with the jail notes that you saw based on Ms. Stauch's prior inpatient or lack of inpatient treatment?
I'm pretty sure that it was consistent.
Okay. Do you want to look at the notes or?
I don't think we reported in our report specifically whether the jail had noted previous hospitalizations or not.
Okay. Let me just ask you this. Was it, let's see, March and June of 2022 is when you're doing the insanity evaluation. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Had that changed in March of 2022 with regards to her history of inpatient treatment?
Yes. In March of 2022, she did tell us that she had a history of psychiatric hospitalization, specifically in Canada.
And were you able to ever corroborate whether or not she was ever an inpatient, in inpatient treatment in Canada?
We weren't.
Look.
We wanted to. She was not able to tell us what city it occurred in or the name of the actual facility. So when you don't have that information, it's hard to figure out where you need to request information from.
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place, but during the insanity evaluation, did you discuss the inpatient treatment program that she was alleging that took place in Canada?
During the sanity evaluation, she did not speak very much about it. If I'm remembering, she said that she could not remember it herself.
We're going to play a portion of video testimony. We'll talk about that then.
Okay.
So let me go back to what we were talking about here. Were you familiar with Dr. Grimmett's report that happened after your competency evaluation, but before the insanity evaluation?
Yes.
are you also familiar that she told Dr. Grimmett about this Canada inpatient treatment?
Yes.
Now, was there some consistency with the amount of time that she spent in each version that she was telling different doctors?
I'm going to take a look at my sanity report.
Okay.
In my sanity report, I noted that she had made statements to Dr. Grimmett about being hospitalized in Canada, said it occurred in 2018 to treat a psychosis and lasted only 2 days.
And do you recall what she's telling you all during her insanity evaluation?
Outside of the specifics, I noted in my report that she gave some vague information, but that she didn't recall the name or location of the facility itself.
We'll cover it when we play the video later,
Okay.
okay? Back to the competency evaluation interview. I'll turn your attention to page 4 of 10 of your report, the middle paragraph there of the competency evaluation. Do you have a paragraph there listing things that nursing and the psychiatrist that you alluded to earlier talked about how she was doing on the ward during the competency portion of this?
Yes.
And what was going on based on your note there in your report?
In my report, I note that when she arrived at CMHIP, when they do an admission evaluation, she told mental health staff that she had heard voices in the past related to an ex-husband of hers, but she said that she wasn't currently experiencing hallucinations. She talked about her past trauma. She said that she had nightmares and that she had visual flashbacks. She reported being anxious, having panic attacks several days of the week. She said that in the past, she had had symptoms consistent with a manic episode, specifically talking so fast that she did not make sense, rambling about things in a manner that didn't make sense, that she had experienced high energy, brief amounts of sleep, and impulsive and erratic behavior.
Was there other notes saying that at the same time she was calm and communicative and, I don't know, I keep using the word normal, but act normal under that setting?
Yeah, it said that generally speaking, she tended to present as calm and cooperative, pleasant. No apparent symptoms of acute mental illness were notable for mental health staff or even the psychiatrist.
In the last paragraph on that page 4 of 10 of your report, you have a note there inquiring things that she might have asked staff about, how she should act and that kind of thing. Do you see that in the report?
Yes.
What was that all about and what did that mean in the course of your evaluation?
In the mental health notes from the state hospital, it noted that she specifically asked staff whether they could tell when a patient was faking instability or mental illness. You don't see that very often in the records. You do see it on occasion. For me, it was interesting to incorporate into this report simply because it opens up a hypothesis as to whether she herself might want to be exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness.
And is that something that you consider going into the forensic interview when you're conducting the interview for the competency portion of this evaluation?
Whether or not somebody is exaggerating or feigning symptoms of their mental illness is something that we always consider when it comes to these types of evaluations.
And why is that?
Because in this context, there is a potential secondary gain in terms of potentially exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness. Although I'd say it's not as common as one might think it would be, there are always individuals who might want to fake mental illness to either be found incompetent, delay the proceedings in their case, or in the sense of a sanity evaluation, it would be to be found insane and potentially avoid a prison sentence.
But at least at this point in time, in August of 2020, you're only evaluating her to see what her mental state is on that day. Is that right?
Yeah, for competency, you're looking at their current mental state to see whether a mental illness is impacting their current functioning.
And so, this is a proper question or not, but I'm going to ask it. In an insanity evaluation, would you want to dig deeper to get more collateral information because the stakes may be higher than they are in a competency evaluation?
Well, I don't know if I would so much agree with the second part, the stakes part, but for a sanity evaluation, it often does involve a more thorough deep dive into past mental health treatment, past hospitalizations. I would say getting that history for a competency evaluation can be equally as important. You're just looking at the information that you get through a different lens depending upon what evaluation you're doing.
Did you conduct, or did you have the results of any psychological testing with regards to the competency evaluation that you conducted back in August of 2020?
Yes. For the competency evaluation, we had one of our colleagues, Dr. Hashimoto, do some psychological testing. And specifically, she gave the Personality Assessment Inventory, or PAI for short. And then we also did the MMPI-2, so the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, second edition.
And why are those tests and results relevant in your evaluation?
Both of those tests, they're similar and different, but both of them are used to help with issues of diagnosis. It has a variety of scales that look at different types of diagnostic symptoms. So for example, anxiety, depression, past trauma, schizophrenia. Both of those tests also have validity measures on them. Both of them can give information as to whether someone might be exaggerating symptoms of mental illness, or conversely, they're defensive about symptoms of mental illness. So we give these evaluations to help our diagnostic understanding of what someone might be experiencing or going through. It's just another data point. We give them when the diagnosis is a bit unclear. We also give them to see if there's any concern about further exaggeration or feigning.
So what were the results with regards to Ms. Stauch and the psychological testing that you've been talking about?
Both of those measures were invalidated. The first one that we gave was the Personality Assessment Inventory. That one was invalidated due to, I'd say, potentially careless responding, or potentially having, we call it an idiosyncratic read of the items on that test. But what that means is they read the item and it's not exactly answered in the way that the item was written, or it's not pulling for the right information. So as a result of that, the entire profile was not interpretable. In response, Dr. Gray and I, during our interview, because we saw her 2 days in a row, we asked her about some of her responses to some of those specific test items. And then given that that was invalidated, we gave a second measure. That's when we gave the MMPI-2 to see if we could get some information from that. Unfortunately, those results were invalidated due to exaggeration.
When you say invalidated, are they invalidated based on Ms. Stauch's answers to the questions?
Yes.
In 302 questions, does that sound about right? Or is it close?
There might be a little bit more, but that's about right.
A lot of questions.
Yes.
Multiple choice?
True, false.
True, false.
Yes. The PAI is on a Likert scale. I don't know if that matters, but
I don't even know what that means.
Oh.
What does that mean? I'll tell you what matters.
no problem. A Likert scale is, to put it simply, do you ever experience this? Give a response 1 through 4. So the way it's worded specifically is you don't ever experience this particular symptom, or you sometimes experience it, or you frequently experience it, or you often or always experience it.
So scale 1 to 10 type thing.
Yeah, except it's 1 through 4. It's only 4 choices.
Going back to the forensic interview with regards to the competency evaluation, did Ms. Stauch ever give you any self-diagnosis of potential mental illnesses that she felt she had?
During the competency evaluation?
Yes.
During the competency evaluation, I don't recall specifically, but I do know that she talked a lot about being manic. She talked about slipping in and out of reality.
Is that consistent with bipolar disorder being manic?
Mania is a component of bipolar disorder. And just because somebody says that they're manic doesn't necessarily mean that they are or have been or have bipolar disorder.
Did she ever bring up anything about having another personality or multiple personalities during your competency interview with her?
She did not.
Did you ask anything about that?
During the competency evaluation, we weren't specifically looking for a dissociative identity disorder. But interestingly enough, when we were reviewing her responses on the PAI, the first test that we gave that had been invalid, one of the questions we asked her specifically about talked about having 3 or 4 personalities, and she had responded true to that item. So we asked her about that, and she essentially told us that sometimes she experiences different aspects of herself. So for example, sometimes she feels more compassionate, or sometimes she feels more competitive when she's playing sports, or sometimes she lacks empathy when she's around her family, but she did not talk about or specifically delineate having different personalities in the way that she did during our sanity evaluation.
And was that of note to you? Because I know the big picture is coming on the insanity evaluation, but the first contact with her, you asked her directly about dissociative identity disorder or multiple personalities, and she denied that at that point?
Yeah, she definitely didn't endorse it in terms of the criteria for dissociative identity disorder and how they're written. So her response to us was pretty benign. We didn't think very much of it.
I imagine it became, what's the opposite of benign?
Important?
It became important when she did disclose that she had dissociative identity disorder during the insanity portion.
Yes.
And we'll talk about that when we get there as well a little bit more, okay? Needless to say, did you make some diagnosis of Ms. Stauch based on what you knew during the competency evaluation?
Yes.
And what diagnosis did you reach for Ms. Stauch?
We ultimately diagnosed her with a personality disorder, specifically a specified personality disorder, noting borderline and narcissistic features.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
Sure. A personality disorder is essentially maladaptive personality characteristics that are evident throughout the lifespan. We noted borderline and narcissistic features given her history of instability of relationships, her history of mood swings that were, I want to say, best delineated by her public defender at that time. When we consulted with the public defender, she was the one who described an intense reactivity of emotion to different things, that just somebody who goes from 0 to 100 very quickly. We also noted her own self-report of impulsivity. Those were the primary features of a borderline personality that we noted with her. In terms of narcissistic features, she really touted her intelligence and her abilities. And when she spoke to us about her treatment in the jail, her expectations as it pertained to how she would not proceed with her defense, but how attorneys should treat her, there was some notable entitlement in that, that gave us a hint that there might be some narcissistic features in there as well.
And the jury's heard about rule out, but did you have any rule out diagnosis with Ms. Stauch?
We did.
Can you just explain again what that means and whether or not that was relevant into your determination that she was competent to proceed?
Rule out diagnoses are essentially provided when you feel like you don't have enough information to say, yes, she meets these criteria for a particular diagnosis. We did a rule out for bipolar disorder as well as post-traumatic stress disorder. And we noted that this was a rule out because a lot of it was based primarily on her self-report. We didn't have much in terms of collateral information from past treatment records to substantiate the things that she was telling us. But given that her self-report was consistent with what one might see, we wanted to at least acknowledge that this could be there. We're just not 100% sure that it is.
Did you eventually, I think you already alluded to this, but did you eventually rule out bipolar disorder during the insanity evaluation?
We did.
What about post-traumatic stress disorder? Were you able to rule that out at any time?
Not completely.
And we'll talk about that again when we get to the insanity evaluation portion. I just want to go back a second to the psychological testing that was conducted in relation to the competency evaluation. On page 7 of 10 of your report, you indicate that results of psychological testing show that she was significantly over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness, responding to items in ways atypical, even of genuine psychiatric impatience.
Yes.
This raises questions about the veracity of her self-report.
Yes.
What does that mean? What are you basing that on?
So as I noted, these psychological tests that we gave, they have these validity measures. She invalidated the PAI. I already spoke to the reasons why. When it came to the MMPI, that one has even more validity scales on it, has more than just one that looks at issues of exaggeration, has 3. One of them is just generally, are you exaggerating symptoms of mental illness? And that one was very elevated. There is a third one on there that looks specifically, are you endorsing symptoms that even the very ill, psychiatrically hospitalized patients don't tend to endorse? And she endorsed a number of those to the point where that was elevated as well. So we give these tests, it's indicating to us there might be some feigning and exaggeration. We keep that in mind when considering the things that she is telling us.
And I'm going to jump all over the place, so I apologize, but did she also take the MMPI too during the insanity portion of her evaluation?
Yes, we gave it again.
Were the results consistent with what you just talked about from the competency evaluation time she took the test?
Yes, the second time we gave the MMPI-2, it was again invalidated due to exaggeration, and both of those scales that I've referenced were elevated.
And did she take it again with a Dr. Leach? And did you review the results from Dr. Leach, who's a psychologist, with regards to the MMPI-2?
Yes, she was given this test a third time. To my recollection, those results were not invalidated. But I don't remember specifically anything else about that testing. I'd have to go back and look through the notes.
Do you have your notes there on that? If you're not, I can approach with.
I have the summary that we wrote. All that we wrote about that third one is that she was getting close to those cutoff points for potential over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness.
Would that be consistent with the prior 2 MMPI-2 tests that she taken both during your competency and insanity evaluation?
Consistent in that there was exaggerating of symptoms, inconsistent in that both of our tests were invalidated because of that.
And what does that tell you in the big picture with regards to her self-reporting, especially when she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder?
Unfortunately, I'd say that the indications of exaggeration or feigning undermines her own self-report.
In your report on the competency evaluation, in several sections, you allude to psychosis as to whether or not Ms. Stauch was hearing things that weren't there or seeing things that weren't there. Why do you note that in your report? What's the relevance of that?
During competency evaluations, we are taking into consideration what defendants say to us, but we are also observing them, looking for any signs of mental illness. Given that psychosis is one of the biggest things that we see for people who are eventually found incompetent, we're always assessing for psychosis in these types of evaluations. Individuals with psychotic disorders sometimes don't have the insight or awareness that they're ill. So we are looking to see if they are evidencing any signs that would indicate that they are potentially distracted, potentially hearing something that might not be, I want to say audible, but might not really be in the room, or whether they might be otherwise distracted by symptoms of psychosis.
Did you see any symptoms of psychosis with Ms. Stauch during any of your interviews with her during your entire time you spent?
None.
Does that also apply to insanity? Is psychosis something that you may be looking for in a defendant claiming to be not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes.
Same reasons or different reasons?
With sanity, I would say that the number of qualifying mental illnesses is even more narrow than issues of competency or incompetency. But frequently for sanity, psychosis is one of the primary issues that might result in somebody ultimately being opined insane at the time of the crime or found insane at the time of the crime. There are other mental illnesses that could qualify for that, but the specific legal definition of insanity requires a mental disease or defect. And the definition of that is essentially a mental illness that impairs one's perceptions or understanding of reality, which is psychosis.
And of course, that would have to go back to the time of the crime, that they were experiencing some kind of psychosis at the time of the crime. And that's what led them to commit the crime, perhaps? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, a psychosis or some other mental illness that impairs the perceptions and understanding of reality.
Is psychosis common with people who are found to be legally insane?
It is one of the primary reasons that might lead to somebody being found legally insane.
Can you give the jury, I'll say hypothetical because I don't want to infringe on anybody's rights, but a hypothetical of someone who might be insane at the time a crime is committed based on psychosis?
Sure. I think an obvious example might be, let's say, somebody who is diagnosed with schizophrenia. Maybe they started to exhibit signs and symptoms of mental or of schizophrenia during their early adulthood. They have a strong background or history documenting their schizophrenia, and then let's say they do murder a family member because they believe they have a delusion that that individual isn't really their family member, but is some sort of imposter trying to take over the government, and they are therefore trying to save the world by murdering this particular individual.
And so what's the second part of the insanity evaluation that you look at? Because it's much more than just having a severe mental disease or defect, isn't it?
Yes.
What's the second and third component of the insanity evaluation?
So the first one is whether they meet the threshold of a mental disease or defect. And then the definition of insanity here in the state of Colorado, there's two parts. The first one is that mental illness impairs their understanding of right from wrong. The second part is whether that mental illness impairs their capacity to form the specific intent as it's written in the specific crime charged.
Is that also referred to as the specific culpable mental state?
Yes,
It could be intent, could be knowingly, could be recklessly, could be after deliberation, that kind of thing.
correct.
And so I want to talk about the right from wrong in an insanity case, and I'll use your hypothetical. A family member is murdered due to the belief that they're going to take over the government, and they felt like they had to kill. Is that basically what we're saying?
Yes,
And the mental disease that it's severe enough to cause them to think that. Is that a fair statement?
yes, the mental disease or defect has to be tied directly to their understanding of what was going on at the time of the crime, potentially their motivation, their behavior, their emotions, and their thought processes at that time.
And so if they did not have the capacity to know right from wrong, they would think it would be right to kill that family.
Right, essentially for a greater good.
So would they do anything to cover up the fact that they killed that family member if they thought it was the right thing?
In the sanity evaluations that I and some of my colleagues have conducted, sometimes people don't, and sometimes people do.
Is there also an issue? Well, I mean, in your hypothetical, would it be uncommon if someone was truly legally insane to say, what's the problem here? I had to kill this person. Don't you understand that?
I want to say that we do frequently see that where the individuals stick around following the actual murder. They don't run away. They don't try to hide. They don't try to obscure evidence.
And the second aspect of it, forming the culpable mental state or having the capacity to do that, is it really the nature of the killing that kind of dictates their actions, determine whether or not they had the capacity to form that intent?
Yeah, when it comes to the capacity associated with the specific mental state, as evaluators, we take a look at the statutory language associated with each of the crimes to see what is the mental state that we're looking at. And we look at those definitions, with intent, specifically discusses whether they have a conscious objective in mind. Knowingly is more whether they have an awareness that their actions are going to cause a behavior or that their actions are going to cause a result. Recklessly is whether they are consciously not paying attention to the fact that their actions could cause a result. So we take a look at those definitions and we think through that cognitively in terms of what were they demonstrating at the time of the offense, even in their own self-report. What are they saying that they were thinking? What are they saying about their own behavior? And we're really looking at whether or not they have the capacity to make judgments, reasons to think things through.
Is the type of weapon that may be used, does that come into consideration when you're making that type of evaluation?
It can be. I would say it's not often a central focus of the evaluation.
Let's jump into your insanity evaluation of Ms. Stauch, okay? Let me see how we're doing on, Judge, we're doing okay on time? All right.
Yeah.
We now are in February of 2022. Defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Is it the same process on how the state hospital is informed and then you and Dr. Gray are appointed to do the evaluation for the insanity?
Yes.
So did you request anything in addition in the discovery, the police reports, things like that, in preparation for your insanity evaluation?
We did. For the sanity evaluation, similarly to the competency evaluation, one of the first things we do is consult with both sides, defense and prosecution, to ask why was the issue of sanity raised, what are the concerns you might have, or lack thereof. In our sanity evaluation, we received a number of additional records from defense, Mr. Tellini specifically and his team. We reviewed the discovery material. Again, we reviewed the competency evaluation that had been written by Dr. Grimmett that had been new at that point in time. We also reviewed our own competency evaluation. And in addition, we conducted some collateral phone calls with individuals familiar with Ms. Stauch.
And who did you contact, the individuals who are familiar with Ms. Stauch?
We spoke with Al Stauch, her ex-husband. We also spoke with Brenda Acquard, her aunt. We made attempts to contact three other individuals, but were unsuccessful.
And as part of the things that you talked about with Mr. Tellini and his team, was that obtaining hospital records, medical background on Ms. Stauch for your review?
Yes,
And did they provide you with medical records for your review?
they did.
Did they provide you with any medical records from Canada from this alleged inpatient psychiatric treatment that Ms. Stauch's talking about?
There was ultimately nothing from Canada.
Again, I'm jumping ahead. I apologize. But during the interview, did Ms. Stauch talk to you about a Dr. Fleischman or Fleischman? Is that sound familiar?
Yes,
And was that an individual that she said she was having therapy with for a year in Florida?
yes.
Did you get any records from a Dr. Fleischman with regards to psychiatric treatment that he may have done with the defendant?
We ultimately didn't. If I'm remembering correctly, Ms. Stauch told us that we could receive that information from a social worker working on her defense team, an individual named Kyle. But ultimately, the only thing associated with Florida that we received was a letter that accepted her into intensive treatment at House of Freedom.
What was that about? Do you recall?
Our understanding of House of Freedom is that it's essentially some sort of residential treatment for substance use. But Ms. Stauch clarified for us that all of that had been an error, that she had gone for just a day, but didn't stay when she realized what it was for.
Did you have any indication back in her personal background that she even lived in Florida for a year period?
There was nothing to my recollection that she lived in Florida, just that she frequented Florida.
And I apologize. I already asked you who you talked to on the phone, the relatives.
You did.
Okay. Did you review the discovery again in preparation for your insanity evaluation?
Yes,
And why did you do that?
because 2 years had passed and sometimes it's very hard to remember who you saw a couple of weeks ago, let alone a couple of years ago.
Sure. So tell us about the interview, and we're going to get into some video portions for the court's benefit. I don't, if the court wants me to jump into the videos before the break, or we can wait and do it after the break.
Let's try to go about 3:15.
Okay.
I don't know where that puts your evidence, but let's try and do that.
Well, at this time, there is a stipulation for the admission of the forensic interview for the insanity evaluation that was conducted on March 24th and June 29th of 2022. And so in my hand, I have People's Exhibits 723 through 728. Each exhibit is a morning or afternoon session with the interview with Ms. Stauch, and they're broken up based on how we received them in discovery.
And defense, do you agree?
Your Honor, that's correct. We had stipulated that both insanity evaluations performed by Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray we submitted evidence, as well as the videotape recording by Dr. Lewis will be submitted as evidence. Well, then we're not, neither side is going to play the entirety of all the interviews, but then bits and pieces may be played as each party wishes.
Right. I think for purposes of the record, though, because there's 6 of them and they are all videos, but it sounds like there are different sections. For purposes of the record, we need to identify what each one is.
Sure, Your Honor. And if it helps, People's Exhibit 723 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 22-1. People's Exhibit 724 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 2022-2. People's Exhibit 725 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 2022-3. People's Exhibit 726 is Stauch, June 29th, 2022-1. People's 727 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022-2. And People's Exhibit 728 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022-3.
Right. Exhibit 723 through 728 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just get to my notes here. What I'd like to do now, Dr. Torres, is I want to play a portion of your interview that was conducted on March 24th, 2022, which is a portion of People's Exhibit 723. And then I'm going to have some follow-up questions afterwards. This is about 7 minutes long.
From where?
We're going to play it on the TV screens.
I'm at the feed.
And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 723, starting at 18:28 in the interview and stopping at 25:32.
Dr. Torres, I've given everybody else the option, if you would. It's only about 7 minutes, but if you want to step down and be somewhere else, if you want to stay there, that's okay too.
I think this is okay. Thank you.
You mentioned that
I just want to make sure the volume's good, Your Honor. We paused it at 18:32.
As it'll go.
around the time the plan
Did you want to ask the jury if that was sufficient volume?
That work, that's about as high as it'll go anyway, so not much I can do about it after
We have
that.
some control over here too, if not all the way up on here yet either.
Okay. All right. Sounds like.
started creating different personalities. Yeah, can you tell us more about them? So I wasn't allowed to go to people's house and spend the night, or I was scared to let people come to my house and spend the night because I didn't never know if he was going to have like an episode. Like when we had like episodes, we have to like go into the car and drive around till he passed out and sleep, and then he back in the house. So I didn't never know like if I had friends staying over the weekend, like I didn't want them to be exposed to that, because people pick on, people pick on, So that around the time I was like 10 or 11, I just started like almost like being able to like take myself out of the situation and let another part of me be the one get molested. And that was when I came with Harmony, and Harmony can like tell you about the beef and stuff. I try not to do it because I've stored it in a place far away, you know what I mean? But so I started let Harmony be the one be molested and not me, because that way if my friends ever ask me, like why come you can't come over, I could create like a perfect picture in my world that you can come over one day, it'll be great, we'll do this, we'll play ball, we'll hang out. I didn't want them to go to that world where they had to know like I was getting molested, because my friends would have been like their moms and stuff like that would have been like, you need to tell somebody, you need to do this. And I was always scared of losing softball too, so that was like my outlet.
So you created her.
Mhm.
And it's a personality, so did you create anyone else?
Remember I told you I lived in a trailer? That was in 1996. That was during the Olympics. The U.S. women's gymnastics team that won a gold medal. And that I played another personality doing that. That's Christina Brianna, and she's friends with like Harry Strub, Dominic Dolls, and a bunch of people that are on the team. And like I had the whole trailer to myself, so she would like be able to like create apparatuses and like do like balance beats off stuff, like cause maybe days my mom would be gone, and so that was just the way I would cope with and not knowing if my mom was there was gonna take us back there. Cause I knew she would, every time she said she would never come back, we go back. Cause I helped me through that year, cause I did stay really good in school, you know what I mean? Because my plan was like to get out one day, you know, and do really good, which I did end up doing really good in school. You know, I have a doctorate degree, but like, if it wasn't for being able to use those different, I guess you could probably like persona or whatever. I wouldn't have been able to live with her.
We have Harmony, Christina was the other one.
That was from when I was little. As I got older, there was more, there's Letecia, and there's Taylor, and there's Maria, she's protector. It's like, I don't, sometimes, if you look at like a lot of my different social medias, they have different names. Different page, different one way. You could always talk to when they play softball because like if I was in Letecia, like Letecia at my ambidextrous, so I could hit left-handed left-handed. And like sometimes people wouldn't understand when I go to the plate. And they'd be like, hey, you need to hit left-handed and you need to like because they'd be like a run if like baseball. There's like a runner in second and third. They're like, you need to hit left-handed, but if I was in that personality, I couldn't hit left-handed.
We have, as you got older, there was Letecia Taylor. You said Taylor was the protector.
Yeah, Taylor's my main no, Maria's my protector. Taylor's my main personality.
Thank you. Maria.
Victoria's the only personality that I have like empathy in because I store so much of trauma. If you want me to like be like if a friend's talking to me and they need me to give them advice, I have to switch to Victoria to actually probably be empathetic, like severely.
All right. Taylor's the main personality. Maria's the protector. Victoria is the one who has the most being kindness.
And then Letecia, she's bipolar. She would be doing the most. Like, you'll notice when I'm on Letecia. Actually, the psychiatrist the other day came to change my meds. She was doing the most. She's bipolar sick, and she was up for 4, 5, 6 days at a time. You know, so it was, I think it's Kepler or something like that.
You're currently on Kepler.
Kept something. Yeah, that. Kept from. I was gonna put me back on the left for so, but I'll be eating too much on it. I don't like it.
So who are we talking to right now?
Yeah.
When you say Taylor is the main personality, what do you mean by that?
It's like, okay, so you notice like where Letecia, she's like more like into her like thug life. I guess you can say like rap music, that kind of thing. But Taylor's everything is like Letecia I wanted to be because she gets to be like, yeah, kind to everybody, but like successful. She has a whole separate world, you know. She's married to Tyler. They have kids.
With everything that Taylor wanted to be in, but to get married to Tyler.
No. Taylor is everything Letecia. We had it backwards. Yeah, Taylor is married to Tyler. Have 3 kids, Ariana, Alicia, and Adriana.
Okay, we stopped it at 25:32. Before we get into what Ms. Stauch had to say here, who is present during this interview?
It was just Ms. Stauch, myself, and Dr. Gray.
And why was there no attorneys in there with you?
We don't typically allow the attorneys to be in sanity evaluations with us.
Why is that?
The primary reason is because we would want to prevent any potential interference by an attorney, whether it would be a prosecutor or a defense attorney or somebody telling the defendant to withhold any information or to elaborate further on any information.
And was that Ms. Stauch that we saw in the video?
Yes,
Is it the same Ms. Stauch that's seated to my left with her head down on a notebook here in between the two attorneys?
it is.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So let's talk about what she's saying. What impact does it have when she says, I created these personalities?
When it comes to dissociative identity disorder, that's not the understanding in terms of what that looks like. It's not about creating or having control over several distinct personalities.
And so what is dissociative identity disorder and why do you say that's not about it?
Dissociative identity disorder, in short, it's when somebody is experiencing two or more personality states, and it's usually accompanied by some sort of amnesia, blackouts, a period of not remembering what you were doing. It's a complex diagnosis. Essentially, the different personality states themselves are not controlled. When an individual has this diagnosis, they might not even initially be aware that they are exhibiting different personality traits, hence the blackouts or the loss of memory for periods of time. And the emergence of these different personality states, we call them alters, but the emergence of them can be very random, not necessarily I'm going to now go into this personality state and now I'm going to go into the second personality state. So the fact that she told us that she created them herself, in terms of our conceptualization, we started to wonder about the possibility that she was exaggerating or feigning this particular diagnosis.
And does this relate back to the competency evaluation when you asked her directly about the way she answered on the psychological testing with regards to, I believe you said 3 different personalities?
That, I would say, was more in retrospect. When we were doing the sanity evaluation, I don't even recall remembering that specific detail from the competency evaluation.
When you went back and reviewed that, that's when you saw that detail?
Yes.
What about the fact that she mentions that one of her personalities or her personas was involved with the gymnastic team and that she's friends with the gymnastics team? Is that something unusual, perhaps, to have that persona?
Again, for me, it was her report that this was a creation of hers, and that it's associated with something that was happening, per her report, in 1996, the Olympics that year. And if I'm remembering correctly, she noted that that was just another personality that she created at that time.
With people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder, would they know the other personas?
Sometimes.
Explain.
So it's going to be, I'm going to say, case by case dependent, but the research suggests that the clinical presentation of a dissociative identity disorder, they used to think that there was no memory or awareness of these other personalities that one might be experiencing. But now it's thought to be more porous, meaning that there is some awareness that this might be happening, but it's going to be a case by case thing.
We're going to see some more examples of this in some video takes, but just one last question about this. You mentioned earlier that there's some amnesia or blackouts. Would people who suffer from dissociative identity disorder remember what they did when they are in another personality?
They might have some awareness of it, and sometimes they might not.
Is it on a spectrum? Are there more severe issues with people who may suffer from that diagnosis? than others?
Yes.
And is that consistent with all the mental illnesses in the DSM-5? Some are worse than others depending on the person.
Yes, even within a particular diagnosis, someone might have a more severe presentation than another person.
The next portion of the video we're going to watch is, looks like it's close to 10 minutes long. It's going to be on People's Exhibit 724, starting at 1448 and ending at 2455. Again, if you want to sit back here or sit up there, whatever you're more comfortable.
This is fine, thank you.
Yes.
And just decided to get married, so that would happen, so I think it's just the real thing, like that would just. But it was to keep from having to do those crazy things that were custody. We want to make sure that whatever we did never hurt anything to do with children. So it was good on that, but then early in our marriage, Albert goes to Oklahoma. He's away at Oklahoma, he's away in Colorado Springs for training. And I'm taking care of the kids on his weekend to make sure he didn't lose his weekend. So I would have the kids on his weekend, but he would be in Oklahoma and he'd be in Colorado Springs. So like a lot of our marriage, I'd say 85% of it, we never even lived together. We never lived together until Colorado, like officially lived together. Because, yeah, that was when we moved to Colorado Springs. Because we moved to Colorado Springs in March, but he didn't come yet from Alaska. And I had got the kids in school and stuff. So we really didn't live together until I started working at Friendship and I got back from college, graduated high school. And then we had all been on the cruise. So really it was August 2019 when we actually like lived together. So it's more like almost like a convenience. Like I feel like the marriage of convenience was I did everything for the kids. I took care of the kids. You know what I'm saying? I worked. We could buy whatever we wanted because we both had really good incomes. And I know that's whatever that's the truth. That's what it's more so like.
When you started dating Albert, were you still living in North Carolina?
So this was South Carolina.
Living in South Carolina.
I was living in South Carolina.
Did you and Albert ever have any problems?
No, like, okay, so our mom is a nurse practitioner for psychiatrist. A lot of extensive experience in psychiatry. She would constantly tell Albert, I need to be on medication or I need to be doing it throughout our whole marriage. So that would cause a lot of problems. Like, even if you look at the report that she wrote police before I got arrested, she talks about, you know, in there about, you know, one minute I'm this way, 1 minute I'm that way. You know what I mean? So like, basically it was married to him and her. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't necessarily a lot of physical. There was not, you know, any physical abuse. It was a lot of emotional abuse. He's a narcissist. So, you know, he's a victim and everything. And he took advantage of my mental, sometimes I way my mental status would be, and like go to his mom about it, and they'd all try to like, tell me I need to be on this meds, I need help for this, or I'm crazy, you know. So it was more so mental and emotional. And there was never any physical up until the end. When we got custody of the kids, he thought I was in cahoots with me, which I guess you can kind of say I was. Because if you look at my phone records, you'll see my plan was leaving, but I didn't want to leave the kids. Several messages you can see me say, I don't want to leave the kids because I knew they would get taken care of. So we had custody of them. But their mom, she started dabbling in drugs, but she wasn't ready to get the kids back yet. So my plan to her was always like, I'm gonna let you know right before I leave. You better have a house, you better have everything together, and then I'll help you get the kids back to the lineup. So when he found out that I, what he calls it, was in cahoots with her, that's when he started getting violent and aggressive, like throwing lamps in the house, throwing like, there's a video on my phone they have where he stopped the car, because I record it all the time, because I wanted to keep all that evidence before he landed in the house. And he's even pissed out again, and he's flinging stuff like irate because he thinks we're all in cahoots against him to get the kids back. And he's like, you're just trying to take the kids from me. You're trying to get them back to their mom. So once I got the Colorado Springs and we lived together, that's when it became like that. Never, there was no hitting me with his hands. It was just flinging stuff in the house, being angry, slamming doors, punching doors. Like he would get like that because he was swerving down. I was working with her, which I guess you can see it as me working with her, but I felt like if I left, they wanted me to take care of it. Like, he's going to be poor. He's going to make sure they clean. Nobody, he wouldn't. So he doesn't have that nurturing piece or that ability to multitask or none of those things. So in a way, I was kind of working with her to get the kids back home, but I guess he took that as me going against him. I was doing what was right for them. You know. I was leaving.
And so the kids would have been his two kids.
Right. If you look at our school paperwork, who always talked to, up until he realized what I was doing, that I was collecting evidence to get the kids back home to her, because she had already promised me that I could see the kids whenever I wanted and care about them, like that she would not take them out of my life. She had already told me that. And so like once I started collecting, he would notice I'd be driving down the road and I'd have the phone on. And I'd just start collecting everything because I'm already a paranoid person. But I knew like if I start collecting stuff, you know, like I would have it to give to her for everything. And I wanted her to get a sobriety first, get a home, whatever. And once he noticed I started doing that, that's when it got a little bit violent with him speaking. I was trying to set him up and make the kids trying. His weren't paranoia. His was just because he knew I was right. He knew that everything I was collecting was preparing for when I left. Because if you even look at my phone searches on the evidence, you'll see that like I was like looking for a place to stay. I was like getting everything in order. I had already told Gannon like on Wednesday, I'm going to call your mother and tell her what's going on, but we gotta wait till Wednesday. The reason I said wait till Wednesday because I was starting that flight attendant job and I wanted to make sure that everything had went through my flight attendant, that I had been like officially hired. I was going to the training, everything before I said something to her that, hey, I'm leaving. You know what I mean? Here's our plan. This is where we're going to get kids back. They wanted to go with me, but I told them, I was like, don't charge me with kidnapping. This is a whole country. We got to have a plan, you know, so. But that was always the plan. So they can call it cahoots, whatever they want to call it. But my plan was to make sure I know that Rhonda and Matt would take care of that. So landed mom dad. And as long as they, because when I was in South Carolina and I had the kids, they were the only two people that helped me with anything. I had by myself. So I knew they would be safe with it. Whatever I needed to do to prepare them to have them, that was what I was taking. So.
And about how many months, maybe before this alleged offense happened, did things take up where he really became aggressive?
I know it sounds minimal. I've created so many different personas in my life and so many different ways to cope with everything I've been through. The sunlight is one of them. Like being in somewhere warm, being somewhere where I can use those coping skills to help me when I have a flashback, you know, when I wake up from a nightmare, so I tried to talk to him about it. And I said, hey, Colorado and me just don't, you know, like it's causing me to get worse mentally. I was having more of my manic episodes. I was just like having more episodes where I forget and lost of time. And a lot of it was because I didn't have those coping skills. Like you can't play softball here in Colorado. You know what I mean? Not during the months that I'm used to playing back home. And so, you know, all these skills I built over time were taken from me in Colorado. So when I got here officially in August, it was weird because I had to do outside duty work for teaching, you know, to have like outside duty, stuff like that. I was freezing in September, you know, and I was like, I wanted to do something else or let me go be a flight attendant where I could do warm sometimes. And I'll set my schedule where I'll be with the kids a few days a week and I'll be a flight attendant a few days a week. Because I knew mentally I needed the outlet because I'd used it all my life. That's when he took offense to it of like, if you go be a flight attendant, there's nobody going to be here to watch the kids. And I was like, I'll be here on these days, but these days I want. So that was around September, October of 2019. Because I had applied for a flight attendant job and I was supposed to start it the next year because they would have like a waiting list. That's when it got like that, when he saw that I was actually going to be leaving or be gone part-time. He can't operate without having someone do everything. So that's
We just stopped it at 24:55. Before we get into the content of what Ms. Stauch is saying, could you give the jury understanding of the form of questions you're asking? In other words, are you suggesting the answer when you ask questions, or are you wanting to get information from her and explain why you do that?
Sure. During a lot of these forensic evaluations, we like to ask questions in an open-ended manner to give the defendant the opportunity to explain their life story or their perceptions to us. We try to avoid, to the best of our ability, yes or no answers. We definitely don't like to feed them information, especially when it relates to diagnosis that they can then regurgitate back to us or to someone else. So the questions we ask tend to be open-ended.
And is that what we see in this last segment we saw? Is that kind of how the entire interview went? You would ask a question and you would get a answer and there would be rambling and there'd be nonstop talking. Is that the sense of how the whole evaluation went?
She did have a tendency to ramble during our evaluation. I think that there were times where maybe we asked a question, especially as it pertained to the offense, where she spoke at length, easily 30 minutes, 40 minutes before we asked any follow-up.
In regards to this segment we just watched, did you or Dr. Gray ask questions about her relationship with Al shortly before the crime?
We did.
And is that the response we're seeing where she's talking about, I was gonna leave Al, that kind of thing?
Yes, we were trying to understand the nature of her relationship with Mr. Stauch since it's relevant to this case.
And did you have an opportunity to listen to several pretext phone calls that were conducted between Al Stauch and the defendant, Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
And is what she's saying in this last segment consistent with what she's saying in these pretext calls, where she's asking him, are we going to be together? Are we going to get back together, bring our family back together over and over and over again?
I do remember that from the pretext calls. Yes, this report would be inconsistent with that specifically. And I might suggest that both things could be true at the same time.
Sure. It's complicated, right? It's a relationship. You don't know all the behind the scenes information that's going on. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
How about when you talk to Al Stauch on the phone as part of your insanity evaluation? Did he give you information about their relationship just prior to Gannon being killed?
He also noted that things were rocky, to say the least, that there had been some thoughts about separating and that no actions had been taken at that time.
What about when she talks about living in Colorado and not being able to play softball and she needs to be in the sun, that kind of thing? Was that any relevance to your evaluation when it comes to insanity?
When it comes to insanity, the primary focus of that evaluation does tend to be at the time of the offense. And it's helpful for us to have an understanding what the defendant was going through. I'd say even up to a couple of weeks before the actual event, just to understand what was their emotional state, what symptoms might they have been exhibiting at that time. Did they undergo any particular stressors that could have exacerbated symptoms of mental illness at that time?
I want to talk about the stressors. When we talk about dissociative identity disorder, is there a triggering event that might commonly be seen in people who suffer from that mental illness that causes them to switch personalities?
There can be, and at the same time, it can be random.
In this clip, again, she mentions switching personalities. Do you recall her saying something about that?
I'm trying to remember specifically what was said during this clip. Would you be able to remind me?
Sure. She mentioned something about being able to switch personas based on the weather and how she can adapt to different things. And do you recall that line of her answer? If you don't, it's not that.
Not specifically, no.
Yeah, this would be a good time to take a break if the court likes.
Mr. Young?
Thanks, Judge. Same thing for you. If you
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You and I didn't have an opportunity to go over these videos prior to your testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so you don't know what's coming up on the next video. Is that a fair statement?
I don't.
I'm going to do a better job of kind of giving you a preview of that, and then I'll ask you what to look for. Would that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. So the next video is we're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're going to fast forward to 1 hour and 19 minutes and 26 seconds. We're going to play a 3-minute clip. In this video, I'd like you to watch for evidence of dissociative identity disorder. And then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on what that means to your evaluation of Ms. Stauch in that disorder based on what we see on the clip. Is that fair?
Okay.
All right. So with that, Your Honor, we'd like to play 1 hour, 19 minutes and 26 seconds, and we'll stop it at 1 hour, 22 and 25 seconds.
Has this thing, okay? So Letecia believes that Sam Hunt are only together. Y'all know who Sam Hunt is? Country singer, right? Okay, so he always like kind of laughs at me about this because I be telling him Sam Hunt writes these songs about me all the time, you know what I mean? And so we went through, when I'd be in my bipolar episodes, like we had everybody convinced back home that Sam Hunt was Harley's dad because Hunt's their last name, you know what I mean? And then I don't know, because I be getting like this ego of like, why wouldn't you want to be like I still do the same thing now, even at the jail, and I don't have nothing but an orange suit. You know what I mean? But I still be thinking the most, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I am aware of the discrepancies in my personalities and being, you know, working with special needs kids throughout the time I know when I recognize something's abnormal to be around somebody. I'll be like that, and then next thing you know, I won't come out of my room. Especially around, like, holidays and stuff like that. I won't come out of my room. I'll just be sitting in my room the whole time. Like in my marriage, Albert would be like, "Won't you come in here and watch TV?" And I'd be like, "No, I'm standing here why you want to stay in here? But then I go into the mode of like, well, I mean, I spent a lot of time in my closet growing up, why not, you know? And I would just not eat, woe with me, you know, the world's gonna end, I want to die. And then I'd fluctuate back into it again. So like common sense, I knew something, you know, wasn't right. Like I'm not a stable person. I'm not a person that you're gonna say that being a professional that I am. Been through all this time with schooling. How do you think I did this? Because I didn't be. You know what I mean? I'd be so excited. I'd be doing this degree and that degree and that degree. How did I get them all? Because of those times. But then there'd be times when I wouldn't be turning in my schoolwork, and I'd have to message the teacher and be like, "Look, right now, you know, like next week I'll catch up and do 3 weeks worth of work, but just not this week, you know." And so like you learn that's just not normal. Like if you guys, one of y'all came to work with each other like that, and you consistently came like that, you'd be thinking one of two things: are you on drugs or it's something really wrong? And I don't do drugs, so like the more and more that happened, you know, like I became cognizant of it. And then Harley, as she got older, she started noticing. She's like, "Mom, you'll be this personality, then you'll be this one, and then I don't even know sometimes." And she just learned to like, you know, like to deal with it. And then sometimes they can't even pry me out of the room because I won't leave for days, you know. So as it happens more, you.
Okay, so we stopped it at 122:25. She's talking about discrepancies in her personalities and that she's aware of them. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does that impact, if it impacts it at all, your diagnosis or lack of diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder?
Well, as noted before, awareness of the different personality states in dissociative identity disorder, it's complicated in that you can be aware of them, and at the same time, you might not be so aware of others. But that being said, when I watch those clips, despite what Ms. Stauch is saying, to me, it sounds like she's trying to explain different mood states as opposed to different personality states. And it sounds to me as though she's trying to explain to us that she can be manic and then depressive or have depression, kind of reflecting a bipolar disorder. But what's particularly marking is that idea that she can anticipate when she's going to come out of a depression. As she noted in the video, she talks about having all this energy to have all of these degrees, and then she might be depressed, not want to come out of her room. She might not do the work associated with teaching that she's supposed to be doing, but she can catch up on it the following week when she comes out of this depressive state. I mean, in bipolar disorder, again, you can't anticipate or plan when you're going to be manic or when you're going to be depressed. Those are not things that one can control.
Regardless of what was going on with Ms. Stauch when she was in school, she was able to complete her schooling and eventually obtain a doctorate degree. Is that fair?
Yes, that's what she said.
So when you talk about she may have been depressed at some time, it didn't mean she didn't black out and forget about the schoolwork. She just knew she had to go back and do it in a future time or at a later time.
That's how it sounds to me.
She also mentions in this clip that Harley, her daughter, knew about her different personalities. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Did you or Dr. Gray try to contact Harley Hunt, her daughter, during the course of your evaluation?
We did.
Were you able to talk to her?
We talked to her only briefly, but we never were able to conduct an interview with her.
And why is that? Do you know?
Ultimately, she said that she needed to seek some legal counsel before she could speak to us.
Do you know whether or not Harley Hunt eventually talked to law enforcement at some point during this investigation?
My understanding is that she eventually did.
Do you know whether or not she actually testified in this trial?
I'm aware that she testified.
Would it be surprising to you that she testified that she didn't know anything about her mom?
And Your Honor, I want to check, this is an inappropriate question asking this witness to comment on.
No, I think you can I think the question is phrased is objectionable. You, number one, you are reciting what some other witness had to say and you can't testify. Number two, I think that you can rephrase the question to ask her in a hypothetical fashion, if a witness had testified or if the facts were to establish X, what would be your opinion? I think you can do that.
And I understand. I'll rephrase the question, really. If Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what Ms. Stauch said in the video, would that impact your decision on whether or not she had, well, let me strike that. Would that tell you whether or not she was being credible when she told you that Harley was aware about her different personalities.
I'm going to object to the question, asking her to comment on the credibility of the witness.
Sustained. You can't ask somebody to comment on the credibility of someone else. You can ask her whether or not it would be consistent or inconsistent, but you can't say that it's credible.
Well, we're talking about Ms. Stauch. You're doing an evaluation and you're relying on her self-reporting to certain things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would that self-reporting be impacted if you knew Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what she said on the video?
As a collateral information is always very helpful in these types of evaluations.
And obviously, at the time that you're doing the video interview with Ms. Stauch, Harley Hunt was not cooperating with you or anyone else. Is that right?
I don't know if she was cooperating with anyone else. She just politely declined to participate in our interview with her.
Okay. The next clip I'm going to play is at 1 hour and 27 minutes and 34 seconds. We're going to stop it at 1 hour and 33 minutes and 24 seconds. And in this particular clip, Ms. Stauch will be talking about delusions or hearing things. And then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about what she says about that. Okay.
Okay.
So with that, we can start the next clip.
Minutes ago, you said you hear voices, but they're all your personality,
Right.
and that's it.
Yeah, and the devil. But you know, there's always the devil. The devil is trying to tell you to do something. Like when I was on the house in January 26, the devil was telling me to jump off the height because it had to be a white family jump off the height. That's the devil. That's like cosmic powers trying to like come in and intervene. That's going to be with all of us. You know what I'm saying? The closer you are to God, the devil's going to come get you all the time. You know what I mean? But as far as like, you know, I don't believe in this whole thing that people say, and no disrespect to y'all's secret jobs, but for me, I don't believe in this whole thing where people say, oh, these people are talking to them. These are your cosmic powers and your personalities. Like all my personalities will go talk to me and be like, oh, just slap that girl. Like those type of things. But I don't believe in drugs that these people be on this whole best thing and they be doing that stuff. Like none of that. But there's always the devil that has you to do that. You know what I mean? Like running a G-ball in the form of chance for you to run a G-ball. You know what I mean? But I don't believe in that other stuff. So, you know.
So you don't believe in which other stuff.
Right. I be seeing people come in and they be on meds and they be swearing up and down like, you know, like, oh, these people were telling them to do this. And I'm like, what? You know what I mean? It's only gonna be the devil. Like the devil told me to jump off a hot choice. Different. It ain't gonna be just random people sitting out somewhere telling you this. Like, this ain't how it works. You know what I mean? Yes, does my different personalities tell me to do different things? Yes, but that's still a part of me, just in a separate world. That's not, you know, I don't know. I just feel like they be just a little. I believe in. If they might say something wrong, that's the devil, or that's yourself. I mean, you got 5 cells in them, and they. If you, that's people not drugs like me now. People that be on meth and all that. Like, I be seeing them coming there, and they be just running up and down. You know, the most craziest stuff is going on. Like I don't believe in that. I feel like it's the devil. No, have I? Yes, I've been in forms of psychosis in my life where I talk, or maybe you can call them delusion. But on a regular basis, no. Like if I'm in a different world, like if I go to a world like a Janelle's world, I see everything Janelle sees. But that's because I've created those worlds. I've been able to be like, I know what Janelle does. Or if I go to Christina Browning and I'm doing gymnastic stuff around cell, like I know that I can make a balance beam, or you know, I put apparatus out or whatever. But I know those are things that I leave this place to go to that place, so I put them. Then is not something that, you know, there's, you know, oh, that looks like the sun is in here. Like no, it's not like that. I actually created those worlds. I know what goes in there. I put it there. You know what I mean?
Sounds like it's almost a conscious choice on your part.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Except Maria. Now I don't choice on that part because I can't control going to Maria. That I can switch back and forth, but I cannot switch to Maria without it being triggered. Like you'd have to put me like under some like, you know, drug-induced setting or something to trigger to get Maria. I can't forcefully switch to her, but everyone else I can because it's a conscious way of doing it. You know, like every time I go to court, with Miss Robinson, the lady out here, she goes to me to court. I'll be like, bye-bye, Miss Robinson. I'm leaving. She's like, don't leave yet. And I just go to all the world. Like sometimes I'll be calling my name. She'll have to like snap me out of it, and I'll just be in a whole different thing doing all the. But I created that as a way to deal with things in life. It's not something that, you know, that is like a chemical imbalance or something. I don't think. But then Maria though, she's a sniper now, so she can do the most.
to get training to do?
So Maria does for hire. She got trained from Russia. She does for hire, but she's from Mexico. She got trained for hire. She does $1,500 per minute. She does different things. That includes everything. Like, so you see her come out, she's talking about eliminate this person, that person, but it's only certain people. It's pedophiles, people that like sexually molest people, people that rape people, like those that need to be eliminated from the planet. These are people, you know, you can say, well, you're a Christian, you're supposed to not say that, but Maria's not Christian, so she don't say that. Those are people that just need to be completely wiped off the face of the planet. Because if you're going to sit there and hurt a child and pedophile and molest them and all that, then easy breathing.
So we stopped it at 133.24. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yes, there is.
Let's start with her conversations about the devil and the devil telling her to do things. Okay. What's your take on that?
Our take on that is ultimately, it seemed like an exaggerated symptom, that one specifically. She talked about auditory hallucinations, hearing personality states, again, in dissociative identity disorder. The research related to clinical presentation says that's possible. Hearing the devil wouldn't be associated with the dissociative identity disorder. Hearing the devil could be associated with the psychosis. But again, given Ms. Stauch's history, there's nothing there to corroborate that she's had any significant psychosis that persist, that one might hear that symptom and say that symptom goes with this particular clinical presentation. What was also striking was, at least as it pertains to issues of psychosis, is that individuals who do have a psychotic disorder specifically are usually hesitant to draw attention to their symptoms. They can be difficult to assess because they might deny symptoms, or they might just withhold information as it pertains to those. So the fact that Ms. Stauch just very openly told us about this hallucination, hearing the devil and hearing the devil at different moments of her life, it's just not a particularly credible symptom in the way that she presented it.
The way she presented it was in reference to the hike that took place on January 26th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so, for the sake of argument, if in fact the devil was communicating with her, did she have ability to say, no, I'm not going to jump off a cliff? In other words, she didn't listen to the devil.
Yeah, that's important.
Why is that important?
When it comes to issues of psychosis, people sometimes hear hallucinations that command them or tell them they should behave in a particular manner. Some individuals with psychosis have difficulty controlling their behavior in light of that, and some people can control their behavior in light of that. It kind of depends how sick they are at the time.
And she mentions again to you and Dr. Gray, incidentally, Dr. Gray is asking specific questions about psychosis, it sounds like, during this portion of the interview.
Yes.
And she understood those questions and is responding to those questions. Is that fair?
Yes.
She starts to talk about her different worlds. And was that a common theme throughout the interview?
Yes. Generally speaking, whenever she spoke of these other personality states, she frequently talked about how she created the personality states. She created the worlds. She could move from one world to another on her own volition, with the exception of Maria.
Now, how does that fit into a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder? Do people who suffer from that disorder describe their different personalities as going to different worlds?
I've never assessed somebody with a legitimate dissociative identity disorder to be able to know if that's how they usually describe it or not. What strikes me is that it's convenient that the one personality that is particularly important and relevant to this evaluation is the one that she has no access to.
Talk about that in just a second. But with regards to going to this world, for instance, too much information, but when I'm having a problem trying to go to sleep, I go to a beach and I think about sitting on that beach and listening to the ocean. Am I suffering from some kind of dissociative identity disorder because I do that?
I would say that I would need to do a more thorough assessment.
No further questions. Yeah, I did. All right, well, I guess maybe I'm off. I don't know. I'm never gonna think about that again. Let's talk about Maria, okay? You just said that there's an exception to her different personalities with Maria. How significant is that to your evaluation?
As I said, Maria ultimately ends up being one of the most relevant personalities associated with the evaluation of her sanity at the time of the offense. She talks about all of these other personalities. She explains to us that she is unaware of a couple of her personalities, that she learns of them through the evidence. She seems more aware of a separate set of personalities. And then when it came to Maria, she said that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any given time. Just like she noted that she can move from one world to another in these other personality sets, Taylor, Christina. I don't know that I could remember all of the names off of the top of my head. When it came to Maria, she said that she couldn't do that with Maria. But it's also interesting to me that she seems to have an awareness of Maria's existence in terms of her being a trained sniper, where she was trained, the idea that Maria speaks different languages. All of that seems a bit far-fetched to me in terms of this idea of dissociative identity disorder, because dissociative identity disorder, the minority of, well, I'd say the majority of individuals who experience it as multiple personality states coexisting at the same time within them, which is where the identity confusion comes into play. It's not usually presented so overtly in terms of, I have this separate personality with all of these different qualities than me.
Is it inconsistent to say that she knew this much information about Maria and yet at the same time say she can't control switching over to Maria?
To me, I would think that if she had no access to Maria, I would expect her to have less of an awareness or understanding of that particular personality.
While we're talking about Maria, at some point during the interview with Ms. Stauch, whether it was in March or in June, did you ask to speak to Maria?
We did ask her if we could.
How did she respond to that?
She essentially said that she couldn't just switch into Maria. She noted that, I think she said a little bit in there, that something would have to trigger that particular personality to come out of her. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, during the course of our assessment, she said that we would need to bring out specific evidence or discovery to help her return to that state. Just how she noted that she was aware of these other personalities. We asked about what Maria was thinking at the time of the alleged offense, and that's when Ms. Stauch told us that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any point in time.
I'm going to fast forward to November of 2022. Did you review an interview that was conducted by a Dr. Lewis with Ms. Stauch in her insanity evaluation?
I did.
And did you see a portion of that interview where Dr. Lewis said, "Hey, can we speak to Maria?" And then Maria appears talking in a Spanish accent?
Yes,
Was that Ms. Stauch in the interview?
it was.
Was that inconsistent with what you saw when you asked her if you could speak to Maria?
I would say, generally speaking, it seemed to be Dr. Lewis asked multiple times, to my recollection, before Maria emerged. I also saw Dr. Lewis doing something with handwriting, and I'm not familiar with whatever technique that was.
Okay. We may be watching that at a later time, okay? The next segment I want to talk to you about is reference to Maria again, and it's in reference to an incident that happened when she was being transported from South Carolina to Colorado, where there was an assault on a deputy. Do you recall that information?
Yes,
And do you recall talking to her about that information?
briefly, yes.
Okay, we're going to play this clip, and then I'll ask you some more follow-up questions about that. And just so the record's clear, we're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're now at 1 hour and 39 minutes and 2 seconds, and we will stop it at 1 hour and 41 minutes and 10 seconds.
If you look at that report where the drive here, that lady was trying to get me with her gun. And like you can see on the cameras, well, I kept on telling her, like, I knew exactly what she was over there doing and thinking. And I kept like, Like, I know what you're doing over here. I know you're out to get me. You're trying to shoot me with your gun. Like, I knew all that. You know what I mean? So, like, that was a time, an example where it was very heightened, where I was like all over the place thinking they were out to get me with the stuff, and that I was trying to read what she had going on. She was trying to shoot me with her gun. I don't know if you saw that report, but like, you could see it in there where I keep looking at the cameras, holding on this. That was an example of a time that it was like very, very
And those perceptions that you get are always accurate, or
from like the premonitions.
no, when you get really paranoid and it seems like you know what other people are.
Yeah, because like think about it. In that instance with that lady, that Deputy James, it was for accurate. She ended up did have a gun on me. So therefore, what else she'd been doing with a gun, pointing at me. She was trying to kill me with it. So like that was a perfect example why it was accurate, you know. And of course Maria came. That whole incident happened when Maria came, and she's just gonna regulate on, you know what I mean? So what's usually always accurate, like the whole incident with the guy trying to tell me I hit somebody. I didn't really hit somebody, but these people were out to get me the whole time, and I kept telling them like, look, there ain't no way I hit somebody. Y'all were setting me up. Like, who hit somebody and there's no mark? So I knew they were doing that because his last name was Sanchez and Maria's last name is Sanchez. So how did that happen? You know what I mean?
Hey, we stopped it at 1 hour, 41 minutes and 10 seconds. Was it clear to you when you're talking to her that she's saying Maria was the one that kind of took over and assaulted the deputy on the way back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Looking at the interview with Dr. Lewis, where it's alleged that Ms. Stauch turned into this persona named Maria Sanchez, talking in a Spanish accent, did you review the video of the assault coming back from South Carolina?
I did not.
Would you like to see that?
Sure.
See, these guys are ready for it. I got to find the exhibit number. Let's try People's Exhibit 338. I didn't rehearse with them either. For the record, we're playing 338.
She keeps threatening me. Stop. Well, she keeps threatening.
Stop it.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on.
Well, she got out of the restraints.
She keeps on. Threatening me.
Put your arm down.
I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put
now.
your arm but she keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you, but not to her.
Tisha, give me your
I will
arm.
to you, but not to her.
Cooperate with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I would.
Then give me your arm now.
I said I would with you. I said I would with you. I said I would with you.
Stop resisting.
I'm resisting. I said I would with her. Well, the other
They're double locked. Go ahead. I got her on.
I have the song.
Tisha, stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are.
Okay, we stopped it at 1:56. You heard several voices on that.
Yes.
Did you ever hear a voice that was consistent with the voice that you saw in Dr. Lewis's interview of Ms. Stauch, where she was talking in a Spanish accent?
I did not.
did you recognize Ms. Stauch's voice in this video clip?
I did.
And is it the same Ms. Stauch that you evaluated and the same person seated in this courtroom that you did your insanity evaluation?
Yes.
Is that consistent with or inconsistent with what she's telling you that she turned into Maria when she assaulted this deputy, the video we just watched?
It's not consistent with the Maria that I saw in Dr. Lewis's videos.
But is it consistent with what she's telling you that she switched worlds or switched personalities and Maria went into protection mode and assaulted the deputy?
I would expect that if she had gone into this personality of Maria, that it would be presenting as the Maria that I saw in Dr. Lewis's videos, meaning with a Hispanic accent.
We're now going to go back to your interview and we're going to stay with People's Exhibit 724 and we're going to go to 2 hours and 21 seconds. And this is about a 10-minute clip. So if you want to sit down, but just to kind of give you a preview of what we're going to be talking about. Again, it has to deal with dissociative identity disorder, her switching personalities, and then actually talking about events close in time to the crime. Okay? It's up to you if you want to sit there or back here. Okay?
Did you say this was just 10 minutes?
This is about 10 minutes, right?
I can stay here.
Okay. We'll go ahead and play it. 2 hours and 21 seconds. We're going to hit play.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. This kind of relates back to a few things. So you've mentioned flashbacks. Can you describe more what that feels like for you?
Yeah. So anytime that I feel like I'm threatened or something is in trouble, danger, threatened, any kind of way, I'll always have a flashback of like me trying to protect my mom. Like there was one time when my mom's boyfriend Greg was like beating my mom and he threw her through the glass window at the front and I ran around the house, got back, hit him in the legs and knocked him down. So like I'll have flashbacks of those times with those things happening. You know what I mean? I try to like, I did therapy before. We try to like reframe it, you know what I mean? I did that before through the school district. It just doesn't work for me. I would still have that flashback, and then that's why sometimes I switch personalities and go in the protective mode because I'll have that flashback and I'll think I'm back in that same time. You know what I mean? Like for example, you know, I text my boss and tell her that my stepdad died. I had a flashback that morning when Lena came into my room. I thought, I guess it was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I texted my boss and told her that my stepdad died. That was because I was having flashbacks the whole time and nightmares of the day when my stepdad died because I weren't really sure if he was dead or not. You know what I mean? And it happens a lot because like I can see somebody walking on the street and I'll be like, that looks like him. One of the triggers is red and black. Okay, and I know you have red and black on. So I can even watch like NC State. That's one of them, you know, basketball. You go to the NC State game, red and black. You know what I mean? But it's surrounded. It's not just one, it's surrounded. He would come in with red shirt on and black. And the always thing this is like his whole thing of like his mom. So his mom was killed supposedly by his stepdad. So he always wears red and black to like commemorate, you know. But I can see somebody walking on the road with red and black on it, and I'll have a flashback of stepdad coming in the room, turning lights on. He'll go, my name is James Lowry. And he has this whole like monologue thing that he does before he heightens up to the huge, you know what I mean? And so that happens. That's why when I was driving one day on the back roads, I was thinking there was somebody walking and I was thinking it was him. And so like it gets scary because like what if one day I was to like try to run that person over? Like thinking that was really him, you know what I mean? So those are the kind of flashbacks I have, and most of them, I'd say 90% of them have something to do with him. Me and Kyle call him Jackass James just because we like, you'll see it trigger me so much. Jackass James, because that's what he named him. Other that I have flashbacks is from prior because the house burned down when I was younger. And my mom blamed me. And I called 911 and I got in trouble for calling 911 because my mom was saying that the way they read the report, she wasn't going to be able to like get the house fixed on her insurance and like same thing got in trouble for calling 911 when said that here. What happened was I was trying to cook for my siblings and I had a pot and curtains used to not be in our house, whatever. And I had to run go get my little brother and I was trying to find my sister. And I came back in, it caught flame on the thing and it burnt my mom's whole kitchen living. So like anytime there's something hot, I can smell it. Like I can smell the fire that's out there. Like sometimes like if, for example, it can be some small things. People could be doing like a wood fire in the woods, like burning trash or like a bonfire. I don't do bonfire because I would be the bonfire and I'll just be like, no, like now I have a flashback of the time that the fire happened in the house. The reason we moved from North Carolina to South Carolina was the only shot of our house is there on fire because we lived in the neighborhood. So I had flashbacks of my mom calling me telling me that everything we had worked for was burned in the house. So those are like just some examples of what happens. I mean, I can almost like feel like it's burning, or I can almost feel like I'm there. I smell it, I see it. You know what I mean? And then I'll remember everything. And it's almost like it's different than when I switch personalities. When I switch personalities, like I go to those older things. When that happens and I have a flashback in that same place that it happened, like I just visually there. And it happened so much for my stepdad. Like I couldn't never. I tried to find psychotherapy and the whole reframing it. I don't expect me to reframe getting molested by a person that your mom married and trusted you. How do you want me to reframe it? That's what I'd always tell them, like, that he didn't do it because he did. That just doesn't work. And so, like, I tried doing all that, but I couldn't. Anyone that looked like him, anyone that freaking, like, walked like him, like, throughout my whole entire life. And especially with the whole, like, whenever he come in with the whole, like, James Byron, if their person's name was James, I'd always cringe. Like, you know what I mean? When I read, this sounds bad, God forgive me. When I read the scripture, the book of James, I can't even go to the scripture in the book of James without having those flashbacks. And that's bad. Reading my Bible. Can you read that section because that's his name? Because I'd be thinking, like, as good as James was, because James was Jesus' brother. How? This is his name. Like, there's something wrong here. And my brother, she gave my brother Dakota James, his real names, and I don't that. So those like times that things just like were reading it. And like when they did my brother's graduation, they walked across the stage and they were like, he graduated high school and I was there. And they were like, Dakota James Bowery. I literally was like, don't tell him. He is not like his dad. You know.
You're saying that these flashbacks are more than just a memory.
Oh God, yeah. I'm telling you, almost like you're right there. See, so all your senses are activated. You know what I mean?
I also recognize that red and black is trigger for you. But you're feeling the flashbacks today when you
So when you first said something to me, I didn't say anything to you, but that was the reason I didn't. Do you remember when you first were like, how are you doing? And I didn't say anything to you? I told myself, like, you know what I mean? Like, she has nothing to do with Jackass James. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry, don't think I tried to disrespect you in any way when you first said them to me, but I go into like that defense mode. My friend, when she comes to visit me on the video screen, she won't wear it. Like, she won't do it because she knows that's one of me. That's for her. Like, and I went to school, like, I'd go watch ball games at North Carolina, but if we played NC State, I'd be like, oh, hell no. Because I'd been, like, surrounded by a sea of red and black. No.
And you've mentioned triggers. We've talked about several different triggers that you have. What exactly is a big trigger?
Well, they don't trigger a flashback, which is usually what happens. It kind of depends on what my mental state already is. So basically, if it's just I'm a little heightened, it'll be a flashback. If I am in severe protective mode, like scared for my life or someone else's life, it will go into anyone's enemy, and I'm protecting those people around me. One time we were at Burger King, this was in January of 2020, and this guy, he came in, and he was trying to pick on Lena about the drink machine. Literally, like, I felt like she was just, like, I was trying to do something to her. She looked like James in a way, sort of, kind of, like, body shape, everything. I give them the table at Burger King, and I'm, like, turning out the whole entire Burger King, like, to protect her. Like, I feel like that's my job. But, like, I have to do it first before Maria does. Maria does it, I'm not going to remember it. And if she does it, it's going to be bad, because then it's going to be somebody who is trying to hurt somebody else who's going to hurt.
I want to start with the last thing she said there. She said, I want to do something to protect people before Maria does, because if she does it, Maria is going to perhaps take it to a different level. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then she went on to said, I can't remember what Maria does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
How significant was that to your evaluation when you're considering dissociative identity disorder?
It was important to us during our evaluation. And I suspect we'll talk in more detail about it, but we had her delineate the events leading up to this offense. And she does, I use the word speculate, because she has told us that she doesn't know what Maria is thinking at any point in time. But she, at the same time, tells us that at the time of the offense, Maria might have thought that the individual who was killed, ultimately Gannon, was Letecia's stepfather.
Did she ever tell you at any point during the entirety of these interviews how she was able to tell you what Maria did if she doesn't remember what Maria does?
No, she was never able to explain that to us.
She talked about flashbacks at several times during this portion of the video. What's the significance of the flashbacks and why were you asking follow-up questions about that?
Flashbacks, again, were relevant to the question of mental state at the time of the offense. As I noted, she said that Maria, well, we were asking follow-up. I'm going to answer the second part first. We were asking follow-up questions because her description of these potential mental health symptoms at the time of the alleged offense were somewhat layered on top of each other and, quite frankly, a bit confusing to follow. So, throughout the course of our evaluation, she would talk about dissociating and she would talk about these missions as though she were in a manic episode. She would also talk about dissociating and then the issue of flashbacks, which in itself is a form of dissociation, but not a dissociation as it pertains to a different personality state. So we were looking for symptoms potentially associated with this post-traumatic stress disorder, and flashbacks are a presentation associated with that. But given that her own self-report was confusing, difficult to follow, not really consistent with any of the specific presentations that we would expect for dissociative identity disorder or psychosis or even flashbacks associated with PTSD, we were asking follow-ups.
Was it inconsistent with how she described the flashbacks? Initially, she says, when I have a flashback, I switch personalities. Do you remember that?
She has said that, yes.
Did she later on come back and say, flashbacks are different than me switching personalities?
Yes.
What significance does that have, if any?
Again, it's trying to understand what is this clinical diagnosis that we're looking at. When it comes to flashbacks, flashbacks are when you feel as though you are specifically reliving a traumatic event from your past. It's more than just seeing something and being reminded of something that happened to you in the past, which we all probably experience from time to time. There's nothing particularly pathological about the latter one. But when it comes to flashbacks, usually an individual exhibits behaviors that are notable by other individuals because all of a sudden it's as though the person is no longer here in this awareness and reality because they are essentially reliving something that has happened to them in the past. So it's noticeable.
Did you see any evidence of her flashing back to anything while you were interviewing her during this period?
No.
It seems like that you were asking questions, and I guess I can ask, were you trying to figure out what the triggering event was that would cause her to switch personalities during this conversation?
During this conversation, I think I was just trying to get a better understanding of what is it that she means when she says flashbacks. It's not uncommon to see in these types of evaluations people using psychological jargon without really using it correctly or understanding exactly what it means. Which is, again, why we ask open-ended questions. So I was asking what she meant by flashbacks, because as I noted before, throughout the evaluation, she seemed to layer, conflate, or use terminology, but seemed to mean something else. I was just trying to get a better picture, understanding of what it was that she was trying to communicate.
And is this the first time you're hearing anything about red and black being some kind of triggering event for her?
That clip might have been the first time that she specifically stated that. I'd have to go back and watch all of the interviews to be sure about that.
Okay. But you recall her talking about that, and were you the one wearing red and black, or was Dr. Gray wearing red?
No, I was wearing a red and black coat that day.
Do you notice anything unusual when you first met her wearing your red and black outfit?
I remember when she came in, because that was the first interview for the sanity evaluations. She seemed a bit sullen, a bit. She wasn't as polite or bright as she was when we did the competency evaluations.
Speaking of that, did you and Dr. Gray perform some psychological testing during the course of these interviews?
Yes,
Did you have her remember phrases or words or numbers and sequences of numbers?
we did. Yes.
I'm asking way too many questions in one time. How did she do on that? Let's talk about the number sequences first.
Sure. During the competency evaluation specifically, we gave a very brief cognitive screener. It's called, well, in short, it's called the MOCA. It's the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test. It literally takes maybe 5 to 10 minutes to administer. And it looks at a variety of different cognitive domains. So things like attention, short-term memory. And when I say short-term memory, I'm speaking about being able to remember words over the course of a few minutes. It also looks at abstraction abilities, naming abilities, a little bit that looks at executive functioning, which is kind of an umbrella term that encompasses cognitive abilities associated with reasoning and problem solving and planning. But she did fine. She did fine on all of that. There wasn't anything noticeable that would call our attention to her having cognitive deficits or a cognitive disorder.
What about brain damage? Anything to indicate that she may have had brain damage?
Nothing specifically.
Did you administer what's called the Montreal Cognitive Assessment?
Yes, that's what I was just talking about.
Okay. Just happen to have that in my hand here.
Okay.
I hand you what's been marked as 7.6. People first 7.6. Recognize that piece of paper?
I do.
And what is that?
This was the brief cognitive screener that I was just talking about that we administered with Ms. Stauch during the course of her competency evaluation.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 736, is that a fair and accurate copy of the test and her results of that test, or at least her documentation of that test as you did it back during your evaluation?
Yes.
At this time I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 736.
Exhibit 736 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In People's Exhibit 736, on the right-hand top corner, there's a picture of a clock.
Yes.
Could you describe that particular clock and what Ms. Stauch did as a result of that examination?
Yes. That particular task, we call it clock drawing. Essentially, it's when we ask an individual from scratch to draw a clock, to put in all the numbers 1 to 12, and then to set the time to 10 past 11. We usually try to make sure that there is no clock in the room that they can copy. This particular, I'm not a neuropsychologist, so I'd say neuropsychology is not my specific specialty, but I do understand that this particular test is sensitive to some sort of brain impairment when that is present. So Ms. Stauch's clock drawing it's fine, for lack of a better term. She has a circle, she has all of the numbers, and the hands are appropriately set to 10 past 11.
And are you familiar with whether or not Dr. Lewis performed a similar test with Ms. Stauch in November of 2022?
Yes,
Did you see the results of that particular test?
I did.
Were they consistent with what you saw during your evaluation?
They are not.
Why?
I don't remember exactly what those other clocks looked like. Vaguely, I do remember that one was a clock, but all of the numbers were stacked on possibly the right-hand side, could have been the left-hand side. And I think there was a second clock drawing that looked significantly impaired. But I don't remember the specifics of it.
We have an opportunity to review Dr. Lewis's report in relation to her opinion, Mrs. Stauch's saying.
Yes.
And was that a big part of her opinion, indicating that Ms. Stauch may have some kind of brain damage as a result of the clock that she drew November 2022?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to go old school and publish this exhibit by just holding it up in front of the jury.
That's fine. Or you can just pass it to them and.
Okay, so we can do that stuff on school. I will pass it to the jury. We'll have to take a look at it. We'll pass it through.
I'm old, so it's just cool.
Clock.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Torres, the next segment we're going to play is, again, People's Exhibit 724. It's going to start at 2 hours and 16 minutes and 57 seconds. In this particular clip, we're going to be hearing more about Maria and who she protects And then I'm going to ask them follow-up questions with regards to this dissociative identity disorder and your evaluation in regards to that disorder. Okay.
Okay.
So with that, we'll play the next clip.
With your dissociation, you said before, apart from Maria, there's a level of conscious awareness about it. Would you say it's like daydreaming in terms of the lives of their personalities?
Yeah, it is actually a whole world. Daydreaming to me would be just somebody having like a good imagination. You know what I mean? No, it's like a whole entirely different world. Like, for example, if you were to talk to Harmony, Harmony can tell you exactly what it's like to be abused in depth, like detail by detail. Every sexual part question she'd want to answer, she could do for you. You see what I'm saying? So I try not to say that's like daydreaming because that's like real. You know what I mean? Where if, you know, I think the other way is to like explain it. Maria, like I said, she doesn't have awareness that everybody else is just her world and she's protecting me. And there's not people consistent in her world. Like, for example, Maria would know you. The only people consistent in Maria's world are Chance, Artie, and like people that she's been sought out to protect. So it's not really daydreaming, it's an actual job that she has to do. The kids were part of that world. Like, anybody want to do something to Gannon, Lena, Hartley, Maria feels like she can get them too, because I've spent my whole life not having adult protection. I'm gonna give them protection in 5 different forms, and that's because it's more like different worlds that are created, not necessarily just, you know, like when I do it in a courtroom, I go to that whole world, not like the people who are with me, not me just making it up like, oh, I'm at the beach, not like that. It's actually me going there to the beach.
I feel really silly about bringing up this. Let me ask you some questions about what we just saw. Again, she talks about Maria and she talks about who she protects and who she's in the world. Now she's expanding who Maria protects. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And she includes Lena, Gannon, Harley, and I believe she said Chance, if I recall correctly. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What significance is that, knowing that we're going to see eventually her interview where she seems to indicate that she turned into Maria when Gannon was killed? What's your take on that?
I would think, or at least, you know, my understanding of dissociative identity disorder, these different personality states have their own details associated with them. To me, in terms of Ms. Stauch's self-report, her presentation, it has always been confusing to me how all of the personalities seem to have an awareness of Ms. Stauch's own history. I'm not necessarily an expert in dissociative identity disorder. There are some people who devote a large chunk of their work to that practice. I am an expert in forensics. I'm an expert in clinical diagnosis. I have some awareness of these diagnoses. But that being said, in terms of my understanding of the conceptualization of that disorder, there just seems to be too much of an overlap in terms of what Ms. Stauch says about these other personalities, the way in which she can control going from one to another, the ways in which they overlap with each other.
Did you or Dr. Gray ever consider the fact that she could just be making this all up?
Yes.
That she could just be winging it as she's talking to you, and she must have slipped about talking about protecting Gannon in this segment?
I don't know that we ever thought of it specifically like that. I mean, we did consider the possibility of feigning or exaggerating, simply given the fact that she exaggerates. She seems to exaggerate in her self-report to us throughout these interviews, the psychological testing, the fact that her self-report during the sanity evaluations is at times consistent and at times significantly inconsistent with her self-report at the time of the competency evaluations, as well as the collateral data that we had available to us. You know, she tells us that these personality states have been present since her adolescence. And she specifically mentions that Maria shows up. I don't know exactly when, but she mentioned to us that Maria was around when she was 16. You would just think that somebody would have seen something, maybe not a mental health professional, given that her mental health treatment was somewhat spotty. But even the individuals that we spoke to, nobody had heard of this or knew anything about it.
Talk to Al. Did you talk to Al Stauch about these things?
We asked him, I don't remember the specific question, but we did. We asked him if he knew of her behaving erratically, going into different personality states. We asked him specifically if he was aware of somebody called Maria Sanchez. And overall, no, he didn't endorse seeing or knowing anything about this.
Would Harley Hunt, her daughter, probably be the best person to know about those things because she's been with her whole life?
We had hoped to ask Harley that question, but as I said, we weren't able to speak to her ultimately, so we didn't get that opportunity.
Why did you ask Ms. Stauch whether or not she was daydreaming or words to that effect? Do you recall that question?
Yes. Again, given her tendency or the way that she was presenting to exaggerate, I wanted to see what she said in response to that question, because of her self-report of creating these identities, creating these worlds. To me, it sounds more like a fantasy. It sounds more like daydreaming than actually what would be expected with dissociative identity disorder in terms of not having that sort of control. So I wanted to see what she said if I asked her, are these daydreams, or how is it different from a daydream?
During the entirety of both your competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation, did she ever tell you that she couldn't recall what Maria did, or that there was a blackout and I have no recollection of what happened?
She said it largely to two major events, one of them being this alleged offense. The other one was when Maria emerged at age 16. Ms. Stauch was telling us about some arrest or some problem she had gotten involved in. I forget exactly what state this occurred in, if she was in North Carolina or South Carolina at the time, but it had something to do with a bottle shattering. And then, if I'm recalling correctly, I think she said that she may have assaulted someone else, but she said that it was Maria who did it in protective mode and that Ms. Stauch has no memory of it.
Okay. Kind of want to finish up today's testimony with going back to your hypothetical insanity. Remember that?
Yes.
The family member felt that he was going to power to change the world, and he wanted to kill that family member because he wanted to prevent that person from doing that.
Sure. Yes. Close enough.
In that hypothetical situation, would you expect the person who's charged with a crime, if they are truly legally insane, to make up stories about how the crime happened?
No, I would expect more consistency from one report to another. Often when people are arrested, they're interviewed by police. I mean, sometimes they refuse to be interviewed. But whenever they are, it's helpful to read what they say to police because it's so close to the time of the offense. If there's a video of it or an audio recording, even better, because I can see it with my own eyes or hear it with my own ears. But usually when an individual does ultimately meet the insanity defense, there's more consistency. There's documentation about a history. There's information enough to substantiate the claims in the self-report and what was occurring with that person at the time of the offense.
Is that in large part because they didn't have the capacity to know that it was wrong, therefore they don't have the capacity not to admit to it? That makes sense?
Say that. I think there's some double negatives in there. I'm trying to follow.
Let's go to your hypothetical.
Okay.
Charged person or the person claiming to be insane says, I killed my family member because if I didn't, they would have changed the world. There's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be a reason for that individual to lie about the reason why he did that if they didn't think it was wrong?
Usually, again, in the evaluations that I've done, the issue of lying or changing the story doesn't often come up. Usually the story or the presentation is pretty consistent across time periods. Sometimes there might be a couple of details that are off. They're usually not large conceptual details, but I would attribute that just to issues of normal memory forgetting across time, because sometimes we see these people for evaluations years after the offense has actually occurred.
And Dr. Torres, the next segment we're going to play is about an hour and 14 minutes long. We're going to wait and do that tomorrow. Friday, that's right. We're not here tomorrow, so Friday. But this is going to be, the next clip is where she describes the events leading to the death of Gannon and the events surrounding that, at least the first version events that she gives you. Okay, are you familiar with that part?
Yes.
I may remind you again on Friday, but that's where we'll start out Friday morning. So now's a good time to stop, Judge.
Dr. Torres, you can go ahead and step down for now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I would go, okay. Leaving the sleeping may hold me back. So because people were going crazy in the neighborhood, they were like threatening to kill me and all this. So the police allowed me to leave. They came and helped me.
Hey, Joey, I'm so glad that you caught us live. I don't think that I didn't think that we would be on long enough for you to catch us. I want to tell you, I appreciate you. Joey was so nice. He was on the replay crew and he dropped a super chat to me. And I truly appreciate it. And I said, when I see him come back in the chat, I'm going to make sure I tell him thank you. And I appreciate you for your continued support. Yeah, guys. So I don't know what this liar up here doing, but she up here definitely telling these lies. It's like hilarious, and I think that when a person gets to lie so much, they start to believe their own lies. So yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about her. But what I will tell you is what I'm finding out of this. This is a good breaking point for me to kind of tell y'all what I'm seeing. Because remember, I am a first-time watcher of this trial and everything that's going on. And is what the state's forensic psychiatrist, I think she's a psychologist. What I'm getting out of her testimony is, not only is she calling BS on TT's, what she trying to say she has, her clinical diagnosis. Like she doesn't believe it. She's saying that she over exaggerated things to the point she had no issues. And she's saying those issues didn't stop her from knowing exactly what she was doing. So just because you have mental illness, it does not equal insanity. She still knew right from wrong. The law is not asking if she was struggling. Should we all struggle at times, but we don't become redrummers. So it seemed like Dr. Torres was not playing this with her. She was not letting her get this stuff off. She wasn't trying to even acknowledge any of this stuff. She's saying that she may even have some mental health issues, but what we are most concerned with is, like I said, she was aware of her reality. She understood consequences. She knew right from wrong, because if she didn't, she wouldn't have been trying to hide the body. She wouldn't have been trying to clean up. So, yeah, that's what I'm getting so far out of this. Yeah, she's okay. OnlyFans says she's also calling out Dr. Lewis report in advance. Yes, I guess they don't need to. Yeah, so maybe she wouldn't have to be called for a rebuttal witness. Since she's taking care of it up front, so she already knows what the other doctor's gonna say about her. So it's really the battle of the experts when we're talking about this. And then, the one other good thing is I like that these evaluations with her are recorded. I like seeing the video, because I don't see her acting like two people. She is not acting like my guy Aaron in Primal Fear. Aaron did it all the way. He went all the way in when he was talking to Marty. He had Marty thinking that there was somebody else, another person that killed the pastor, when all along it was him. So he was able to play them borderline personalities, because he would come back, remember? And he would come back when they would be in a thing. That's how I learned that you both personalities not supposed to know each other. And he would come back And Marty be like, well, what happened? And he'd be like, I don't know what happened. I can't remember Aaron's alter ego name. Y'all have to tell me in the chat what the alter ego name was. I know. Oh, let me see. Let me find it. And he would come back and he would just start stuttering and stuff like, I don't know what you're talking about, Marty. This goofball, she like, I know what my alter ego Susie did, and I do know what Maria did. This is what Maria did. Maria cleaned up the blood, and my alter ego Anna, she decided that she wanted to put the body in the car, and then I don't know who that other girl is, but she decided she wanted to drive it down to Florida. Like, she know what everybody did. Like, and most people with these that have these multiple personalities, they typically like black out, so they don't know what's going on. But yeah. So once again, nice breaking time. Joey, you entered in at the perfect time in order for me to break in and kind of give my thoughts on that. And once again, shout out to you. I appreciate you. And everybody, when you're on a replay crew, it's so awesome when you leave your notes or anything. That way it can kind of keep the thing going when YouTube sees that people are commenting, even if we comment into each other. So I try to catch everybody comments when they're in there looking at stuff, to kind of respond, to kind of keep things going, to tell YouTube, hey, somebody else might like this stuff. Don't stop it just yet. Push it out to some other people. But yeah, awesome. Here we go, guys. Oh, thank you so much, Crime. Thank you. I appreciate it. Shout out to Crime Circus for the $10. Yes. Hey, just want to say you're doing great. I'm surely trying. I tell you, some of this stuff is so deep. And going over to some place like a Crime Curious where she says she been all deep diving into this case. We be in so many cases. I'll be truly honest, y'all. I am here for shit and giggles. I am just the surface girl. I do not do deep dives. I might go shallow, but we are not getting to the bottom of the ocean with this. I'm gonna give you my 2 cents. You can give me yours, but if you want a deep dive, you got to go to the Crime Curious and go over there and go through the files. Like, we can go watch them, but we be in so many trials. I can't. I mean, I guess if I wanted to really do some deep dives, I'm pretty sure I could, especially with the help of Sammy when she comes on and start doing some research, right? But we be in too many trials. Like, next week, we got a total of 2 trials that we gonna be in. We're gonna be in the Fulio trial, then we're gonna be in the trial in Ohio. So we're gonna be in all these trials next week. It ain't no way. And our weeks are typically like that. I can't even remember the last time when we just had one single trial that we were covering. Not alone, just 2. Sometimes we in 3 courtrooms. We in every courtroom that had a courtroom. If it got a camera, shit, take it to trial. It's up in there. I digress. But we got wonderful channels like Crime Curious that handle all that back end stuff and do the deep dives and get all the jail phone calls. And oh yeah, so I do have her channel link and everything in the description box. So please go over there, check it out, subscribe, let her know that you came from Take It to Trial. Represent for the Sweet Pea Gang. And we'll go back in here. Thank you so much, Crime Curious. Here we go, guys.
There is body cam footage of them packing the van up with my clothing and Lisa there. They allowed me to leave. Okay? I'm still in that mindset of like, I don't know what, like, this can't be going on. This is worse than a nightmare. This, in my mind, it kept being like, I'm going to wake up and this is just one of these bad dreams. Like, that's how it kept saying, like, this is not happening. Like, there's got to be some camera popped out any moment for some show or something. I don't want to call it denial. It was more so of like, it was not reality. That was not. So they helped me load the car up. There was another male person who, and again, I'm not going to say their name because at the end of the day, they're still my family. He was trying to protect me and was like, you need to stop. You need help. Like, you've lost your mind. He was trying to protect me. I'm trying to protect him. I just kept saying, I'm going to Florida and I'm going to drop my stuff off and I'm going to go to South Carolina because I knew that's where Rhonda and back is. And I just kept yelling at them. LeBron and Zach live there. I gotta go talk to them. And I know this only through their interviews, what they said to my people. I just kept yelling. Gotta get to LeBron and Mac. Somewhere in my brain, I guess it recognized LeBron and Mac or my parents, his mom, dad. And I told you those were only people that ever helped me. So like one part of my brain was like just kept that I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them. You know? So I get in the car. I don't remember really driving. Like they have me on stores where I go into stores to buy stuff and I swear on my breath. I don't even remember going to these stores. I'm not even a driver to ride on planes. So for me to even be in a car.
Okay, one more intermission real quick. Misbehaving. If you see I have unhid you, I am so sorry. Somehow we hit somehow your name got hit accidentally. It was just an accident, but it has been brought to my attention that you were here from the channel. Sometimes, if I wanted to hide a troll or if the mods wanted to hide a troll, it would take us forever and a day. We have to hit multiple buttons to hide that troll. But when we want to hide one of our besties or one of our friends of the channel, it's like one click of the button. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me the who, what, when, where, and why, but it has came to my attention. I have unhid you. I am so sorry. And hopefully you hear this, or hopefully you're still in the chat kind of listening. So if you see that, that's why. Welcome in, Mike. Okay, here we go, guys. Can you put CC back up? Yes, I can. Absolutely. Coming right away. Let me know, Billy, if I need to slow it down, okay? Yes. Oh, there she go. Oh, there she go. I'm glad I stopped the feed. I was like, I don't know if she knows. I got you together. You never noticed. Uh-oh, that means you wasn't doing your chatting. Well, there you go, boo. I noticed, so I wanted to make sure. All right, here we go, y'all.
That long, that's how much I was out of this world. And then at some point in time, I'm supposed to like meet them and they call me and they're like, you're losing your mind. We're not going any further. We're not going to South Carolina. I could not pick them up, carry him, because my mindset kept saying, I'm taking him to South Carolina, to his grandparents' farm, so he can have a proper burial. Because if he would have been buried, like if Albert would have had control of it in Colorado, he would have never like be involved in anything. You know what I'm saying? So like I just kept saying, let's go to LeBron to Max. They can make a good decision. If they don't know what to do, they can help me bring me back to life. That's when the mill person intervened and kept saying, you're losing your mind. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. And I have to protect them too, because I'm not going to go out saying their name. Problem is, you can put two and two together, the mill figures out here, but you never hear it out of my mouth. At the end of the day, you. And he was just trying to like figure out why I was going crazy and at the same time figure out like this is really reality what's going on. But that was the only reason he ended up in murder, because when they left me, he never wrote. Like, his body was never with me. His body was never in the car. They pulled the whole van apart and seen that there was no DNA evidence at all. And then he was never in the van that I drove myself. Never, ever. It wasn't until I get to Florida and I'm telling everybody like we have to bring back life. LeBron can help. Those individuals who flew on an airplane and went to Florida after they got off the airplane, listen, I could not pick in enough to carry things. That is the only reason. Or else, I don't know. My investigators have asked me, what was your plan? Was you just going to pull up at the farm in South Carolina? And I said, I didn't have a plan. There was, in my mind, that's probably what I was trying to think about doing, is getting to LeBron and Max, but like, there was never a plan. Like, I don't know if I was going to pull up there and, lose my mind, tell them what had happened. I didn't know. I just knew running has been part of my life. So running always makes things disappear. Like, it's not real. So I was under the impression that this was all just a nightmare, that as soon as I got away from this, I was just going to snap back into it and this was not what happened. But it never happened that way. Then I started, like, when I was in South Carolina, I was telling people crazy stuff. I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping. I just kept saying to people, it's not what you think, this is not what happened, he's going to come back to life. And like all my friends in South Carolina kept being like, what do you mean he's not going to come back? He's going to come back to life. What is going on? And I know by this point, I'm no medical professional, but I know for a fact that I was in a form of because I never in my life have been through hallucinations. I never in my life have been through the things I was going through to explain that. To think there was a person in the cave, to think that this person was harming somebody. Never had been that height. And it caused me the ruin. Pregnancy is not about me, it's Landon's life. Luna's life, Harley's life, like, I don't know. One decision that wasn't even right. Every single day. So yeah, to me, sometimes I do check in our reality, but like, this ain't real, you back. And with all my heart, I took care of it. Literally gave him enema. Freaking took him food, homework, everything. What? If anything, yeah. Well, that's what we lost 2 years. Then people make up these things about stab marks. It's not stab marks. Those were from the fire. I've looked at the autopsy report to the point that I've memorized it. They say like 1.2 centimeters, 1.4. We're talking centimeters of fire. I don't care what they say. There was never anybody doing anything, slicing, dashing, whatever the hell the news puts on there. And that's not true. They were marks in the fire. Which was exactly what I told them. They were on the arms and chest. Just what I told them when I was going through these stories and my brain was so convoluted. It all was together. And I was talking about the rape. I was talking about the garage. I was talking about marks. I was talking about bleeding. Like, I was like shocked that all of it went together in these crazy. So it was almost like I was talking a word salad all over the place. Nothing was coherent with any of those things. Didn't really understand what was. That ain't no approach that people take to get out of crimes. I've never been a felon. I've never been that. You don't just wake up one day and decide to start murdering people. It's because it was not meant to be. It was missing. Everything in my mind was bad. I was raping him, I was blessing him, some gun here, some gun there. I watched this body cam footage so much that like everybody's like, well, where was he at that night? They opened the one closet with ornaments and stuff. I swear to you, I see it move. I see it move with the cover. And I'm telling everybody on my team, I'm like, y'all don't see that. Y'all don't see that. That's where he was hiding at. That's where he was at the whole night of the 27th. How did that guy miss him? How did he come in there with freaking body cams, trained to find people, trained like his hiding, trained to that and this, that? How? That's why I go back and forth with everything they how. Because had he not blamed this on him, because God knows I would never blame someone else like that. Had he done that, the outcome probably been different. Yeah, absolutely. From my position, though, that is not some person in the house getting ready to take another kid, or me, or that real things like that. She doesn't think. She doesn't think. Let's do this the right way. She thinks I'm about to hurt anybody that's about to hurt the people I love. Wow. Hard been painful. You just don't know how bad I just want to sit down with Landon. I can't change my mental state. But you gotta know in your heart, it's not her. I didn't go back to teaching kids. Never like I have no history of anything. Like even the FBI testified on the stand and the prelim was like, there's no history of any kind of abuse. She did not abuse these kids. Save their life. Because I was the one that always came to rescue them for everything. And now I don't even get to like even talk Lena the bio, get to say anything, and they have to she has to think to the world. I heard her brother, like, come on. Like, oh. But I was talking to the board and like, we're gonna jaw. And it was like, far away. But I always like try to sit there and try to piece together these pieces I'm missing. Like what point am I missing this part? I'm missing this part. Everything is like the evidence is all consistent. You're gonna get listen if you're gonna kill somebody, you don't shoot them in the jaw. Murderers kill people. Most female people who kill people are psychopaths and they poison people and they do all these harm. Not even knowing it's them and they hit them in the jaw. And they painted as this murder. Listen, so like little children, like come on. Never had a scratch on their body. Ever in their life. Ever. So this is happening. And try to get these people to like understand that is the hardest thing ever. Because had I not, maybe if I hadn't been going through it, I was going through the day thinking my stepdad was still alive. Maybe just like trying to replay everything. Maybe it's like I wasn't worried about these people and I let them stay home that day. You know, maybe you wouldn't have left because I thought the whole car situation, people trying to follow me from stupid accident thing. Like, and I tried thinking, I might have switched that might have kept me from being at the state I was in. But then they like painted this whole thing about cleaning supplies. If you guys have seen the receipt, like carpet. I mean, I've memorized the receipts. It's trash bags, carpet powder, candy, nothing in there ever sent anyone to get cleaning supplies. Pull up the receipt all day long. And say it. It's not true. Right?
I can understand it's a lot. We've had a very long day. We'll probably be stopping here at this point in time. We'll wait. All of them.
You guys hear like a lot of like stuff known to like what people do and stuff. Whatever you do, please just don't ever take the whole mindset these people took. You won't ever find it in my history. You said ever nothing like that comes to children.
I do appreciate you all.
Worked pretty hard to consider all of the.
They a lot, but I don't deserve this. I don't. Some people would just be like, "Oh, I have nothing to do with it or not." From the beginning, I got in and out of it at CJC in the beginning, and I kept being like, "This is not real." But at some point, it hits you, and you're like, "Okay, no, those cameras aren't coming out. No, this is really going on." And people just got to see me and they're like, wait a minute, something right. Like, you are like, always follow rules. You don't do this, you don't do that. Like, just don't make any sense. And so, I know last time you guys know that they were like, I was part of the joke, but like, once they got to know that that's not who I am, things got easy. Like, they weren't, I say easy, but you know what I mean? Like, they didn't think of me like, of how this is. They started more and more being like, there's something we're missing. And I always just like, you just have no idea of what. It's actually missing something. It's not because someone that's not true. Whether you want to call it that on paper or someone's life ended, there's 100% no determination. Me not turning the light switch on or turning it on, off, on, me determining who was there, who was not, caper, under the cape or not, there was no determination of black stuff. And I've read that, every part of that book I told you I read it. There was no determination of black stuff. Because in the reason, and the house, they need to be protected. So that, like, whether he was alive that day or not alive that day, I still struggle with that. Like, I'll still get to jail, like, thinking they're having these nightmares or whatever. And I'm like, I don't even know when this will stop. Like, I don't even know if it ever stops. Like, keep doing those things.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take our morning recess. If I can have. All right, court will call 20 CR 1358. Letecia Stauch, record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. You might be surprised, but I have some questions based on the last clip that we just saw. So the jury understands, is this the last time that you talked to Ms. Stauch on March 24th, 2022?
That was the first time that we spoke to her for our sanity interview, because we saw her again in June.
I mean, because we saw some other clips that took place and it looked like there was breaks and sessions where she would leave. Is this the last session on that day that you talked to her?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end, you said you're going to have her come back and we're going to talk about June in a moment, but did she eventually come back and you asked her some more questions?
She did.
Now, in this particular clip, you and Dr. Gray didn't ask a lot of questions. I think Dr. Gray asked one with about 20 minutes left. Then you said some things towards the end there. Was that unusual?
It depends. Every case is different. Some defendants give practically a full account, almost in the way that Ms. Stauch did the first time that we asked them to explain it to us. Some defendants give a very brief account and require a lot more follow-up questions. So given that she spoke so much, there was a lot to process and a lot to think about and a lot to go through before we could ask further follow-up questions.
But as she's telling these things to you on the clip that we just saw, were you thinking that whether or not that was consistent, what you read in discovery or what you've seen other statements that she made about this incident?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask her those things?
During the first recounting, we usually don't like to interrupt. We like the defendant to just let us know the things that essentially they want us to know. When it comes to things of inconsistencies, that can come up the second time we go through it, or in this particular circumstance, we ended the evaluation that day because I think we had already been going for about 5 hours or 5 hours and a half. In some sanity interviews, we'll ask follow-up questions immediately based off of the notes that we're taking.
Is the entire contact that you and Dr. Gray had with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on March 24th, 22, was that video recorded?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to her at any time off camera?
No.
During the course of her statement, she alluded to the fact that she's read discovery or read police reports. Do you recall her saying things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about the body-worn camera that she reviewed and things like that?
Yes.
She also alluded to the autopsy and said do you remember what she said about the autopsy?
I believe she said she had obsessed over it.
She memorized the autopsy report?
Yes.
Was that unusual in a forensic setting for someone that you're evaluating in an insanity evaluation, for them to be verbose on discovery and know everything that was in discovery?
Again, this is one of those, it depends. Sometimes people are more aware of what the discovery says in their particular case, and sometimes they're not, or they have less of an idea.
Do you recall her using terms such as psychosis, disassociated, things like that?
Yes.
And are those terms commonly used in your everyday conversations with people?
Not in everyday conversations with people.
She indicated a couple times that she's read the whole book and things like that. Towards the end of the interview, she indicated that I know right from wrong. I read the book from cover to cover. Do you recall her saying something to that?
Yes.
Did that give you an indication that perhaps she may have reviewed the DSM-5?
I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
You know what I mean? We approach I apologize, Dr. Gray. Sometimes we have to have conversations with the judge.
Yeah.
Dr. Torres. I apologize for that as well.
I look a lot different than he does.
Okay. So we were talking about her knowledge of using words like disassociation, right from wrong, and psychosis. Are those not necessarily the right from wrong, but is disassociation a term that is in the DSM-5 in regard to dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
And does it state in the criteria in the things that might be apparent in someone who suffers from that mental illness, the terms of people may disassociate?
Yes.
And what does disassociate mean in general?
Disassociation is it's a term that is used when a person is no longer able to integrate things like memory, perception, awareness. It can be seen in a few different ways. I mean, we talk about dissociative amnesia, so not integrating memory, forgetting that you've done things. We've talked about more normal components of disassociation that we just reference as absorption. So like when you're so absorbed in a task that you are not really aware of what's going on in your surroundings. But pathologically, there's amnesia, there's derealization, and then there's depersonalization. Derealization is more of a feeling detached from reality. Things seem more like a dream than they do actual life. Depersonalization is almost as though you are in your body observing yourself, but you don't feel integrated.
This is going to sound like I did this on purpose, but I didn't. But for instance, when I called you Dr. Gray, is that a form of disassociation?
I would not say that.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you then what it is, because I'm afraid of what the answer might be. The fact that she gives you this version of events, and we talked about how as she's giving it to you, you may be reflecting back on the police reports and the discovery, thinking that it's not consistent. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
When she brings up this thing about going to church, kind of at the beginning of the interview, based on what she's telling you happened on January 26, 2020, do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that? There's police reports that indicate
Stating facts that are not.
Well, the question's not all the way done. So let's wait until we get to the end of the question before we take the objection.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the police reports in this case that talk about surveillance video in that neighborhood and monitoring 6627 Mandan Drive during this entire time frame?
I'm aware of them, yes.
Do you recall reading them?
I likely read them, and I don't remember very specifically what those might have said.
But needless to say, there's reports that talk about movement from that house during a specific time frame. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
And certainly, if she had gone to church that morning, we would see the vehicle leave on the video camera. Is that right?
Yes.
And you probably don't remember if you read that report or not, but do you remember reading anything about her leaving the morning of January 26, 2020?
I don't remember that.
Okay. The other issue is, are you familiar with reports with regards to her vehicle, the Tiguan, and the GPS data that was on that Tiguan?
Some of it.
If she took the Tiguan to church, would that be reflective in the GPS data?
I would assume that it would be, but I don't remember specifically reading that.
Well, what do you do as a forensic psychologist when someone's telling you something that you know is not consistent or is flat out not true?
Occasionally, we might specifically ask them about that particular point. As I noted, it depends on the relevancy to the question that we are trying to answer, which is what is her mental state at the time of the offense? So this could be an example where what was happening the day before was less relevant for us. As evaluators, we're not there as investigators. We're not there to fact find. We're not there to find out, is what she's telling us the truth or not? But we are paying attention to whether there are inconsistencies in self-report from one conversation to another, as well as in the other data that we have, because that speaks to issues of credibility.
Well, I'm assuming when she brings up about this Michael, the archangel, handing out business cards, and that's what caused her to go on the hike, that something may have been going on there. What was your take on her telling you that?
You know, that particular point, I did have a question about it, but ultimately I don't think that it comes down to very much. It doesn't seem to be an issue of psychosis or dissociation. If it is true that there was an individual there handing out cards, It was just another point in her day.
Okay. Do you recall her talking about the video? The court reporter needs to take a drink on. Wait. Okay. Do you recall her talking about a video that she made with regards to the burns on Gannon? How she video recorded everything?
Yes.
Is there any significance as to when the video stopped recording?
I don't know.
Do you recall the video?
I don't recall that video specifically.
If I told you, and this is to get what your opinion is of it, okay, is if the video stops after Gannon says, I'm worried about my burns, and then she says, well, tomorrow it stops. Is that any significance to you in your evaluation?
For the purpose of our evaluations, it just helps corroborate that there were burns on Gannon. I don't know about the severity of the burns, but it's interesting that he was worried about them. And then in terms of stopping it at tomorrow, I wouldn't know what to make of that.
Okay. She alludes to her stepfather several times during her narration here. What did you and Dr. Gray take from that?
The references to the stepfather, to me, sounds like she's trying to tell us that she was having flashbacks of her stepfather. At this point, I think we've established her self-report that she had an abusive childhood. So that is our take specifically whenever she mentions him, is that she's trying to make that point.
And does she refer back, as she mentions her stepfather, as to why she would text her boss at 4 a.m. or close to 4 a.m. that morning saying, I'm not coming into work because my stepfather just got killed by in an auto accident?
Mm-hmm.
What was your take on that?
I think it's curious that it happened at that early in the morning. When Ms. Stauch was talking to us, she told us that she doesn't remember specifically doing that, and that she knows that that happened because it's in discovery.
And that was going to be my next question. Did Ms. Stauch appear to refer to things that are in discovery as she's explaining her accounts?
Yes.
And in that particular moment, did it appear to you that she's trying to explain as to why she would say, my stepfather just died, I can't come into work?
It's possible. I would say that whole interview, the first time around, we had concerns that she was explaining evidence more so than trying to give us her version of what occurred, which is something that we tried to address the second time that we spoke to her.
And we're going to play that later, maybe this morning, maybe this afternoon. During the course of her interview, she repeatedly said, my team, my attorneys, we came up with this. What was your take on that?
Again, it was concerning for us as evaluators because we picked up on that language as well. As I noted earlier, we are trying to get a pure version of events from a defendant during sanity evaluations. So when she says things like, this is what we came up with, it does make me wonder a bit further what that means, because it does sound like, again, trying to explain the evidence that is available.
Is it consistent with how she did on the psychological testing that stated she was exaggerating symptoms?
I don't know that I would say those two things are specifically consistent, but I think that throughout this case, there were concerns about Ms. Stauch's credibility, whether it was in regards to the way that she told us what happened that day, given the inconsistencies, in addition to the exaggeration of mental health symptoms on the testing that we did.
She talked to you about falling down the stairs. You recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then later in the interview, she talks about being in the garage naked and noticed that her head was matted with blood. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you recall reviewing a report by a SANE nurse in this case by the name of Van Ness?
Yes.
And were there pictures associated with that report as well?
I don't remember.
Do you recall the SANE nurse mentioning anything about any injuries to her head?
No.
Did she have any injuries to her head?
Not that I'm aware.
During the course of the interview on several different occasions, she wanted you to know that Gannon was killed on January 28th and not January 27th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
From reviewing the police reports, what is your understanding as to when at least from the police reports, the killing happened?
The police report suggests January 27th.
And would that have been sometime between 2:30 to 3:15 that afternoon?
Sometime in the afternoon.
And so it's real clear that she's telling you it didn't happen then. It happened the early morning hours of January 28th, sometime after midnight. Is that what your recollection is?
Correct.
Which would mean the police had already been in the house. They looked around the house. She told you she's memorized the body worn camera as well. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was your and Dr. Gray's evaluation of that?
For us, again, the timing of it was less relevant to the question that we were trying to answer. We do know that there is that discrepancy in terms of what the police reports say and what she is saying.
Was part of her, well, was your opinion was that she was trying to convince you that the police had it wrong?
At least in terms of when the killing actually occurred.
And is that something that if someone truly suffers from dissociative identity disorder and they're having some kind of amnesia because they go into a different state of mind, would that be consistent with that?
I would expect if somebody was dissociating, there would be more of that loss of time and potential disorientation, switching from one state to another.
Would that individual make it a point to say the police are wrong, they got it all wrong, this is when it actually happened?
I think that's going to be an it depends.
Okay. I seem to ask a lot of those questions. I apologize for that. Now, when she's talking about the incident that she says happens on January 28th, 2020, sometime after midnight, just so we're in reference here, she talks about, we all decided that all of us were going to sleep upstairs. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And she's referring to herself, Harley, and Lena.
Yes.
And then she goes into the details as to what she thinks happened to Gannon.
Yes.
And she somehow says, or she tells you that a person by the name of Edgar comes by.
Yes.
And Edgar has a relative named Angelica.
I don't remember.
Okay. Again, from review of the police reports and the surveillance video that's monitoring 6627, did you ever see a black BMW show up with two individuals come out and go into the house?
I don't remember seeing that.
She talks about her and Edgar going downstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what do you recall her saying that she sees as they're going downstairs?
She says she sees someone in the house, someone who's wearing a cape.
And in your expert opinion, is that when, if it happens, a triggering event occurs and she changes into Maria Sanchez?
It's a little hard to tell from her self-report. It seems as though that's what she's trying to imply to some degree, because she talks about going into protection mode, and she often references Maria as the protector. And at the same time, in her self-report, it seems as though she's explaining what she is seeing, presumably as Letecia Stauch, in terms of seeing someone in a cape.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, is someone who has dissociative identity disorder, are they going to be able to recall what happens as a different person? I know that's a weird question, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Once that triggering event happens.
In terms of how Ms. Stauch has explained her dissociative identity disorder, she doesn't have access to Maria. She can't tell us what Maria is thinking at any point in time. So I would think that if Ms. Stauch had dissociated into Maria, there would be a lack of awareness or understanding or memory for that period of time from Ms. Stauch's perspective.
And would it be common if someone is truly legally insane at that moment? Would it be common for them to say, I blacked out, I don't know what happened after that moment?
That happens a lot.
Does that happen a lot in criminal cases?
I suspect it happens often enough in criminal cases.
Where insanity is an issue.
Where insanity is an issue, it's common, I would say, for people to have periods of not remembering, especially if they are having some sort of acute mental health crisis at that moment.
So in this particular case of Ms. Stauch, if she had dissociative identity disorder to the point where it turned into a severe mental disease or defect as defined in the insanity statutes, would you expect her to have recall of the events that took place after she went to a different persona?
I would expect her to report more loss of memory for those things.
I think that answered, I think we're saying the same thing. So you wouldn't expect her to give you details about Gannon standing on the bed with a blanket around.
Not if she was dissociating at the moment.
And did she ever explain to you and Dr. Gray how she could go from protected mode, where Gannon was part of this protected mode, to killing Gannon?
We never asked her that question specifically. However, her self-report to us implies that she didn't know it was Gannon and that she thought it was somebody who had come into the home, possibly an intruder.
But as she talks about Maria, is it clear that Maria Sanchez, based on what Mitch Stauch is telling you, knew who Gannon was and that she was there to protect him?
That's my understanding.
And as she's telling you about this tall person who she perceived to be tall because Gannon's on the bed, do you recall her mentioning that that's what she talked about with her attorneys and that's what her attorneys told her?
I think she did make mention that that was part of the conversations that she had with her attorneys.
And you know the circumstances of how Gannon was found in Florida?
Yes.
Do you know the bedding material that is wrapped around him in the suitcase?
Yes.
Is it consistent with what she's telling you he has wrapped around him, this red and black blanket?
I don't remember the colors of the blanket.
At some point, she says Lena wakes up. And she says Lena actually helps carry Gannon after he's been shot up the stairs, the car, and the garage. You remember telling you that?
Yes.
Did you review the interview that was conducted with Letecia Stauch with regards to this investigation?
I did.
Do you recall the last time she said she saw Gannon?
I don't recall the last time she said, but I don't think it's consistent with being present or carrying a body up the stairs.
If she would have said that in her interview, you think you would have remembered that, especially when Ms. Stauch says it here?
Yes.
Do you remember other interviews that Ms. Stauch gave where she talks about Lena coming home from school and she had to do her laps and went to the mailbox and rode her bike and didn't come into the house?
Yes.
She goes into the fact that she tried to bring Gannon back to life. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there any significance to her saying that to you?
We considered that. So I would say that it does have some significance. However, as it pertains to the issue of insanity, again, insanity is such a narrow focus. This is stuff that would have happened following the actual shooting. So it doesn't speak so much to the time of the offense as it pertains to the issue of a murder. In terms of the charges of tampering with a deceased human body, it has more weight on that. So it was interesting to us that she said that she took the body from one place to another and then even was hopeful to find this Mr. Womack to have some sort of resurrection.
And do you recall Lena saying anything about that in the review of her interview about them driving around trying to bring him back to life in the car?
I don't remember her saying anything about that.
Do you remember reading any police reports or seeing any surveillance video of that happening?
No.
She also tells you that she got hit in the leg with a bullet. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was that all about?
I don't know. We didn't follow up on that.
Had you read or seen any medical reports or anything that said she had been shot in the leg with a bullet?
No.
At some point, she says that Harley and Lena's faces are white, like they just seen a ghost. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Would you expect Harley to recall that if that actually happened?
Yes.
Would you expect Lena to recall that if that actually?
Possibly.
When she was talking to you about Gannon talking to her and Lena as they're going up the stairs, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
She said that she was switching, or she was having different personalities at that point. Do you recall her saying that?
As they were going up the stairs?
Yes.
Vaguely.
Any relevance to that, to your opinion?
If the events occurred as Ms. Stauch has said that they did, to me, it would not surprise me that somebody might go into some sort of shock. And if she had a mental illness like a dissociative identity disorder, it wouldn't surprise me if that would cause some sort of a reaction or exacerbation of symptoms. And at the same time, it's unclear to me from Ms. Stauch's report who she was dissociating into or what exactly was occurring, how much of it was her or one of the personalities that she shares worlds with, as well as when events occurred, when she looked at the body to find out it was Gannon's body, given some inconsistencies.
I'm going to use the word you used, if this happened, if she's switching personalities and going through this dissociated state, would a family member notice that right away?
I would think so.
Would Harley notice that right away?
I would think somebody would see something.
Would her brother Dakota Lowry notice that right away? He got it.
Potentially.
What about Al Stauch when she picks him up at the airport hours later? Would he notice something like that?
I would think so.
In fact, in the DSM-5, does it not state that family members would certainly notice something obviously strange with an individual who suffers from dissociative identity disorder?
I would think eventually, if it was a severe presentation of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about how sometimes it's subtle and it's not readily visible to other people when somebody's switching from one state to another. But that being said, family members might notice a loss of, family members might notice that person reporting a loss of time or even seeming to forget things that happened in the day, potentially even forgetting who they are. It just depends on how the specific illness presents in that person.
She talked to you about not knowing how to shoot a gun. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what she told you earlier about how she took the gun away from Edgar and shot this intruder?
It is somewhat inconsistent, and at the same time, I could see somebody saying that they don't know how to shoot a gun, but still being able to carry out that act.
Is it common for people who own guns not to know how to shoot them?
I would hope that people who own guns know how to shoot them.
Do you remember saying that she memorized the autopsy was wrong, it was only one gunshot?
Yes.
You remember attributing the stab wounds to saying they weren't stab wounds, they were burn marks?
Yes.
What was your take on that? Her inconsistency with what actually happened in the death of Gannon stuff?
Again, it was noted that her self-report of the events didn't line up with the police reports or the other evidence available.
And did she ever mention to you anything about blunt force trauma to the head that was in the autopsy report?
No.
She goes into talking about whether or not she moved Gannon's body afterwards. Do you recall that?
Yes.
She said she didn't want to incriminate anyone, and so I'm not going to tell you a person's name. Do you remember saying something like that?
Yes.
Did you see any indication in the police reports or anything that you reviewed indicating that someone helped her move Gannon from A to B?
No.
Is it pretty readily noticeable in the police reports that Gannon's body was taken to the Palmer Lake area first,
Yes.
that his body was then picked up,
Yes.
and then later drove to Florida?
Correct.
And did she at any time explain how all that happened?
No.
In fact, Dr. Gray, I believe the question that was asked with about 20 minutes left was, so you don't recall going to Florida, or words to that effect? Do you remember that question?
Yeah, he had asked how the body ended up in Florida, or we were trying to clarify her statements because she seemed to be suggesting that she was not involved in that.
And again, she indicated that she wanted Gannon to have a proper burial in South Carolina on his grandparents' farm. Do you remember saying that, her saying that?
Yes.
Is that inconsistent with not moving the body to the East Coast, I guess?
It would imply that at the time of the shooting, or around the time of the shooting that she had some thought that the body should go to South Carolina. We know it didn't end up there.
Okay. But in your opinion, is that kind of inconsistent? One hand, she's saying I didn't have anything to move in the body. The second hand, she's saying I wanted to have a proper burial in South Carolina.
Again, I feel like both of those things could exist separately from one another. It's just interesting to me that she would have had the thought that the body needed to be moved, given the circumstances.
And do you recall her telling you and Dr. Gray that a male person, a family member, helped her move the body?
Yes.
And do you know who that family member was?
No.
Did she ever tell you who that family member was?
No.
Do you know who the only male family member who was here at that time was?
I think it might have been her brother.
And would that have been Dakota Lowry?
Yes.
You just have a second, Your Honor. At some point, she says, I know I was in a form of psychosis, hallucinations, person in a cape.
Yes.
Is that common for someone to say those words if they are truly, in fact, experiencing a psychotic event?
Only if they have good enough insight after the fact to be able to relay that information.
And she said that she read certain books cover to cover. Do you remember saying things like that?
Yes.
In specific, when she was talking about, I didn't know right from wrong, I read a book cover to cover. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Did it lead you and Dr. Gray to the understanding that maybe she did some research prior to coming in and giving you this statement?
The verbiage that she used during the interview suggested that.
And when she said that, is that when she said, I'm telling you the 100% of the truth? It was on January 28th, not January 27th.
Yes.
She showed emotion, what appeared to be emotion during the video. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did that happen when she would talk about what others were saying about her?
Yes.
Did she show any emotion when she talked about bringing Gannon up the stairs and his last breath that she talked about?
Not in the same way.
Does that contribute to your initial diagnosis of, correct me because I'm going to wing this, is it borderline narcissism?
Yes, a personality disorder.
Is that the narcissism you're talking about where she cares about herself?
I think it can be expressed in that manner.
She talked to you about CJC, which is the jail, right?
Yes.
Not being real. Do you remember her saying those words?
I don't remember that so clearly.
We won't ask questions about it, or I won't ask questions about it. Towards the end of the interview, she says, females who kill people are psychopaths. They poison people. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall from the autopsy whether or not Gannon had quite a bit of hydrocodone in his system when he died?
I remember reading that somewhere.
Now, she comes back on June 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Was that date already in plan, or how did that date come about as for her coming back for you and Dr. Gray to interview her?
That was the soonest that we could set the interview, given some vacation time, but also we were waiting for some documents, I believe, from Mr. Tolini as it related to possibly interviews with family members. We were waiting for something else in addition.
Okay. And so up until this point, had you made an opinion with regard to Ms. Stauch's sanity?
Not yet.
You're still gathering information?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to play a portion. Let me see how much time we have, Your Honor. Do you want to start it now, or do you want to wait? And
Counsel approach for a minute.
we're going to go ahead and start the video, and then we're going to take a lunch break. So if you want to have a seat in the back, you can do that. And so for the record, Your Honor, this is going to be People's Exhibit 728. We're going to start it at 57 minutes and 33 seconds, and we'll stop it when I see you look at me and tell me to stop it.
Around dark, Charlie comes home, we go to, of course, supposed to get it, or whatever. And then at some point, we were gonna go eat sushi. That's when we started. Would have been Friday, maybe 5, 6 p.m. or whatever. So then we started looking for Gannon. One of the text Albert, I don't have any of the contact numbers of anybody that was. So when the brief come out, which was not till, I thought, must have lost track of time, but I was just confused because he was doing the 5-day challenge. We would pull out hiding by dark because we would have to eat dinner and stuff. He just wasn't there, so I was just so confused. Like, I know him well enough to know he was going to be dinner. So that's why I didn't get worried until when it got really, really dark. Because at that point in time, I'm like, hold on. But then it was raining outside. Leaving. Wasn't sure why maybe didn't walk home, so we tried to go find him. But that's when we called the police. The police showed up, which was an hour late. But they know I never left the house. So the cops came out, looked around the house, they did interviews and all of it. Because I couldn't figure out where the hiding spot was at. Because when we did this, whenever all the YouTube challenge rules, we went over like, don't do this, don't do that, don't hide in certain spots that you can't breathe, or don't, you put yourself in a bind. And the kids have their own YouTube channel, so they did this when they went to their moms too. It almost felt like this wasn't really going on because I'm like, okay, now how in the world did you hide? And the cops have came in here, they're looking for you, they're looking through the house, they went in the cars, they're like, you go in the cars. I gave them permission to go to the house. So if anything got of order, they walked in every room, if anything got of order, anything there. I could nothing happened if anything got of order. So that's when I just started being like, okay, where's this hiding spot? I thought at the time maybe it was just like a friend's house, and then I know that guy had people going to that junior kid's house or whatever. So it gets dark and we're all just sitting there like trying to figure out what's going on. I was in a little bit of a shock because it wasn't like if this would have been Lena, like who went to the person's house, those are strangers or whatever, then it would I'd been like it was a shock to me. But it being Gannon going to a stranger's house, that was very shocking too. So I couldn't really figure out why. So please come back out to check on me because that's when I started panicking. I would send the police back to check on me. That was late night, like 11. So please come back to check on me, and I'm just in a panic at that point in time. And he's like, well, we're going to put people all around the house. There was a late. And this had been going on hours of searching the house. We're all upstairs because I told Harley and Lena to sleep upstairs with me because I didn't want them downstairs. I wanted them in my side. But I remember going on the sofa. I don't know how long it was on the sofa. I kept hearing knocking sound. Well, if you ask for like the one footage of where my car just goes out the driveway and comes back in or whatever, that would have been around the time of the knocking sounds and what we did together. And that's that time we did it. So I heard the knocking sounds and I kept trying to figure out whether there's someone at the door because I thought they were trying to, if I had walked out to the garage to leave at some point, but then if they'd been knocking on my door, on my window, who would have known that was our bedroom window? Like, why were they trying to get me to go outside? I just kept going up and down the stairs, going in the room checking. One of the times I fell down the stairs, I saw my Lord got on the stairs because I would like hit my head with socks on running downstairs or whatever. That's how my blood got on the stairs or whatever. kept hearing knocking, I kept going, searching, I kept asking the girls, they hear that. Then Kai's dad came by, and we're still coming during the night, like during the late night, whatever. At some point, I remember laying back on the sofa and the kind of like dazing out for a while, because like, honestly, I thought this was all just like from the nightmare I was talking about. But then, hear the noise, I ran down the stairs. I don't know exactly how. So my handgun was inside car. I had already like earlier, like, is this your handgun? Yes, I told him, no, be careful, there's a handgun in the car, like all that stuff. So I don't know if he had the opposition, I got possession of them. I don't know, but at some point somehow I saw come across the like vision down the stairs, it's like from the shadow. I seen a shadow running across. I ran back up the stairs, started freaking out, and then came down the stairs. There's a shadow, there's some moving object, body moving in the house or whatever. Then I didn't hear anything. I heard a loud noise when I was back upstairs. If you've seen the views of the house, there was top floor, bottom floor. So I was going up and down trying to figure out, where these noises were coming from. So I heard the loud noise upstairs. And his room was in my room. So when I was in my room, I heard noise again. At some point in time, either I grabbed it from Edgar and it moved like someone in a cape. Or you look at I would have. I said I used to wear these like are you familiar, if you're familiar with like the Native American culture, they wear these like regalia things. He had this whole red and black thing. Dad shirt to his mom. And it was like someone in red and black. I don't even know how quickly it happened. I just kept hearing the Ecclesiastics 3:3 in my head. Ecclesiastics 3:3, Ecclesiastics 3:3. And the kill, like, because obviously my stepdad, when he died, he got pierced 602 feet on the car when he got hit and died. And someone's been off the road. I'm sure it was fast. But that was just what I kept saying. I had to make it fast. Ecclesiastics 3:3. I don't know how long had transpired after that, but when I came back through, Lena was freaking out. She was just standing there. I don't know what I said to her, but then she tried to help me take Anna upstairs, take her to the hospital. If you look at me before, you'll see she talked about trying to help carry Anna. We just had her days all running together because it was very traumatic for her too. But when we tried to take Anna to the hospital, to the car, and stuff outside, I don't know how long I was sitting in my car. I just was in the passenger. Okay. Like I was in and out. One minute I could see myself on the passenger side. Next minute, I couldn't figure out who was driving the car. And I didn't see palm trees when we tried to pull out. And that's why I think I must have thought I was in Carolina, because there's palm trees going to the hospital. If you've ever seen a picture of like how like Rodeo Drive goes down with palm trees, that's exactly how it looks in Carolina. Then we go down to the beach and the Grand Trend Hospital there, which I've been to many a times. The other side is the Grand Strand. Then on, I think I was just completely shocked because I was trying to like get a better life. Because if you think about it, like there's a lot that went on in the Bible where Jesus was able to Jairus' daughter bring her back to life. Many situations where he gave his disciples the ability to bring people back to life. I know at some point in time during that, Maria felt a threat. What she does, child molester, someone who hurts children, someone who rapes women, not to mention what was going on in the garage. That's the way she protects me. Eliminate a threat. But Me and Lena are sitting there trying to go to the hospital, like, I'm realizing, like, what is going on. Road kicked in of the, I tried to get in the room. People at the GameStop, they tried to get the footage from GameStop. I don't know if they got it or not, but I was trying to get in the game. I already told him he was going to get it for $60. Edgar was with me during that time, but I don't know where he went during that time. Well, going back through and I was sitting in the car again on the passenger side. I go back in the house and everybody's just like, Lena's like quiet like a ghost, like she's seen a ghost. Just telling everybody he's gonna be okay, he's gonna be fine, and they're just asking me questions like, where's Gannon at? He's gonna be fine. I'll find him. Because I didn't, what had happened during that traumatic experience, I wasn't real to. You gotta imagine if you were just somewhere and all of a sudden you're trying to bring somebody back to life and then now you don't know where he's at and you're telling everybody it'll be okay. Coherence, all gap. A little bit of coherency, a gap. As you can see, if you look at the evidence from then on, it just spiraled. Telling people about getting me. What was going on? I was trying to piece together what had really happened. You know. At some point, I know it was Maria telling them about Mike was dead. That wasn't what she would have done. It eliminated someone who remorse. So the stories that are on the evidence are all over the place because I really didn't know how to put together pieces. Time memories here, time lapses there, and then visions here, visions there. 1 minute I was in Carolina, 1 minute I wasn't. And I thought it was just a nightmare I was gonna wake up from. I thought there was gonna be cameras just pop out. Like one horrible joke, you know. Talking in like word salads. Talking like this, that. Going to Disney World and like, so I have no idea I even done. I have no idea what I was talking about. Like, the evidence somewhere it has searched on my phone. I think it was February or January or something, 2020. What to do and from the shop and went to shop. Like I don't remember even putting any of that stuff in any of the searches, but all of the things that had happened over my life just all frozen along, in and out, doing this.
And I stopped it at 1:13:41 just because I thought that might be a good spot.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point again.
Certain things have to trigger it. It's not like every day I just wake up and oh, I don't know what happened. Like I don't have cognitive. I don't think I do. Memory as far as like you can get a little memory thing. Of course I'm breaking that, but you catch me in the middle of a situation, I may not even be able to tell you the date. Right. So it's still the same. When I was talking to people that come and see me, like Joe, like I said, I hit my hand, but I didn't feel it hitting my hand is Maria. So when they come back and show me all the pictures of how my hand looked, and this girl had drugs or whatever, and she had like and she was in depth stuff or whatever. Last thing I remember is I tried to get the deputy's help, and then when it hit me. So when I switched to Maria, that was a perfect example. I didn't remember anything after that because her instinct is protective. When I hit the wall, it's Maria, and then hers. So by the time I came back to myself, they're all like, "You need something for your hand." Hurt my hand. But I do. The reason the whole thing happened with the shit was because when I was little, I wanted a dog, and some of the dogs were dirty, you know, like so they used to make me sleep outside, and like hurt. She was like, "Here, dogs put shit everywhere. Dogs are gross," you know. So that's another example of why I grew up something. situation like that, I'm not gonna be the one getting shit around me. I'm not gonna be the one solving.
You said Maria was speaking another language. Spanish.
Maria can speak Spanish, but my friend said when Maria called her that day, she was talking Russian. Because I guess my friend had to figure out what was going on or whatever.
Maria was speaking Russian.
That's what she said. Her name was Amy. Amy said that when I called her, Maria, that she didn't understand at first what was going on. She heard the Spanish, but then she heard the Russian. She's like, wow, this person speaks Russian better than my own friends, which she told me later on. Didn't know that I and my brain do have a Russian.
Did you speak Spanish?
I don't really think about Putin in Russian.
So where would Maria have learned these languages?
I don't know. I mean, I'm one of those, like I told you guys last time you asked me about what did I call it, like when I'm like, all these missions that I'm on, it's probably doing something like missions that, and things like that happen. Like, don't get me wrong now, when I'm in Mania, Letecia didn't compete. I get excited about everything and I want to try everything new. I'm this, I'm that, I'm fly planes, I'm that. Like, yeah, but I'm never Russian. So I don't. And they basic, like, hello, you, but what did you say the phone call was? All this stuff has been going on and I've been in the hole, but I'm not like in trouble. So it would have been somewhere. Well, yeah, because that's, I had to be in that war for 13 months, okay? And I had to survive a lot of tragedy. Not to mention, during the time being in this war, since being back in there, 2 people have died. So you add all that in, for the reason why Maria would show up. My person was like the great artillery. The person behind it, a lot of people we've seen that died in the jail lately. Reasons it was triggered it. I can't think, like, has nothing to do. It doesn't have nothing to do, it gives me time to think. And that's not to think, it brings up certain memories, I start avoiding family, I have paranoia, I'm looking behind, I'm looking at this. When those things are happening, you know I'm gonna go into protection. Mention the thing happening to flip it up. And like as Letecia, I have a dog problem.
I'm sorry, guys.
Like TMJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like, cause they give me like a certain diet and stuff for me when I'm at the jail because I have TMJ in the dog. But like if I'm Taylor, I could eat whatever and I don't hurt my dog. Craziest thing, and people be always like looking at me like that. That's how they kind of can know the difference, you know. Yeah.
Before, forget. One item here, for one. Yeah.
Oh, that's why I didn't do it because I was confused by that. Because if you have dreams that you don't remember, then how do you know you had dreams? You know what I mean? Like everybody's.
Okay, so you're just not sure how to answer that.
Right, and like it says having dreams that you don't remember the next day. How would I know if I don't?
Yeah.
Unless I'm reading that wrong. That's just how I.
No, that doesn't make sense.
That's an interesting question. I mean, it kind of goes along with some of the problems. I think you have personalities that you don't know about. How do they know about you?
Well, that was what I was telling you about when I saw the stuff with like the Aubrey and the Kylie. Like, I don't know. I didn't know they existed. You know what I mean? Like it had like, and the crazy thing was like it's full like when they would show me the stuff, it'd be like full blown email account, full blown like whatever. Like, and then there was one of our personalities is Jasmine, and they had this whole thing where Jasmine went to Dubai. I'm like, oh my goodness, we're booking tickets to Dubai. And so like, you gotta imagine what it's like too when you go to like a job, like say a job interview or whatever, and then like if another personality intervene on how to fill in an application. Someone asked me about something, and I'm like, just looking at them like that. And the reason I bring that up is I had saw that in one of the evidence pieces too. It's like, oh, you don't know what you think about that.
We stopped it at 149.07, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I kind of want to pick up where you stopped there. There was a piece of paper that was slung over or under the glass to the defendant. Do you know what that paper was?
Yes, I believe that that was one of the papers associated with one of the tests that we had given her that morning, the multidimensional inventory of dissociation.
And apparently she didn't fill out some of the questions with regards to dreams. Is that what was?
It looks like there was one question that she didn't fill out.
Okay. She talked about Dubai and going to Dubai. Do you recall just hearing that?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever in this case that the defendant was in Dubai?
No.
When she alludes to talking to Amy in Russian, you recall that conversation?
Yes.
She said that was a jail phone call.
Yes.
Did you have recorded jail calls from the defendant to various people in this case?
We did, but I think that they were closer in time to her to her arrest. If she was saying that they had occurred within that past month, I don't think we had any access to those.
Did you ever see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Russian to anyone on the phone?
No.
Did you see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Spanish to anyone on the jail phones?
No.
Some kind of alarm went off during the interview. What was that all about?
It was a fire alarm. They do them at the hospital every so often, and usually it's a drill.
Okay. And so when that goes off, the defendant seemed to be worried about that.
Yes.
Did you see any change in her personality, any triggering event where she turned into someone else at that time?
No.
Did you at any time during either this interview process or the interviews in March?
No.
You asked her a couple times if she could talk to Maria. Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
Did you ever ask to talk to Maria yourself?
I think we were addressing that with her in terms of whether or not we could have access to Maria to ask her some questions. And as we saw, she explained that it doesn't exactly work that way, but she did say that she could have some sort of audible conversation with Maria, which is what, again, we were trying to ask if that could be possible. But then she seemed to suggest that the only way to do that was if she herself was under some sort of emotional distress or triggered in some manner. She talked about bringing out some of the discovery to put her in that particular mindset, but we were not prepared to do anything like that with her.
Now, is yours and Dr. Gray's insanity evaluation the first insanity evaluation that took place with the defendant?
Yes.
You're familiar with Dr. Lewis's insanity evaluation, that the interview was in November. The report came fairly close to trial, before the trial started.
Yes.
When she says how we got it to work before, when she turned into Maria, was there any context given about that?
It's unclear. I know we asked her if she had she had said that she was seeing someone at least for a couple of weeks. We had asked if that was some sort of therapy or treatment that she had been undergoing. She seemed to imply that it was, but it was never clear to us exactly what sort of meeting she was having as it relates to that, as she told us that she was informed not to talk about it, so we left it alone.
Would that be a reasonable triggering event for someone who suffers from a dissociative identity disorder, showing them a photograph, for instance, out of discovery?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Dr. Gray was asking questions about whether or not when she was in school, other personalities help her get through school. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And Dr. Gray asked whose name was on your assignments or words to that effect. You recall that?
Yes.
Why was that question asked? Do you know?
Essentially, he asked that question because if Ms. Stauch did undergo schooling under one of her other personalities, you would think that that personality would be more in control than Ms. Stauch and would be filling out assignments using that personality's name as opposed to Ms. Stauch's name.
And you recall her telling you that she had identification with regards to Maria Sanchez and that name?
Yes.
And she would use it to go across the border in Mexico and get back that way?
I think she had said Canada.
We'll talk about Canada as well. Did you ever see any identification with the name Maria Sanchez related to this defendant?
No.
Did you ask the defense to provide everything that you would need to make your determination with regards to insanity?
Yes.
Was that ever provided to you or Dr. Gray?
No.
Speaking of Canada, I'm not going to play this segment, or maybe I will, but let me ask you first. Do you remember her talking about it? And she talked a little bit about it in this last segment about having issues at the border and family members had to help her get back from Canada, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did you recall her telling you that she had a conversation with one of the Border Patrol agents about golf and Myrtle Beach and that kind of thing?
I vaguely remember that.
Do you recall her telling you that you could look at her passport and see that she's been to Canada?
No, I don't remember
Okay.
saying that.
Did you know that her passport's in evidence?
I think I do remember that.
You know that there's no stamp for Canada.
I don't remember specifically the details of the passport at this point in time.
I'm not going to ask you anything else about the passport then. Did you ask the defense to provide to you all the documentation of her prior medical visits?
Yes.
What did you get?
From defense, I'm going to look at my report as it's listed here.
Sure.
From defense, we were provided with records from Naval Health Clinic from Charleston, North Carolina, Evans Army Community Hospital from Fort Carson, Colorado, and Fort Greely Army Medical Clinic from Greeley, Alaska. And these records detailed general medical and mental health treatment that was received from February 2016 through February 2020. We also got a letter that said it was accepting Ms. Stauch into intensive treatment at House of Freedom from Kissimmee, Florida, but it was undated. We received Doctor's Care Carolina Forest records from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and this just documented one medical visit. So it wasn't anything related to mental health treatment. We got records from Grand Strand Regional Medical Center from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and these detailed, again, general medical visits. There wasn't anything associated with mental health treatment there. It covered varying dates in 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2020. We received South Carolina Department of Social Services employment records. We also received employment records from Whitefield School District. We received an unsigned letter from Rhonda Niederhauser, and that letter talked about stress-related health and mental health symptoms experienced by Ms. Stauch in December of 2019. We received emails from Ms. Stauch to State Trooper Rusty Sanchez related to some accident follow-up that she references to us in our interviews. We received Humana military records. This only detailed bills associated with general medical and mental health services from 2015 to 2018, but there was no details, it was just billing. We also received a number of documents that were authored by defensive social worker, Mr. Kyle Varville, that were related to in-person interviews that he conducted with different individuals who were familiar with Ms. Stauch.
Any of those documents that you just read, did they have anything to do with any inpatient psychiatric treatment?
None of them.
You alluded to Dr. Niederhauser's visit in that report. Do you recall in her medical record whether or not she asked the defendant if she had any prior psychiatric treatment or psychiatric inpatient treatment?
If Dr. Niederhauser asked that?
Yes. Is it in her medical record?
I don't remember. That is a question that is typically asked, but there was no indication of inpatient psychiatric hospitalization.
Do I need to show you her medical record, or do you recall it not being in there?
I recall it not being in there because I don't recall it being in there, but I'm also happy to look at it if I'm misremembering something.
No, and I guess that's a good way to put it. Obviously, if it was there, you'd probably do some follow-up to see what that was all about. Right?
Yes.
Same thing when she booked in the jail. I think we talked about that yesterday. She denied having any prior psychiatric treatment, either inpatient or outpatient.
Yes, I think the only time she's really mentioned the inpatient psychiatric treatment would have been from that hospital that she wasn't able to tell us what hospital it was in Canada.
I want to go back to you trying to talk to Maria during this last segment we saw. Did you have an opportunity to look at Dr. Lewis's interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, in November of 2022?
Yes.
And did you see times where she was able to at least appear to have Maria come out and talk to her?
Yes.
Did you see any triggers, anything that she had to use to trigger some kind of traumatic event to have Maria come out?
It didn't appear that there was anything associated with a traumatic event during those particular interviews.
In one portion, does she appear to write something on a piece of paper, slide it over to Ms. Stauch, and then Ms. Stauch responds using her right arm, and it goes back and forth, and then she switches to using her left arm?
Yes, I do.
Then Maria somehow appears, and she has a conversation with Maria, and Maria has a Spanish accent. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, you didn't get an opportunity to go back to talk to Ms. Stauch after that evaluation of his.
Correct.
Anything about that interchange impact your opinion as to whether or not Ms. Stauch has dissociative identity disorder?
No.
Why?
In terms of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about what it is and what the criteria is. And throughout this entire evaluation, we've always had concerns about potential feigning and exaggeration. The reason we have those concerns is because the things that Ms. Stauch talks about are symptoms that pretty much anybody who has watched movies or had some sort of access to television would know that this is what multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder looks like in terms of speaking about amnesias, blackouts, different personalities. We've talked about how the typical presentation for a dissociative identity disorder tends to be more subtle, and at the same time, how someone would have seen something, someone who was close to Ms. Stauch. But there's no corroborating data from collateral interviews or even from the mental health record. Ms. Stauch talks about having this mental illness when she was 16 years old, and it's never repeated anywhere. Essentially, individuals who have genuine dissociative identity disorder do experience significant problems with their functioning. Usually it does rise to the level of needing some sort of psychiatric treatment, probably inpatient hospitalization. Those individuals are disturbed by what they are experiencing. And there's a quality to dissociative identity disorder that is involuntary, and it's not something that can be controlled, which is why it is disturbing to those individuals. They tend to be overwhelmed by the symptoms that they are experiencing. In addition to that, they tend to be ashamed about their experiences. So there's a tendency for them to essentially try to withhold some information, maybe minimize that information. They don't want to readily put it out there for people to know I have dissociative identity disorder. They don't enjoy having this condition. And Ms. Stauch's presentation in our interviews would suggest otherwise. One of the most striking components to me is that she doesn't particularly seem to be disturbed by having all of these personalities ending up in different states or different countries. And that's meaningful to me. So taken together, the lack of substantiating information outside of Ms. Stauch's self-report is not enough for me to be convinced that she actually has this illness.
And did you consult with Dr. Gray about the reasons why you felt it wasn't there?
Yes,
Does he agree with your conclusions?
he does.
And I'm not going to ask you about that again when we go forward, but did you have enough information to rule it out, to not even consider it as a rule out in your diagnosis?
We felt that we had enough to substantiate that this is not what was going on with Ms. Stauch.
And even though another forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Lewis, wrote a report saying she does have this, she diagnosed Ms. Stauch with that disorder, anything about her report or the interview that you reviewed change your and Dr. Gray's opinion?
No, again, looking at the timeline of everything, considering the fact that we saw Ms. Stauch in 2020 for the competency evaluations, her presentation then, her presentation when we saw her for the sanity interviews, we noted that this claim of dissociative identity disorder and the symptoms that she was proposing, they change and they seem to increase over the course of the 2 years from the time of the offense to the time that we saw her and even to the time that she was seen by Dr. Lewis.
Okay. I'm not going to show him reports. We're going to talk about your report, okay? Is your report and the way it's written, is that dictated by Colorado statutes?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
Sure. The Colorado statute indicates certain information that does need to be included in these types of evaluations. So the evaluation that we submitted is pretty standard, meets those requirements in terms of outlining Ms. Stauch's background, all of the information that we had access to, the information that we attempted to seek but didn't actually get by the time we were able to do the evaluation. And then in terms of the sanity analysis, within our test, within our report, we have the culpable mental states outlined, what they are, what the definitions are. We have the general account of what occurred from the police reports. We have Ms. Stauch's self-report and the analysis of whether she, one, has a mental disease or defect as is defined in Colorado statute. And then we would have gone into the analysis of how does the mental disease or defect impact the behavior at the time of the crime, except Dr. Gray and I determined that she doesn't meet that threshold for a diagnosis that would be considered a mental disease or defect here in Colorado.
And I want to talk about that a little bit later in your testimony. Is part of the insanity evaluation in Colorado also include another competency evaluation as part of that?
Yes, it does.
Please explain that to me.
For these types of evaluations, regardless of whether the individual has already been evaluated for competency, it's important to address the issue of competency at the time that we are doing the sanity evaluation. That step comes first before we get into the defendant speaking about what happened to them at the time of the crime, because we want to make sure, since mental health issues are usually involved in these types of referrals, we want to make sure that the individual is not currently experiencing symptoms of mental illness that would impair their understanding of the evaluation that they're doing, of their defenses, of moving forward with this. So it's an ethical component. It's in the statute as well that it's a part of these types of evaluations. But if we were to find that somebody had a current mental health symptoms that were impairing their understanding of issues associated with court, we would stop the evaluation right there, refer them back to the court saying they were not competent so that they could get some form of treatment before returning to finish the sanity evaluation.
And so obviously in this case, since you went forward with the evaluation, did you and Dr. Gray find her to be competent back in March of 2022 into June of 2022?
Yes,
And is that in your report?
it is.
Is your report 22 pages long?
It is.
Who gets this report?
This report is submitted to the court. I believe we directly submit it to the clerk, who then distributes it to prosecution, defense, and the judge.
So the basis of the report is to go to Your Honor,
Yes,
and then we get copies,
yes,
and you get a subpoena, right?
sometimes.
Okay. Who wrote this particular report? You or Dr. Gray, or
Both of us.
did you consult on the entirety of the report?
We did. Essentially, I took the lead on one part and he took the lead on the other part, and then we reviewed each other's parts and added anything additional that needed to be there.
Let's talk about what diagnostic impressions you had with regards to Ms. Stauch as part of your insanity report.
Okay.
What did you find?
Ultimately, we stuck with some of our impressions from when we saw her for competency. So we diagnosed the personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic qualities. We also provided a rule-out diagnosis for post-traumatic stress disorder versus unspecified anxiety disorder.
And why did you not seek further information with regards to those two disorders?
Regarding those two disorders, essentially, we felt that we had all of the information that could be provided to us at this time. We noted that in her history, there's a lot of mention of generalized anxiety disorder. We wanted to give credence to her self-report of the abuse that she experienced. She did report nightmares, some intrusive thoughts, the idea of flashbacks that could be associated with a post-traumatic stress disorder. There just wasn't sufficient information to reach the threshold to say with confidence she has these diagnoses at this point in time, or rather at the time of the alleged offense.
Okay. Did you look at other dissociative disorders with regards to Ms. Stauch besides dissociative identity disorder?
We considered them.
Were you able to make a diagnosis on any other dissociative disorders?
No, the way that she presented her mental health symptoms, it was pretty clear that she was outlining symptoms associated with dissociative identity disorder. There are other dissociative disorders, but she doesn't quite capture the nature of those specific conditions.
Is there anything else that I'm missing with regards to what you put in your report with regards to that disorder?
Which disorder?
The dissociative disorder. Anyone.
Okay. Yes, we did not diagnose dissociative identity disorder.
Now, I want to turn to the question of legal insanity. I think yesterday we talked about that being a legal term.
Yes.
Is there any relation to the type of disorder that you may diagnose someone with to insanity, the legal definition?
Here in Colorado, it's a mental disease or defect, and the definition associated with that is essentially a mental health issue that impairs somebody's understanding or perception of reality.
Is that kind of the first step in the evaluation, or in Dr. Gray's evaluation with regards to legal insanity, to see whether or not there is, in fact, a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
If you do not find a mental disease or defect, do you stop there?
Essentially, yes. If there's no mental disease or defect, then there can't be anything that impairs their capacity to form intent or their ability to understand right from wrong. Both of those things have to be tied together. So if one condition doesn't exist, then legally there would be nothing impairing the definition associated with the sanity evaluation.
And so just to make sure I understand you correctly, are you saying that the mental disease or defect has to be the cause or the reason why an individual may not have the capacity to know right from wrong or have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
Correct.
So if that's not there, there's no reason to look at the other two, correct?
Correct.
I want to do that anyway. Is that
That's
right?
fine. That's fine. Yes.
What are some of the things you look at in determining whether or not someone may have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
For that, we look at what the specific culpable mental states we're talking about, which are included in the definition of the charges. I believe I may have said this the other day, but in these charges, we have the culpable mental state of with intent, knowingly, and recklessly. All of those have specific definitions. With intent, the definition is whether that person has essentially a conscious objective to create or have the actual action associated with the statute occur. So more simply, for that one, that's related to tampering with evidence and moving the body. So is that action done with intent, with a conscious objective in mind? Whenever we're considering that, we're thinking, what does it mean to be conscious? We are looking at somebody's ability to think, reason, form judgments. We also take into account issues associated with emotions as well, to see if there's anything that is making it so that that individual is incapable of forming intent. It's a very high bar to meet. I'm not sure that I've ever seen somebody who a mental illness lacks their capacity to form intent. Certainly, intent can be skewed because of irrational thoughts, things like delusions, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case here. So we also look at the other culpable mental states, which are knowingly, and knowingly is just, do you have an awareness of what is going on? So again, we consider, what does it mean to have an awareness? You have to be awake, conscious, have some sort of understanding of what's going on. Recklessly, the definition is.
And Doctor, I'm going to stop you there because that doesn't apply anymore in this case.
Okay, thank you.
But there is another culpable mental state that I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
It's called after deliberation.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to read you the definition of after deliberation, and then ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay.
The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Okay. Have you heard that definition before?
Yes.
And I really want to talk about the facts of this case with regards to that culpable mental state. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
When you look at this particular case, do you look at the facts that are presented to you, for instance, things that Ms. Stauch did before the crime?
Yes.
Do you look at her actions during the crime?
Yes.
And do you look at her actions after the crime?
Yes.
And are all those things taken into consideration when you and Dr. Gray are deciding whether or not Ms. Stauch is legally sane or legally insane?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What did you look at in this case with regards to the facts when we talk about after deliberation?
When it comes to the facts, there's a lot of information in the police reports that outline Ms. Stauch's whereabouts. Even afterwards, there's a lot of information that outlines her whereabouts, the varying stories that she told to the police as it pertains to what actually happened with Gannon. We take that into account. I feel like when we're conducting a sanity evaluation, we do tend to focus more on what it is that the defendant is telling us in terms of their perception of what happened. Hopefully what they are telling us is somewhat in line with what the facts of the case are. However, even in this particular situation, Ms. Stauch outlined having some, she says, paranoia. I might say it sounds more like a hypervigilance or being on guard that someone is watching her or tracking her associated with this accident that occurred, and the accident did occur. So it's not a delusion. It's a reaction to something that did happen in her life. We are very focused on the time of the actual offense and her perception of what was going on with her, as well as what's going on afterwards. All of those times we are looking at, is there some sort of mental health issue that is impacting her behaviors, her thoughts, her thinking, her emotions at all of those stages? Usually the police reports can't tell us the perspective of the defendant, which is why we rely so much on what it is that the defendant has to say. As I said, we're looking for a mental disease or defect. And if we can identify what that is, we are looking at how does that impact the behaviors, the emotions, the motivations, the intentions that are happening throughout this period of time. In terms of what happens afterwards, there's always the question of how does the person respond to the actual crime? Does the person call the police themselves? Does the person try to hide evidence? Does the person run away? All of that's important when considering whether somebody's insane at the time. And what's even more important is the why, if you can get to that.
Fortunately, in a lot of murder cases, you don't get to that why, right?
Correct.
And that's usually because there's only one person who survived who knows why.
Oftentimes.
Now, we didn't talk about the capacity to know right from wrong, but it sounds like you incorporated that into your answer a little bit. Is that what you were saying?
Perhaps. I know I was saying a number of things. I mean, we're looking at both of those definitions as it pertains to the issue of sanity. And we've gone on about capacity to form the culpable mental state. And the other one is whether or not a mental disease or defect impairs the individual's capability to understand right from wrong.
What about the autopsy report and the nature of Gannon's injuries? Does that help you and Dr. Gray evaluate whether or not she had the capacity to form the intent to kill or the capacity to form after deliberation with regards to it?
Autopsy reports give us some information in terms of what happened to a victim factually, but it can't tell us exactly what was going on with the person who committed the offense.
What about the capacity to know right from wrong? The fact that Gannon's body was discovered in Florida and the evidence suggests that Ms. Stauch drove his body from left. Does that impact any opinion with regards to the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, I don't know if it's so much those details that weigh in on the analysis of somebody's capability of understanding right from wrong. For us, it's whether or not there's a mental disease or defect that would undermine or impinge on that ability. And Ms. Stauch, even if we were to believe that she had a dissociative identity disorder, she speaks about how after the actual act of shooting Gannon or the person in the cape, how she dissociates and that it is her personalities that are trying to help cover up what it is that occurred. Even so, there is no particular mental illness that is impacting Ms. Stauch's ability to understand what is right and what is wrong. And there's no clear mental illness that would appear to impact any of the personalities that she told us about as it pertains to understanding right from wrong.
Does that also apply to her decision-making, her ability to make decisions? Does a mental illness come into play when you're rendering opinions as to legal institutions?
Yes.
Same analysis?
Same analysis, that there is no mental disease or defect that impairs her understanding of reality that would make it so that she was incapable of forming judgments or thinking things through. Even in her own words, at least as it pertains to the shooting, Ms. Stauch talks about how she thought that there was an intruder in the home. She reaches for a gun. She hears these words, Ecclesiastes 3:3, time to kill, time to heal. All of that suggests that there is some capacity to form some intent. She's not lacking in that.
I think you answered this question already, but knowing me, I'm going to ask it anyway. The diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, does that raise to the level of a mental disease or defect?
It does not in this case.
Ultimately, what is your final opinion, along with Dr. Gray, with regards to the defendant's sanity at the time that Gannon Stauch was killed?
It was that Ms. Stauch was seen at the time of the crime.
And did Dr. Gray sign the report, this 22-page report that you both authored?
He did.
And obviously you signed it as well?
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination. Okay.
Dr. Torres, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. I want to kind of first just clear up some procedural history on this case. So I think that everybody has a little bit better understanding of how some of this stuff occurred. You're aware that myself and Mr. Cook are not Ms. Stauch's first set of attorneys.
Correct.
She had a different set of attorneys for a little over a year.
Yes.
And those were the ones who were actually involved with the first competency evaluations.
Yes.
And then at some point in time, Ms. Stauch was pro se.
I feel like I vaguely remember that.
Okay. And are you aware that when somebody is pro se, they would be given all of the discovery and access to the body worn camera and everything else for the period of time that they were representing themselves?
Yes.
And so there wasn't the fact that she had reviewed all the stuff and had access. There's nothing, there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree.
Okay. And then at some point, I think it was May of 2021, myself and Mr. Cook took over the representation of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And when the statute, the not guilty by reason of insanity statute in Colorado is kind of designed for a flow of information from you to me and me to you and the district attorney, is trying to get everybody as much information as possible.
Yes.
And generally, when you guys, if there was something that came up in one of these interviews, sometimes then you would either email me or call me and said, can you get this type of documentation that we're looking for?
Yes.
And there was efforts. I mean, it appeared to, there was efforts we tried, when you guys asked for stuff, we tried to get it to you.
I agree with that.
Okay. And there was cooperation by the defense and the prosecutions. Everybody cooperated to try to get you guys as much information as possible.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't judge differently information given by the defense than information by the prosecution. And what I mean by that is you were given reports written by my social worker regarding interviews that were done in South Carolina.
Yes.
You don't necessarily disregard that or give that less weight or reliability or credibility than you would necessarily with police reports.
Correct.
The social worker is a professional person, and a professional person, you would assume, is going to try to give you accurate information.
Yes.
And kind of, on that train of thought, is there concern by forensic evaluators at the state hospital regarding implicit bias?
Could you say more?
Well, and I'm asking this, and I'm doing it, not making any accusations or disparaging or anything. I'm just exploring the implicit bias. You would agree with me that things are difficult at the state hospital right now, as far as staffing, bed space, and so forth.
Okay. Yes, it's having its difficulties.
Okay. The state hospital is actually currently under a contempt order by a federal judge.
Yes.
And that's in regards to competency.
Yes.
And that's in regards to that the state hospital had been taking too long to get competency evaluations done for people that are in custody.
Yes.
And it puts a strain on the state hospital.
I would say yes.
Okay. And there's actually a significant backlog for people who are in custody in jails to get into the competency evaluations completed at the state hospital.
That remains true.
Okay. And if Ms. Stauch was to be found not guilty by reason of insanity, she would more than likely be housed at the state hospital.
Yes.
And if she was housed at the state hospital, she would take up resources at the state hospital.
I can see what you're trying to say. And I would say that that doesn't go into the analysis of a sanity evaluator. And to the best of my understanding, the beds that they have set aside for individuals who are adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity is separate from those that they have for people who need competency restoration treatment.
No, and I understand that as well. But as far as one of the issues at the state hospital is a lack of staff, is as far as like forensic nurses, other forensic types of staff, that's difficult at the state hospital right now, correct?
They are having that problem, yes.
And wouldn't somebody who, regardless of the bed space, if they were on, you're adding an extra person who has been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity, isn't that person going to take some resources away as far as staff?
I could see that, but again, as an evaluator, that's never something that we're considering.
I know, and I understand that. I understand the professionalism of both you and Dr. Gray. But is there, I guess that's my question, is there any concern that there could be implicit bias? So a bias that you're maybe not even aware of that could affect an evaluation?
I don't think that there is an implicit bias in the way that you are describing it here. Obviously, biases are a thing, and we do our best to check our biases as often as we can.
Okay. And then, like I said, I wasn't meaning that in a disrespectful way. I was just asking questions regarding it. So thank you. Let's talk a little bit about, first start with disassociation, and then we'll kind of move on to dissociative identity disorder.
Okay.
Have you ever actually treated anybody who had dissociative identity disorder?
I have never treated anybody with dissociative identity disorder.
Have you ever diagnosed anybody with dissociative identity disorder?
Not yet.
Okay. And so then when you are presented with something that you may not have a ton of personal experience with, what both you and Dr. Gray will do is you'll go to literature to see, what is this dissociative identity disorder? How does this look? How does this present? And you will use that in making your evaluation.
Correct.
And that's what you guys did here.
It is.
And you guys were actually kind enough. We had emailed exchange. I gave you guys some articles on dissociative identity disorder, and you guys gave me some articles and everything as well that end up actually a very lengthy book on dissociative identity disorder that you guys, use to make this diagnosis and determination of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And so as far as disassociation, it's kind of a tricky term, isn't it? I mean, as far as what exactly it is, there's some differing standards, especially in the book that you guys gave me, as far as what exactly disassociation is and when it occurs and what causes it.
That's one of the issues of the controversy around dissociation and dissociative identity disorders.
Well, and let's talk, I mean, historically, it's been somewhat of a controversial diagnosis.
Yes.
It goes, I think initially there's diagnosis of it all the way back, late 1800s, there was diagnosis of it. It was kind of there and thought of a lot. And then it kind of, as we started learning more about the brain and how the brain chemically works and everything like that, it kind of fell out of favor. Would that be fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
And then we had, kind of pop back up again in the 80s and in the media and the movie Sybil, which everybody watched as a kid, or at least I did. And it was kind of in the forefront nationally, but still there was a lot of controversy regarding it amongst the mental health community.
Yes.
But it would also be fair to say that in the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a lot of scientific study and data that has come forth to kind of confirm that disassociation actually occurs and is a real and actual phenomenon.
I think that that's fair to say.
Okay. And while the exact definition of what occurs off, it's more or less, it's an altered state of consciousness.
Dissociation?
Yes.
Yes.
And it can be anything from, I'm like I do almost every night for the last month and a half. When the day is done, I get in my car and I leave my office and all of a sudden I'm home and I have no memory whatsoever of the drive. That's kind of a disassociation, isn't it?
Yeah, they describe that as a normal,
Yeah.
non-pathological type of dissociation that anyone can experience.
And that kind of gets me into the next thing that I wanted to talk about. Disassociation, some of the literature and everything kind of breaks it down between adaptive and maladaptive disassociation.
Okay.
And adaptive disassociation could be when disassociation is positive and it helps a person, in their day-to-day life, and it's useful for them.
I feel less familiar with the research that makes this particular separation, but I am following you.
Okay, well, I mean, as far as the altered state of consciousness and disassociation, I mean, to some degree, and kind of personas. I mean, and some of it uses personas and disassociation a little interchangeably, but oftentimes people have different personas, and it's adaptive. For example, we talked about this with Dr. Grimmett, when I come into court, I've got a tie, I speak differently than I do with my children. And once I come into the doors and everybody's here, I don't have to think like a lawyer. I take on the persona of a lawyer. And that's a different persona that I have with my children.
Sure, we all tend to behave differently depending upon our context.
Yes. And kind of the theory or the thing with dissociative identity disorder is that is amplified to a degree that's become non-adaptive or maladaptive, that the person has different personas within them, but they don't have the authority or ability to control the shifting between the two of them, and they're much more pronounced as far as the differences between the personas.
I think that is a fairly accurate description of one of the criteria of dissociative identity disorder.
And again, for it to be a disorder, it would indicate that it's impacting my life. And so by just calling it a disorder would indicate that I don't have the ability to control it.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you're using as far as whether or not somebody has that disorder or not, being able to control it would be much more like me. I'm a lawyer here, and then when I go play with my kids, then I'm not serious. I laugh. I do stuff.
Right.
Like
it becomes a conscious decision, so to speak. And as well as with the idea of it being a disorder, that would suggest that it has to have some sort of impairment in your functioning. So is it impairing your relationships, your ability to work, your ability to have an education, some other part of your life?
And also, a disassociation can affect how memories are stored.
Yes.
And to some degree, would you agree with that happens, that can be adaptive, and that can happen with normal people? For example, a soldier who is in war and has experienced trauma in that. So they have their soldier kind of persona, and then they come home, they're on leave or everything with the family, they'll have a different persona.
Yes.
And they may try to disassociate the memories of those traumas and keep those trauma memories over here while they're at home interacting with their family.
Like just trying not to think about it.
Yes. And trying to keep, and it's easier because that memory, and this is part of the theory of disassociation, because that memory was stored when I was in my soldier persona, it's a little bit easier to keep it over there when I'm in my other persona.
Okay.
Then have you seen some literature that reflects that?
Again, I haven't specifically read anything that outlines it in that matter, but I'm following you, and I believe that is something that can happen.
Can happen, and that would be adaptive.
Yes.
And people you're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in your job.
Yes.
They're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in their job. I'm exposed to secondary trauma. And keeping that memory at bay when I'm at home with my children may be an adaptive or semi-form of disassociation.
I don't know that I would use that term. And at the same time, I think that is something that we all naturally do.
And again, then part of the theory when we go to dissociative identity disorder is those memories are stored with the other persona and they don't necessarily have access to it.
Sometimes, yes.
I mean, and that's kind of in the theory, and kind of going into how dissociative identity disorder is informed or caused. I mean, the literature is pretty much in agreement. It's almost, as far as dissociative identity disorder, is almost always and exclusively caused by childhood trauma.
There is a very high correlation with that. And
generally, it's not just one instance of childhood trauma. It is complex or long-standing childhood trauma.
I think it either has to be fairly severe, it can be prolonged, and everybody responds differently to the issue of trauma.
Sure. And I guess that's actually a good point. Not everybody who suffers childhood trauma, not everybody who suffers complex childhood trauma develops dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
And what are the different types of factors that would cause somebody who suffered complex childhood trauma to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Some of the factors are going to be related specifically to that person's personality, how sensitive they are to issues of trauma. Some of them might even be related to the context or environment in which they are raised and whether they have support in place to help them deal with trauma versus not having that.
Especially the lengthy book that you gave me, a lot of it, sometimes it talked about how dissociative identity disorder can be connected or can kind of grow through attachment, especially disorganized attachment.
Yes, it is, again, correlated with that type of attachment style.
And just what is disorganized attachment?
Disorganized attachment, like I'm going to take a step back from that question. It's a much lengthier response. There's different attachment styles. All of us have some sort of attachment style. There's healthy attachment styles, and there's less healthy attachment styles. Secure attachment, that is when essentially you've been raised in a family, you've learned to trust your caregivers. I would also go ahead and say that attachment is something that forms when you are very young, probably within that first year or two of life. So there's secure attachment whenever you have learned to trust your caregivers, that they will be there for support. And for the most part, relationally growing up, you don't tend to have too many difficulties as it relates to attaching to a romantic partner. And then there's less healthy forms of attachment. We'll just go straight to disorganized attachment. I think they also call it ambivalent avoidant attachment. Essentially, whenever somebody is raised in an environment, and again, thinking you're very young when this happens or when this forms, where things are inconsistent, you yourself have some sort of confusion in terms of whether you can trust a caregiver or not. When we're considering issues of abuse when you are very young, it can result in problems in attachment style. This can affect your relationships in the future. Disorganized attachment or ambivalent avoidant, it's when, or is it anxious avoidant? Anyways,
I think it's anxious.
yeah, thank you. It is anxious avoidant. There is ambivalent attachment, but we won't get into that. Anxious avoidant is when you feel like you need that security, you want it, but you're not sure that it's there. So you might also be semi-avoidant to trust individuals. You see this in the push-pull that you sometimes see in relationships with people who do go on to develop a borderline personality disorder. And even in a dissociative identity disorder, as we've noted, that attachment style can be present.
Okay. And would this be an okay place for a break?
It's your call.
I would, because I was going to play a video, but I got to get that hooked up.
All right.
So we could do that. That would be great.
It'll work. We can make it work.
Thank
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. Mr. Delaney.
And Dr. Schwartz, I'm going to play a short clip from your interview with Ms. Stauch. For the record, this clip is from March 24th, 2022 at time mark 34:20, and it's just right about 3 minutes.
We'll talk a little bit about the abuse that you suffered. Were you ever physically abused? So like, some people might not consider it physical abuse. It depends on your perception of it. But like belts, mops, broomsticks, switches, like wasn't a bad kid at all. I mean, I might pop off with a mouth and have a smart mouth, but I never.
We're having some technical, let's give it a second. If not, then I'll just ask you about it.
The way upbringing of people, like, you know, the whole spirit of God, whole child type thing from scripture is very Bible Belt, Southern Baptist, like that. What the community is, so feeding people with sticks and make you go get your own switches and stuff like that. It's common, you know what I mean? Now, the part about putting me in the closet all the time, that's like the extreme, because that's not part of the spirit of God for a child type thing. To keep me from finding out what I said that was doing to my mom. Okay, so the like abuse and stuff, that was going to keep me from, because they knew I was smart enough to figure it out.
You ever see your stepdad? That your mom, your other.
So when he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant, that was when we really on the base. That I call it military police 911. I got in trouble because he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant because he hit my mom and she went across the kitchen table and busted her head open and anyone had to come to the base. I was always told that that was my fault, that he lost money if he got demoted. We were on base, and they told us to make my mom would be like, oh, so like, you know how bases are by rank, like the different houses you can live in. So we had to move into a smaller house because he got demoted, and like everything was my fault for calling 911 for it. That was the first time that like I really remember vividly like how the abuse was, and then it only got worse. There would be consistent fights, consistent blood, consistent people in cars, running from him. His own family wouldn't even like when he was like that when he was there. And like my stepsister Amy, we lived like adjacent to the house with her grandma. We wouldn't stay with us on weekends because she knew how bad it was. Like, everyone knew. No one wanted to like basically I used to stay across the street because like the community, you know, they don't want to go over there because he gets so bad.
And so she's basically describing an incident where her stepdad hit her mother so hard she was knocked unconscious and busted her head open. She called the police. The police came, and then her stepdad, because he was in the military, was demoted, and the family suffered. They had to go to a smaller house and lost income, correct?
Yes.
And that incident was documented both by Aunt Brenda and by her mother actually confirmed that incident took place.
Yeah, I remember her aunt, because we spoke specifically with her aunt, largely corroborated that there was abuse going on in the home.
And that specific instance in the reports done by Mr. Barble, that was given to, and the mom admitted that occurred.
I don't specifically remember that simply because I don't remember every single detail.
If I could approach. Okay. I'm approaching you with the report from the social worker that we provided to you.
Thank you. Yes, it does summarize that.
And then in other parts of that interview that you did with Ms. Stout, she talks about James sexually molesting her and that she would go to her mother to try to say, he's doing this, intervene, help. And that what she relayed to you is that her mother wouldn't do it because last time we got the police involved, the family suffered financially.
Yes.
And as far as the impact that would have on a child could be substantial as far as trauma.
I think it counts as trauma, yes.
And and not only the sexual molestation being the trauma, but then the rejection by the primary caregiver of protecting.
Yes.
And again, just for the record, the book that I keep referring to is Disassociation and the Dissociative Disorders, Past, Present, and Future. It talks about the correlation between children who suffer childhood trauma and ones that develop dissociative identity disorder. And it talks about one of the issues that there is a significant correlation is betrayal.
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And betrayal, it could be, but this is that type of instance that you have a step parent or something who is committing the act, and then the child goes to the caregiver to try to get help, to get safety, to get this stopped, and they refuse to intervene. That
I think all of that can be subsumed under emotional trauma.
Emotional trauma. And kind of when we're talking about the phenomena of dissociative identity disorder, this would be the type of thing that could cause it in a child who still, she's describing the sexual trauma starts 9 and continues on until she leaves home.
Yes.
And so a 9-year-old child still needs their mom. They still even need, the stepdad for food, shelter, and kind of how it went back to attachment. Children need emotional support as well. And so they need that attachment from their caregivers, correct?
Yes.
And the theory behind dissociative identity disorder is, especially when the other primary caregiver is not intervening, the child has to make a split. And the abuse memories, the emotional trauma goes in one personality, and those memories are shielded from the other personality who can then go to the mom, go to the stepdad for food, shelter, and emotional support.
That is the theory around how dissociative identity disorder can come to be from issues of trauma.
Okay. And both the reports that we gave you and your interview with Aunt Brenda described a very turbulent upbringing.
I agree.
It seemed James was a very violent and abusive alcoholic.
Yes.
And while there was no direct corroboration of the molestation, would you agree with me that James seemed to engage in conduct that would at least raise concerns regarding molestation?
We're not negating
Okay.
the abuse that Ms. Stauch says that she experienced when she was young.
And there is some comorbidity between pedophiles and substance abuse in the DSM-5.
I'd have to read the DSM-5, and I would say that there's comorbidity with substance use
And
with a
study.
lot of disorders.
Sure. And also when you talk about one of the things when you look for molestation is somebody who crosses boundaries can be a concern.
Crossing boundaries, yes.
So, and there was documentation that Aunt Brenda talked about to us, and I believe with you, of James would often walk around in his underwear with the kids present.
She mentioned that, yes.
And James giving her, after Miss Stauch had moved out, giving her younger siblings alcohol to the point that they passed out.
That detail I don't remember.
Okay. That could be a concern as far as somebody crossing boundaries in regards to molestation.
It's certainly a concern about parenting behavior.
Sure. It's somebody who has disassociative, well, let me rephrase this. The theory and the literature seem, the theory and the literature supports that dissociative identity disorder is a defense mechanism, is primarily a defense mechanism dealing with substantial childhood trauma.
Yes.
And kind of in that vein, and I think you were, stating this in regards to some of the questions Mr. Young had, because it's kind of a defense mechanism and it's impacting, a child when they were growing up and everything like that. And every child is different and the trauma is different and everything like that. It often presents itself differently in different people.
Yes.
Sometimes it can be very subtle and sometimes it can be more pronounced.
Correct.
And there's lots of theories, but nothing really definitive for an explanation as to what causes severe substantial DID and what causes minor DID, or what causes a child who could suffer this horrible type of trauma and seem to relatively function okay, and another child who could experience this type of trauma and be an absolute mess.
Correct. There's no consensus.
And that's with a lot of psychiatry. It's not, I don't want to say not an exact science, but there's a lot of nuance to it because it's how different people's brains develop and how they react to different factors.
Correct.
There is some differences amongst how much memory would be shared between different personas.
Yes.
And there are differences between how aware, and for lack of a better word, I'm going to use the term host persona, how much awareness they would have of the other personas. There appear to be differences between different people with DID.
Yes.
And how much memory would be shared between, and again, I'm going to refer to a host persona and memories that were encoded in other personas. How much of that is shared? It appears to vary between individuals who suffer from this disorder.
Yes.
And there's lots of things that we look at in determining if somebody has the DID. And obviously, one of the main things that we would look at initially is, was there childhood trauma? Because it almost seems you don't get DID unless there's childhood trauma. Would you agree with that? That would be one criteria. Okay.
It's not a defined criteria for dissociative identity disorder. However, given that there is such a large correlation between the two, you would expect one to be present for the other to also be present.
And I've seen different literature as far as the occurrence of dissociative identity disorder, anywhere between 1.5% of the population all the way up to possibly even 6% of the population.
I think I've seen similar numbers, and it tends to be based off of different countries.
Sure.
Or potentially even, I want to say, one substance use treatment center where possibly it was more present.
And in fairness, the 6% estimation seems to be more of an outlier.
I think so. More generally, I've seen about 1%, maybe 1 to 2%.
Well, yeah, any 1.5, 2%, that is more consistent in the literature than the 6% outlier.
Correct.
Generally, and I think this is one of the things that you talked about with Ms. Young, and one of the things, here, for the most part, its appearance and presentation is more subtle than we would, appear, that we see in the movies and so forth.
That is the more typical presentation of it.
Oftentimes people who are eventually end up being diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, oftentimes they will be in mental health treatment for between 6 to 12 years before they are accurately diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I read that.
And oftentimes they'll have a lot of misdiagnoses. I think some of the literature says 3 to 4 incorrect diagnoses before they are correctly diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I certainly think that can likely happen depending upon how much information is available to whomever is providing the treatment and how consistent the treatment is.
And would you then agree with me that asking people who've only maybe missed out for an hour and had an hour-long interaction or a shorter period of time, if they notice drastic changes in her personality, would not necessarily be that helpful in determining whether or not she legitimately suffered from DID or not.
I think it would be really difficult to diagnose it in about an hour without any other indication that it might be present.
And would you agree it would be kind of misleading to suggest that somebody in an hour-long conversation would notice somebody with DID?
Just off of observations, I think it's unlikely to happen.
Okay. The DSM-5 indicates that one of the conditions that people with DID will initially seek treatment for is obsessive compulsive disorder.
I don't specifically remember reading that in the DSM. It also wouldn't surprise me that people might seek treatment for issues of depression or anxiety.
And the records that we have given you, I mean, they definitely document that since 2016, Ms. Stauch had been seeking treatment for anxiety.
Yes.
And we do have records from 2013. We don't have specifically, but there appears to be billing in those records that she was seeking mental health treatment since 2013, while we don't know exactly what that treatment entailed.
Correct.
One of the things that correlates or is often seen in people with dissociative identity disorder is suicide attempts.
You do see that.
Ms. Stauch talked about being in a turtle suit.
When she was at the jail?
Turtle suits at the jail you're aware of put on people who have attempted suicide.
Yes.
One of the things that you will see in people with dissociative identity disorder oftentimes is a sporadic work history.
Yes, you do see that.
And in some of his interviews that you have reviewed of Mr. Stauch, talked about Mrs. Stauch's sporadic work history.
Yeah, and I would agree that it was spotty. I think she noted to us that her longest period of work was approximately 6 years, maybe when she was in her mid-20s to early 30s, and that she didn't work for a period of time specifically associated with taking care of the children. Other than that, there's a little bit of jumping around from one job to another in the later years.
Some of the literature notes that sexual promiscuity can be present with people with DID, but that they actually don't enjoy it.
I don't remember that specifically.
I submitted an article, Dissociative Identity Disorder, a Controversial Diagnosis, by Dr. Paulette Gillig. If I could approach with it.
Sure.
Go ahead. I can give you my another copy of it. Oh, you got a copy? Yeah. This one or this one? Take this one. This one I got. Let me approach.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
And so you had a chance to. These are some of the articles that I sent to you, both yourself and Dr. Gray.
This one does not look familiar, and I printed out the 8 articles you sent me and read 6 of the 8.
And with this article, however, does it appear to you to be the type of peer-reviewed journal that would be relied upon people in your profession?
I'm not sure if this is a peer-reviewed journal or more of a newsletter. I'm not 100% familiar with it.
Okay, if you go to page 28 of that article, it has references.
It does have references.
It appears to have over 43 references.
It does.
This article, if you go to page 27 of that article, in regards making the diagnosis a clinical description.
Okay.
If you go about so if you go about halfway down on that, it says patients who have been diagnosed with DID frequently report chronic suicidal feelings and some attempts.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with other literature that you've seen.
Yes.
Sexual promiscuity is frequent, but patients usually report decreased libido and have inability to have orgasm.
It does say that.
We've given you a lot of medical records of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
Are you aware, do you recall those medical records She's had multiple treatment for sexually transmitted diseases.
I don't remember that specifically.
Also had both multiple miscarriages and terminated pregnancies.
That I do remember.
Could that be consistent, especially the terminated pregnancies? Could that be consistent with somebody with DID? For example, one persona wanting to get pregnant and have a child and another persona not.
I suppose that that could happen. I also don't know that it would be specifically consistent with the diagnosis. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. One of the things that the literature indicates to look for or can be a sign of DID is depersonalization.
Yes.
And that could be talking about oneself in the third person. Could that be a sign of depersonalization?
Not necessarily in and of itself.
But it could be. I'm not asking for it in itself.
Sure. Okay. Well, depersonalization is more of a subjective feeling of feeling detached from one's body. So I'd say just because somebody speaks about themselves in the third person doesn't necessarily mean they're having that experience of depersonalization.
And just would you agree that using different names could be an indication of dissociative identity disorder?
I think that's one of the indicators that one would look for when it comes to the different personality states.
And it's verified from both Al Stauch and Harley Hunt that Ms. Stauch did use the name Taylor.
Yes.
You reviewed the discovery in the case?
Yes.
Do you recall an FBI report regarding somebody who was in training to become a flight attendant at Spirit Airlines?
I remember Ms. Stauch wanting to become a flight attendant. I don't remember this detail where it was coming from or specifically what the FBI report said about it.
I may approach? You may. This is an FBI report dealing a conversation with Maria Boyer. Take a look at that. Go grab it. Oh, sorry. That's okay.
Okay.
In that report indicates the FBI interviewed a woman who was in training at Spirit Airlines,
Yes.
that she had had communication over text and Facebook with Ms. Stauch,
Yes.
but that she knew her as Aubrey.
Yes.
I may approach? You may.
Do you want this back too?
That, while not positive, could be consistent with somebody who suffers from DID.
The only question I would have about it are the details that Ms. Stauch provided to that woman that are consistent with things that Ms. Stauch told us that are in line with her history as she is related.
Part of the thing, when the report by Dr. Lewis was provided to the district attorney, there were some underlying data that was, or underlying things that she based that on that was provided as well. Was that shared with you?
The underlying data that Dr. Lewis
Yeah.
relied upon?
Not data, but as far as collateral information.
I can't remember specifically what it noted.
Okay, specifically, there was a packet of signatures by Ms. Stauch that predated the offense. Do you recall reviewing those?
I did not review them.
Would somebody having different signatures, as far as how that signature is presented, that predates the offense, could that be evidence of DID?
Possibly.
Ask, what is the difference between structural?
Hey guys, I'm trying to see here. I thought we were gonna get through day 16. Let me check here. I think we got some arrangements, some stuff that we got going on today. So let me check real quick. We got about an hour left in day 16, but y'all know Sunday is our let's see here. Give me 1 second. So I'm kind of like pausing in the middle of this. I think I want to make sure I'm getting this right. I know last week they were off. Give me a second. For our trivia, I thought they may have trivia night tonight. Maybe I got it wrong. Ahmad, can you check and see if it varies with therapists, you know, and Dr. Rachel? Are they having a live tonight? I thought it was tonight, but I may be wrong. I can be very wrong and stuff. I'm looking on the thing, but I don't see a live on their channel. Can somebody check that out just to make sure? Because it's so I don't want to miss that. And let me know. Okay, and we'll continue here until I find out the final word. But we got about 59 minutes left. I would love to finish this, but I do know that we have our trivia night that gives us some, allow us to do some Sunday fun day stuff for real. You checked? Okay, is it happening tonight, SD? Yeah, I didn't see a live coming up either, but I thought I seen a live coming up the other day. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll continue. We got about 59 minutes. I would love to get through day 16, part 2. So that way when we come back, we'll be on 17. So let's go ahead and try to finish this up. I appreciate you guys hanging in here. Okay. All right. Well, you say the new gift thing finally showed up on your phone a couple days? Oh, you say you don't know what Sunday Fun Day is? So we have we have two mods on here, therapists, you know, and Dr. Rachel. You may have seen them around in the chat at different points in times. They have a game show trivia night where they do trivia on true crime, court shows, people online for as commentators with true crime. I thought I seen that they were going to be doing one on TV shows this weekend, but I might have been mistaken. So they do they do trivia. So just something to relax our minds, to have some fun, some extra fun with trivia night. And that's typically on every Sunday. So I know that it doesn't look like they oh, she lost her voice. Okay. So I guess there's no trivia night, but trust me, if we're ever streaming on a Sunday, I will take you guys over there in order for you guys to hang out. I could put their thing. Yeah, let's go ahead and finish day 16 so we can have this wrapped up as far as this part, and I'll put the It Varies channel link in the chat if you guys want to go over there and subscribe so y'all can get the alerts and notifications for the next game show night that'll be on a Sunday. They typically have it on Sundays. I haven't seen them do it. I don't think I've seen them do it on any other day. So all right, guys. Here we go.
Disassociation and alterations in consciousness.
Structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Yes.
I feel like I would need to understand a bit more about what you were asking me to define.
Well, in the dissociation past, present, and future, it talks about in a clinical setting how it can be difficult for a clinician to distinguish between structural dissociation and alterations in consciousness. And at least my reading of it seemed to be structural dissociation would be kind of more what we were talking about originally as far as adaptive dissociation, where a person may go to a different place or be different, maybe not paying attention to what the person is saying. And then alterations in consciousness being more consistent with DID as far as the changing in personas.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. I would have flipped those. And
Okay.
at the same time, to speak to the issue that I think that you are raising, um, there, in terms of it being subtle and not being able to readily observe it, a person can switch from one personality to another, but not necessarily show any behavior demonstrating that. It is something that happens internally, which is why a lot of the research and even the DSM says that typically dissociative identity disorder presents as multiple states kind of being present at the same time, and why it's subtle and one wouldn't necessarily notice it.
And I think sometimes even talks about it's not necessarily, and again, the civil, where I'm a young kid and I'm an astronaut, but the personas will kind of shift as to which persona may be better functioning in a certain type of situation.
Yeah, that I'm not so sure. I understand it more as something that happens involuntarily that can't be controlled, as opposed to adapting to the environment.
But could it involuntarily shift subconsciously to a persona who would be better able to handle a situation?
The shifts can happen in response to some sort of trigger,
Okay.
and they can also happen randomly, to my understanding.
And when we're talking about triggers, one of the things that can be perplexing or difficult or cause the confusion to somebody with DID is they could be triggered by something that relates to a memory that is shelved in another persona. And so they don't even understanding why something is triggering them. Why the host may not understand why something triggers them.
Well, there would be that amnesia, so the host wouldn't have the realization necessarily that it is happening. And that's where the confusion and the distress that comes from having dissociative identity disorder can come into play.
Because a lot of times trauma and the trigger is that's stored in the body.
Yeah, there's literature that says that.
Yeah, and so the body can be reacting to trauma, but the host personality fails to connect why this is triggering or why this is causing this kind of trauma response. And that can be one of the things that can be very confusing to somebody who suffers from DID.
The whole thing can be confusing,
Sure.
especially because there's some component of amnesia associated with it. And then at the same time, the literature talks about how there's some awareness, sometimes even among the personalities, that it's a bit more porous, even though you would expect to see amnesia.
Well, and sometimes literature reflects clusters of personality may share certain memories.
Yes.
And when you were talking about whether or not somebody else, a family member or something, would have noticed these types of things, are you aware that Miss Stauch left the home when her brother Dakota was only 2?
If she told us that, I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. But if they weren't necessarily raised in the same household or had a lot of contact with each other, that may be a possible reason why he didn't notice any of these issues.
I think that's possible. I don't remember off the top of my head how much interaction they've had
Absolutely.
from her ages of adolescence forward.
But whether or not somebody would pick up on these subtle cues of somebody who legitimately suffers from DID would largely be based upon the amount of time that they interact with somebody.
That can certainly be helpful, consistency and amount of time interacting together.
And when Ms. Stauch was speaking, with you about her relationship with Al Stauch, the history that she presented is they actually, even though they'd been married for, I think, 4 or 5 years at the point in time of the event, they actually hadn't really lived together for very long.
That's correct.
And so the sustained long interactions between the two of them may not have been as substantial as you would normally expect in a married couple who had been living together for 5 years straight.
That was my impression.
And, Mr. Stauch, in the interviews that he did talk some about her varying moods, as far as like 1 week she would be a great mother and the next week she may act like she doesn't pay attention to the kids at all.
Yes.
And again, he talked about her sporadic work, and that was a thing of frustration for them.
Yes.
In regards to Harley, we provided you with a memorandum regarding our interview with her in South Carolina.
Yes.
Do you recall that memorandum reflecting Harley being somewhat confused by Miss Stauch changing her name to Taylor?
I remember, and I don't know if it's written in that report specifically, I remember her noting that she added Taylor as her middle name and used it with individuals outside the family.
Let me approach.
Yes.
Okay. So I can review that, see if that refreshes your report.
Thank you.
It's on the second page, I think the last paragraph off the top of my head.
Okay.
That memorandum expresses that Harley Hunt had either frustration or confusion regarding the name change to Taylor, that she didn't even know what name to call her mom.
Yes.
It also indicates that her mom was oftentimes up and down.
Yes.
There was a lot of travel, that she almost felt like she was living out of a suitcase.
Yes.
And she talks about how oftentimes she would find her mom crying in a closet.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with what she kind of described to you, that oftentimes she would sleep in the closet.
Yes.
And would you agree that it's not unusual for children who are raised by parents who suffer any type of mental illness to not necessarily be aware of the unusualness until they have left home for a while and look back and say, now that I see other stuff, now I realize how messed up it was, because the kid only knows what they're exposed to.
Exactly. It becomes normalized for them.
I want to talk a little bit about the evaluation that you did, the sanity evaluation that you did. And I guess initially the main thing that I want to get out of the way is feigning or malingering is not exclusive of an actual mental health issue.
Correct.
Oftentimes in a forensic setting, you can have somebody who has a legitimate mental health issue, and for whatever reasons, they may either be making up something else or exaggerating the symptoms of the mental illness that they actually have.
Yes,
And that makes your job much more difficult.
it does.
Because so much of what you do in making these evaluations, having an unreliable narrator makes it difficult.
Yes.
And knowing that, that's part of the reason sometimes you guys give certain tests.
Yes,
One of the tests that you guys gave here is the MMPI-2.
correct.
And what is that?
That is the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, second edition. And what it is, it's a long test. with a number of items. It's used to help with clinical diagnosis because it asks about a number of different symptoms seen in disorders such as anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, antisocial behavior, and other things.
And it's more helpful in a clinical setting because the belief is that somebody who is coming in for treatment is going to try to answer it as honestly as they can so they can get the treatment for whatever is causing them problems.
Yeah, we administer it frequently enough in these types of evaluations because it can be helpful with clinical diagnosis, especially if we get a valid protocol. It's also helpful because it has those validity scales on it. So it can let us know if the person who's sitting in front of us is currently potentially exaggerating symptoms.
But it's not a test that is specifically designed to detect malingering.
There is no test specifically designed to detect malingering. All of the tests that we have can detect exaggeration or feigning.
Okay.
I say they don't specifically address the issue of malingering because there is no test that gets to the motivation that would be important to the issue of malingering.
There are, and I'm going to get to this, and specifically in interpreting the MMPI-2, you guys relied upon an article. I think the primary person on it was a Dr. Brand.
Yes.
You're aware that Dr. Brand has other articles dealing with detecting feigning or exaggeration in people with DID.
Yes.
There are some structured interviews that they indicate can be helpful in making a determination of the validity of DID.
Yes.
You guys did not use any of those structured interview techniques talked about in those in that article.
We used the multidimensional inventory for dissociation, which is another self-report that looks at, again, the gamut of the different dissociative symptoms. And it can be particularly helpful for teasing out whether somebody's experiencing a dissociative identity disorder or a post-traumatic stress disorder or borderline personality disorder, which is why we chose that test specifically.
Okay, but you didn't, as far as the structured interviews that Dr. Brand talks about can be of assistance and a DID determination, you guys did not use that specific structured interview.
Yeah, there are a couple, and we did not use them specifically because we were already conducting our own semi-structured interview of sanity, which does include a mental status exam, which goes into a number of the symptoms that one might exhibit for different disorders. And we had asked questions as it pertains to the issue of dissociative identity disorder. And those structured interviews, they simply go off of the criteria as it's outlined in the DSM, and they don't have validity measures. So we didn't see the utility in adding that to our interview.
Okay. And in the back to the article by Dr. Brand dealing with the MMPI-2, I mean, and not only Dr. Brand, but there's other literature that indicates people with dissociative identity disorder can score higher on the MMP-2.
Yes.
And they can legitimately give answers that would lead, or other types of diagnosis would be indicative of an invalid response.
Yeah, the limitation with the MMPI-2, especially in these types of circumstances, is that there's a lot of items on this test, and there's a lot of item overlap on the scales themselves. And on some of the scales that detect the issue of exaggeration, it incorporates items that speak to issues of trauma. So when you have somebody who has a significant trauma history or even a dissociative identity disorder, it is said that they can elevate those scales and still be responding genuinely. And the MMPI has a third scale that looks at the issue of exaggeration that takes some of the trauma stuff out of it and just looks primarily at issues of what you would see in psychiatrically hospitalized inpatients. And she still elevated that one as well, which is you could say, prototypic profile of an individual who might be exaggerating issues of dissociative identity disorder.
And just for the exact quote by Dr. Brand at the beginning, or I think it's like the third paragraph, and I think it's a she, so I'm going to go, it's Bethany Brand, so I'm going to make the assumption here. She indicates the ability to classify individuals with severe trauma in DID correctly is challenging, as individuals with trauma-related disorders, characteristically, it's been a long day.
Characteristically.
Thank you very much. Display high scores on a clinical and validity scales, including on the MMPI-2. These traumatized patients may be misclassified as malingerers or psychotic because of the elevated scores on multiple scales.
Yes.
And basically what they do is they do a study to try to figure out what questions on the MMP2 would be indicated of somebody who of actual patients who have been diagnosed with DID versus people who are attempting to maligned or feign DID.
Yeah, they compare them to people who have been coached by somebody in terms of what does dissociative identity disorder look like, as well as those who have not been coached. So they would just be going off of what they believe they know about dissociative identity disorder.
Civil. Awesome.
Potentially.
Okay. And basically what they did, so they had 3 groups of people, people with DID, people who've been coached in DID, and non-coached. They gave them all the MMP2, and then they compared scores. And what they found was certain scores seemed to indicate were endorsed more by the coached or the non-DID people than people with actual DID.
Yes.
And you guys use that in kind of making your determination that her scores did not fit with somebody who has DID.
Yes.
Do you have the raw data with you?
I should have the raw data with me. From which administration?
Let's go with the first one.
I'm ready.
And so it kind of, and taking that and then comparing it, and do you have the article by Dr. Brand?
I do.
All right. Basically what Dr. Brand, and there's actually Dr. Brand and like 7 or 8 other people that helped with this article. They had some different scales, and they had basically DID endorsement direction. They had kind of most and then kind of least in comparison of the 2 groups, or the comparison of the 3 groups. Right.
Yes.
And then they kind of went to specific questions and had kind of percentages of, how much of the DID group endorses versus the coach group and versus the uncoached group.
Correct.
One of the questions, there's question number 12, which dealt with sexual difficulty. The DID endorsement group was at 90%. So 90% of people with actual DID in response to that question, which dealt with sexual difficulty, 90% indicated that they had that. It's a true false question, right?
Yes.
And 76% of the coach group indicated they had that, but only 59% of the uncoached group listed that as a symptom.
Correct.
She actually listed that she had that as a symptom.
Correct.
And so at least with that, in that question, she would be consistent with an actual DID group.
Well, I would argue that I don't know that that is the best item specifically to differentiate, given that 90% is a substantial majority, but I would also consider 76% a majority,
Okay.
and 59% is more than half.
Well, in regards to question 66, which deals with lack of regard for law enforcement, only 1.9% of the DID group endorsed that. It's compared with 28, almost 29% of the coached and almost 50% of the uncoached group.
Yes.
And she said that she would be consistent in her response with the actual DID group.
Yes.
Again, question 123, rejection of law enforcement laws. DID group that had it, 3.8, coached 16, uncoached 53.7. She denied having that. So she would be consistent in that question with the DID group.
As well as the coached.
Yes. Would it surprise you on, well, I'm not going to go through every one.
Okay.
Would it surprise you that she, on the questions that they list as kind of the flags, that 58% of the time she is consistent with the DID group?
And I would say almost the same with all of the others. It's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. In your report, when you're talking about how kind of her speech and so forth, at one point you indicate she displayed a tendency to provide unnecessary and unsolicited detail, a shift to unrelated topics, not responding to questions and requiring redirection.
Yes.
Could that be consistent with loose association?
I wouldn't call it a loose association necessarily. It's that rambling behavior that maybe we saw in watching some of the interviews. Sorry.
And the rambling behavior, and I understand you're not calling it loose association, it appears, at least in the videos that we watched yesterday, would you agree? The topic that she's talking about, it seems to correlate with it. And what I mean by that, of all the videos that we watched yesterday, when that one where she's talking about the abuse, suffered in James, that to me seemed pretty rambling and almost a loose association.
I'd have to go back and look at that specifically. I would say that generally speaking, she had a tendency to ramble. She would usually come back to the main point or the topic, but sometimes she did need to be asked the question again simply because she had strayed.
And so you ended up diagnosing her with a personality disorder, and borderline with narcissistic features. Would that be?
Yes.
What are the similarities between dissociative identity disorder and borderline personality disorder?
There is some overlap, although I'd say that the nature of the symptoms tend to be different, but they both have that identity disturbance. They both have issues with mood swings. They're both correlated, even though it's not a specific criteria for DID, with suicidal behavior and attempts, as well as impairment in functioning.
And in fact, there was some literature, I think like almost 20 years ago, but trying to say that there's no such thing as dissociative identity disorder, and it's just a presentation of borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of it?
Oh, if that's the article from 1988 that you provided.
There was a different one. It was another one by Dr. Brand, who seems to do a lot in this. It was the separating fact from fiction, an empirical examination of the 6 myths about dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I did read that one.
And the one that she disproves is the myth that DID is the same entity as a borderline personality disorder.
Yeah, I would agree that they are two distinct things and they can coexist with one another.
Okay. And so it could be comorbid.
Yes.
And what does comorbid mean?
Comorbid means you have both of them at the same time.
And borderline personality disorder has a correlation with childhood trauma.
Yes.
While it's not like the same as DID is almost all 100%, anywhere between 95 and 100% associated with childhood trauma. Just to be fair, borderline doesn't have that strong a correlation, but there's definitely a correlation.
There's definitely a correlation. I don't know what the percentages might be, but since it's a maladaptive personality characteristics type of disorder that develops in late adolescence into adulthood, it's usually stemming from some of those problematic issues that you see in abuse or neglect or disruptive homes.
And similar to DID, it also has a correlation with disorganized attachment style.
It does.
And that kind of goes on. One of the main features of borderline personality disorder is a almost irrational attachment to a romantic partner.
For borderline personality?
Borderline, yes.
With borderline personality disorder, as it pertains to the issues of romantic attachments or even familial attachments, people that you're close to, you see a pattern of idealizing them and devaluing them, and it can change very rapidly. So that's where that push-pull comes into effect.
And borderline personality, where does that term come from?
Ooh, it's from a while ago. I do know that borderline personality disorder originated in issues associated with neurosis and psychosis way back in the day, before it became officially a personality disorder.
And the thought was it was on the border between neurosis and psychosis.
Yes.
Because oftentimes people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from psychosis.
Yes, they do have the psychosis.
Okay.
The DSM says transient psychosis. The research says it's not always transient.
Okay. And what the DSM talks about, I mean, so people with borderline personality disorder, especially in times of high stress, can suffer from video and audio hallucinations.
Visual. You said video and audio, but
thank you.
Visual and auditory hallucinations.
And sometimes from delusions.
You see paranoia more so than anything else. I would say that it doesn't always rise to the level of a delusion, because to be a delusion, it has to not be based in anything that's reality. I think that they are quick to be suspicious about other individuals, which is where the paranoia can come in. And it can rise to that level of delusion. It just depends on the person and the severity of the presentation.
And so I guess you have some different, so is there more literature coming out now that psychosis would be longer present as opposed to transitory?
In borderline personality disorder, it tends to be transient, meaning temporary. It comes and it goes. The difference between delusions, as you might see them in a psychotic disorder like schizophrenia, is that the individual with a borderline personality disorder and that paranoia that can even enter the realm of delusion is that they tend to maintain more awareness and insight, and they're able to test whether something is based in reality or not. So they still stay within this realm of reality compared to a psychotic disorder that tends to not do that, and they tend to believe the things that they are hearing, whether it's an auditory hallucination or even the delusions that start to develop in their minds.
And would you agree that the characteristics of borderline disorder can kind of foster somebody who will make falsifications or distort the truth or lie or almost pathological lying?
That can happen.
And part of that reason is because people who suffer from borderline personality disorder, they lack kind of a consistent identity of self.
They do have trouble with their own identity. That's one of the criteria.
They kind of have contradictory towards views of themselves. Sometimes they think they're wonderful. Sometimes they think they're the worst thing in the world.
Yes.
They can be prone to loose and unstructured situations, and sometimes they can have a transient loss of reality.
That's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
And they're also one of the things with borderline personality disorder, they can also be very impulsive.
Yes.
And so all of those features can lead to somebody who may almost pathologically lie.
Potentially.
Something that we may have.
It's going to depend on a case by case type of thing. You don't see pathological lying in all cases of borderline personality disorder, but
It can be seen in people with borderline personality disorder.
yes.
And again, not in all cases, but the underlying cause of both DID and borderline personality disorder can be similar as far as like the childhood trauma and disruptive household.
Yes.
And just to be clear, there is nothing in the Colorado statutes or in any case law that precludes borderline personality disorder from being a significant mental illness that could in some cases rise to the level of insanity.
Yeah, I don't know any case law associated with that. And the statute explicitly doesn't speak to what disorders can or cannot rise to the level of a mental disease or defect.
Well, it kind of excludes antisocial personality disorder.
Thank you. It excludes antisocial personality disorder and issues associated with substance use.
Okay. But any other type of mental illness, depending upon the circumstances, is not necessarily excluded by the statute.
Correct.
And the DSM-5 doesn't make any distinguishing between the level of severity. The DSM-5 itself doesn't make any differentiating between the level of mental illness between a personality disorder and even schizophrenia.
There's no severity level specifically associated with the DSM criteria.
Okay, the DSM itself doesn't say this is a serious mental issue and this is just nothing.
Because that's going to depend upon how much it's impacting the individual.
And that's kind of what we look at, is to see, we judge it by how much it impacts that individual's life.
And that's part of the analysis of a sanity evaluation.
And you talked about generally with somebody who is going to rise to the level of insanity, we would have to have, so generally, I mean, especially when we're talking about, I can't distinguish right from wrong, you're generally talking about psychosis.
Generally speaking, given that the definition of mental disease or defect is a mental illness that impairs perception and understanding of reality, psychosis tends to be the one that we see most frequently.
And conceding that Ms. Stauch is not the most reliable narrator, especially in the second interview that we watched, she does just relate symptoms that could be consistent with psychosis.
She says that she experiences them, yes.
Yes. And finally, lastly, in the definition of insanity in Colorado, it's whether or not you know right from wrong, not whether or not you know something is a crime.
Correct, it's different.
And somebody can know something, think what they're doing is right, but still know that it's a crime.
Yes.
And I think that's what you're kind of alluding to. You could be insane by definition, think I am killing somebody because I think they're the Antichrist and going to bring the end of the world, but still try to hide that so that I don't go to jail for something that I think is good because of my mental illness, but know that I could suffer consequences for that.
It comes up.
And so it would not be the fact that I am trying to avoid punishment because of it's criminal. That in and of itself, while it could be a factor that you're looking at, doesn't necessarily exclude insanity.
I would say it's one of the data points that we consider looking at a variety of data points when coming to a determination.
Absolutely. But again, kind of Mr. Young was kind of indicating on his direct of you, I can't remember if you or Dr. Grimmett, that, and this happens, sometimes you'll have people who, I've had clients who are insane, who are paranoid schizophrenics, who have gone off their medication, and they may brutally kill their own children, and then they'll just be sitting there in the blood waiting for the police to come. That happens.
Yes,
And that makes it pretty easy.
it does.
I mean, it's, they're talking about I had to get the devil out of her and just sitting there, and that's an easy determination. But you can have people that could be suffering from a psychosis that they think that they have to do this, but still try to cover up the crime. And that person could, not saying always, could still meet the legal definition of insanity.
It would depend upon the circumstances.
Absolutely.
And it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. And it's not excluded by the statute.
It's not excluded by the statute.
We have just a moment. Thank you very much, Dr. Torres.
Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Young.
Yes, thanks, Jeff. Anything's possible, right?
Many times.
I could go through the DSM-5 and read you all kinds of criteria and say, hey, this is possible, correct?
I would say it depends.
You probably hate when lawyers do that. I didn't get one depends with him. I'm going to read something from the DSM-5 and then ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
It says, because deceit and manipulation are central features of antisocial personality disorder, it may be especially helpful to integrate information acquired from systematic clinical assessment with information collected from collateral sources.
Yes.
That comes right out of antisocial personality disorder diagnosis, right?
Yes.
And so deceitfulness and manipulation may apply to many mental illnesses.
I'd say yes. And at the same time, with these types of evaluations, the issue of not being completely forthcoming or truthful is something that we're always taking into consideration.
Especially in a criminal case where you're doing a forensic evaluation.
Yes,
In the DSM-5, we talked about the cautionary statement, maybe not with you, but other witnesses, you're familiar with that?
I am.
Caution should be used when using this manual in forensic settings.
Yes.
Did you consider antisocial personality disorder in this evaluation?
We didn't see sufficient information to diagnose an antisocial personality disorder here.
And is that because you didn't have enough information since the age of 15, which is kind of the first step in that?
Well, you are looking at lifetime functioning for many of the personality disorders. But when it comes to antisocial personality disorder, there was just not very much there from what we had access to.
Let me go through 3 criteria because it says you need 3 criteria to evaluate if you have information from the age of 15.
Okay.
Criteria 2, deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. Consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. Lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. Do you think those 3 criteria apply to Ms. Stauch's case?
I think it's possible. I also think some of the other things that we see in the personality disorders that we noted could account for a little bit of that.
And so antisocial personality disorder is not a mental illness, correct?
It's in the DSM, and it can certainly cause impairment in functioning. And when it comes to legal issues, antisocial personality disorder is excluded because it's associated with criminal behavior.
And that's right in the definition of insanity, is it not?
Yes.
When you state in your report that there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms, to the definition of mental disease or defect, what did you and Dr. Gray mean by that?
We mean that we diagnosed the specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, and we ruled out the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder and an unspecified anxiety disorder. But essentially what we're saying is that in none of these disorders do we see Ms. Stauch presenting with symptoms that would impair her perception or understanding of reality.
Are you giving your opinions because the hospital has overcrowding issues?
No,
What would happen to your license if you came in here and did something like that?
it would not be good.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do the job you're doing right now, right?
Correct.
DID is a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
And in the DSM-5, it talks about a study that they did with a group of classified people.
Yes.
What classified people are we talking about?
I don't have access to that study, but it does mention something about substance use. So I wondered if it wasn't conducted in a substance use facility or potentially in some sort of inpatient setting.
And they list out the percentage of people in that group that had DID as 1.4 or 1.4%
Correct.
out of that small group
Yes.
who has mental illness issues.
Yes.
So that's not related to all society. Although I think, well, I'm not going to ask you that. You know what I'm saying? I think anybody who goes to a psychotherapist is probably going to be diagnosed with something. It's like when you go get your car changed, you need tires.
I would hope not.
At least you didn't say it depends. But we don't know who's in that group, but needless to say, it's a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
Are there any studies that indicate how often that diagnosis is fake in a criminal setting?
I wouldn't have percentages associated with that, and I'm not sure that I've read that anywhere. When it comes to dissociative identity disorder specifically, it is cautioned when it is used in a criminal setting because of the gain that a person might receive by saying that, essentially that it wasn't them, that it was a different personality.
Kind of like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right?
Correct.
I have another personality who happens to be a psychopath or antisocial personality disorder that I can't control.
Correct.
Pretty easy thing to just say, right?
Sure.
I just said it.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the childhood trauma that's associated with Miss Stauch. She told you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say she was 10 to 12 when this happened.
I think once she told us she was 9 and once she told us she was 12, so we stuck with somewhere between 9 to 12.
Now, is this something that's suppressed for over 20 years and just coincidentally comes out during the death of her stepson?
It's hard to believe.
Why is that?
As we've mentioned or talked before, essentially, you would have expected to see it at some other point manifesting itself, especially if she herself is saying that she's had these different personalities, including the personality of Maria since she was 16 years old.
And we talked about this again, but family members, when we talk about, as Mr. Cellini said, it sometimes it takes 6 to, I believe he said 12 years for it to be diagnosed, is because family members may not know what's going on because there's blackout periods and they can't explain it, things like that.
Potentially.
Is it rare that the individual themselves would know what's going on with it, or would they have to seek help and get into therapy for 6 to 12 years until they figure that out?
That's another, it's going to be, it depends on the presentation and what it is that they are going through. If it is so severe that they are blacking out, finding themselves in different locations, cities, acquiring objects that they have no memory of acquiring, you would think that they would say something to someone.
And the first time that you or Dr. Gray ever learned anything about the potential of Ms. Stauch having dissociative identity disorder is based on a psychological test that you did during the competency evaluation. Is that right?
Well, during the competency evaluation, we weren't looking for dissociative identity disorder. It was never brought up. She did not mention it. Her attorneys did not mention it.
Well, let me I could be wrong, but I thought yesterday you said there was a test that you asked her about because you answered it a certain way. Am I?
Yes. No, that is correct. Because we gave, during the competency evaluation, 2 psychological tests. One was the Personality Assessment Inventory, the PAI, is the first one that we gave, and she invalidated it. Given that we saw her the following day to finish up our interview, we asked her specifically about some of the items on that test that caused the invalidation, just to see if we could get a better understanding of what happened here. Why was this test invalidated? And one of those questions happened to be an item that asked about whether or not she felt like she had 3 or 4 personalities inside of her. And she had said true. So we simply read the item to her. We ask her, what were you thinking? What does this mean to you when you say true? And even when we asked her about that, she did not talk about having different personality states. She did not name any of these other personalities. Her response to us was essentially talking about different mood states, saying, well, sometimes I feel very competitive when I'm playing sports. Sometimes I feel more compassionate, or sometimes I feel like I lack empathy with my family.
And then was it during the second competency evaluation where Dr. Grimmett actually looked into the DID diagnosis and said it doesn't apply here? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was well after she had been in the jail for months.
Yeah, I forget exactly how far after our evaluation Dr. Grimmett conducted hers.
And Dr. Christine Moore, who is a psychologist at the jail, who was meeting with Ms. Stauch almost on a weekly basis, would she be in a good position, based on her weekly conversations with Ms. Stauch, to make a decision as to whether or not she had dissociative identity disorder?
Potentially, and it might depend upon what Ms. Stauch told her. As I imagine, I bet Dr. Moore could tell you better than me, but I imagine that those meetings could potentially be pretty brief.
Do you recall reviewing her notes where she indicated there's no symptoms of dissociative identity disorder based on what Ms. Stauch was telling you?
I remember those notes suggesting that situational anxiety associated with her case was the predominant thread of a diagnosis that they saw during her jail time.
And Moyar? Those are my questions. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Torres? Looks like we have a couple. Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those and council approach, please. Good to go. Dr. Torres, would a person with multiple personalities refer to themselves as I when describing the actions that a different personality carried out?
I don't think so.
And let me know if you need the exhibit for this. And I'm sorry, it's late Friday and I'm not even sure if you were the witness that had this exhibit, but that's where we're going to start. We were shown how the defendant performed the clock test well on the first competency test. We were told she performed the same test poorly on the second competency test. And I think you were asked the question about, were you aware of the test that was done by Dr. Lewis? Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
we gave the clock drawing. Oh, is there more?
Yes, there is. I just wanted to make sure that we were thinking about the same thing.
Yes.
Why would the same test be used twice when the first one could train the defendant how to perform or not perform on the second?
Okay. I'm just going to say a little bit to clarify this situation, but during our initial competency evaluation, we gave a brief cognitive screener to see if there were any cognitive problems on it, which is where that clock drawing came in. And she did it fine with us. I don't think the issue of the clock drawing comes up again until Dr. Lewis's evaluations, meaning I don't recall that Dr. Grimmett gave that specific test or knowing any results associated with the clock drawing test there. And in Dr. Lewis's administration of that specific test, the clock came out very different and looks impaired. In terms of why would the same test be given, at this point in time, we would have given that test sometime in 2020. So ostensibly, Dr. Lewis would have given it at some time in 2022. And I think I noted that we gave a cognitive screener, but that test specifically is supposed to be sensitive to issues of brain impairment or some sort of brain dysfunction. If something had happened in between 2020 and 22, like a substantial head injury, it could impact the results on that particular test. But to answer the question more specifically, why would we give the same sort of test at two different times? Depending on the test, sometimes the person might respond differently. So for example, we talked about the MMPIs being administered multiple times, 3 times in this case across the years. That test is more sensitive to what is going on with the person right now. So you could give it last year and you could give it this year and get different results depending upon what's happening with the person if they're receiving treatment. With cognitive tests, those tend to be more stable across time in terms of any issues associated with deficits. But like I said, if something is happening or if something has happened, it can change the results on the test from one administration to the next. And we even see it with issues of severe psychosis. Somebody who's acutely mentally ill with severe psychosis might perform cognitively worse, get treatment, and then perform cognitively better. So there is benefit to giving it at different times.
All right, and then I'm going to rephrase this question a little bit, but let's assume that you believe everything that the defendant has told you and everything that she said in her story. So you're not looking at, I guess, correlating information or anything like that. The question is, if you believe everything the defendant said in her story, would you diagnose the defendant with dissociative identity disorder?
Just basing it off of her self-report?
That seems to be the question, yes.
I think I still would not, because the way that she describes creating the personalities, being able to have some sort of control switching between worlds, To me, that is inconsistent with the nature of a dissociative identity disorder being something that is involuntary, overwhelming, and uncontrollable.
I will allow reasonable follow-up to those questions only. Prosecution?
Speak, Your Honor. You don't know why Dr. Lewis administered that cognitive thinking test.
I don't know why.
Consult with her prior to her doing that?
No,
Did you ever consult with her?
we never spoke with her specifically. We just read her report and saw some of the testing and watched the videos.
Defense?
Whether or not somebody with dissociative identity disorder could refer to themselves as I when relaying information that another personality did, wouldn't that be somewhat conditioned on that individual and how that disease is presenting themselves in that person?
I suppose it's possible, but whenever I hear somebody say I assume they are talking about themselves.
And then lastly, the question, if you took as face value everything that she said, I understand some of the stuff would be inconsistent with DID and not having control, but at least in relationship to how she described Maria, the Maria personality, that would be more consistent with somebody who had DID, in that she said she did not have control of Maria or access to Maria's memories.
I would be looking at the whole presentation as opposed to just a part of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Torres. You can step down.
Thank you. Am I excused?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, we did it. We got through day 16 like Dora the Explorer. Y'all remember Dora? She still come on? Oh, man. So we listened to her all day, and I think from days 15 through 16, definitely keeping her on stand all day. I think they wanted to make sure that it stuck with the jury. The message was the same. She understood reality. TT is who I'm speaking about. She knew right from wrong. There is nothing credible in regards to this disassociation, these multiple personalities, these Marias, these Sandys, all these other people that she's trying to create. It's all BS. The state is making sure that the jury leaves knowing one thing. She knew exactly what was going on. Even though the defense did try to do some challenging, her methods, brought up the mental health history. They even tried to introduce that doubt, but I don't think that there were any major contradictions, at least from what I heard. And there was no shift in the expert's opinion. So, the one good thing is that we were able to see her actually on camera. She didn't look like a person that didn't know what she was doing. Jurors do tend to trust people and witnesses who don't bend, and she didn't move. She stuck exactly to her point, saying just what TT was and what she was not, right? So there's that. So I definitely think that the state did good in regards to keeping her on the stand, building all of that, showing the videos to show this is how it was. Now, even in the midst of things, she was already refuting and rebutting Dr. Lewis's evaluation of TT. So we'll get to see that. Dr. Lewis has not testified yet because remember, we're not in the defense case yet. But when she does come out to testify, that's going to be interesting. An interesting look to see how it does she do the same to Dr. Torres. So we are good that we got through day 16. Awesome information. And for a first timer listening to this trial, because as I stated, guys, before, I didn't understand when she was granted a retrial. It was like YouTube community was so let down, so hurt, and so was spewing so much hate and anger out towards TT, right? And I didn't know why everybody hated her so much because I didn't know the dynamics of the trial and the dynamics of what was going on. So I wanted to watch it so I could understand exactly. And if I want to be a hater too, like I want to hate her too. So I need to get in here so I can see it so I can understand why I'm gonna hate her too. Yeah, and I tell you, I've never seen anything so terrible. And the bad part about all of this, guys, that no matter what, we will never know why. Because I just don't understand the why. Not to say the why is gonna answer anything, but we always want to know the why behind it. And I want to know the dang on why. I don't understand it. And I know somebody posted in one of the comments after a replay yesterday that she believes that Gannon had another accident. And I'm like, okay. And it also seems like in some ways, not to say that I'm blaming him at all at this point in time. I was like pushing her off to be the babysitter when it seemed like that was something that she was clearly telling Al that she did not want to do. So I don't really understand. I don't know. So I be wanting to know the who, what, when, where, and why, right? And unfortunately, it's just so sad that sometimes we just don't get the why. And then I think to myself, like, shit, you done did all of this stuff. So now stick your chest out and just tell us why. Say it with your chest. You done went out here and did it. Say it with your chest now. But she ain't gonna do that. So there's that. Just so everybody aware, let me give y'all some impact in regards to what our schedule is looking like. We will be back in our Fulio murder trial tomorrow. For those that have not caught up with it, I am premiering part 1 of day 2. It'll probably happen about 6:30. I can't even remember. I scheduled them so early today that I don't even remember what time I'm scheduled for. I think it's like 6:30. So that'll be the morning, that'll be the lunchtime, and then I'm premiering the second part for all my people that are international and out and abroad, like my UK, my South Africans, my let me see, in South Africa over there. Let me see what other place that I could think of. Look, I'm gonna have to get good at my maps. Oh gosh. I know it's gonna be a good time for you, Martina, when it premieres. It'll be the second half to day 2 for the Fulio trial. For those that need to catch up on that part, I know Marilda probably check in because that's around her time of the world. And then we'll go into trial tomorrow live for our day 3. We do have a new trial alert. We will do a case prep tomorrow evening, and that is going to be for our American Idol trial, guys. That'll be starting on Tuesday. So we'll do a trial prep in that where he has been accused of allegedly unaliving his wife and claiming that an intruder did it. So here's that. So we shall see how that goes when we start that one. Opening statement should be Tuesday, from my understanding, for the American Idol trial, and we'll be in day 3 for our Fulio murder trial. Yeah, and I think other than that, that kind of wraps up what we have live for today. As I stated, I have those premieres that's going overnight. So if anyone wants to catch any, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some people in there for it. No problem, Ruth. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Enjoy. Love on them grandbabies. Enjoy your time down here in the sunniest place. So you always get sad, Billy. We'll be in the I'll be in the Fulio premiere. It's in an hour or two. I don't know if you caught up on that one, but that's gonna be the next one. Let me see what time it starts. Let me tell you what time it starts. I don't even know what time it starts. I'm so cray. I be forgetting. I did it like early this morning, like 5 a.m. It's gonna start at 6. So it's gonna start in about 6, in about no more than 35 minutes. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be some people over there in the chat chatting it up, just listening or whatever the case may be. So yeah, if you like me, I like stuff in my ear and I like to have people to chat with. So it kind of like works out in two different ways. So it'll be somebody over there that's trying to catch up on the information. And I like listening to it over and over again for some reason, thinking that it's gonna help me out, but sometimes it does and sometimes it don't. Yeah, so that'll be about 30 minutes. It's supposed to start, the alert will go out in about 5 minutes and then it'll start in about 30 minutes. So I will be over there chatting. My movies is not till way late. Yeah, so I'll be my movies don't start till later, so I'll be hanging out until that time. All right, well, I'm gonna put on our outro song, guys. I want to thank you to the mods, to the chat, to all the new subscribers, to all the new members. Make sure you go check out our true crime partners. I did put their links in our chat for anybody that wants to go over. The links for Crime Curious is in the chat, and also for the trial channel, who has provided us with this great coverage, no breaks version, and I truly appreciate her. I do not all the time. Y'all, I missed the answer. Back to yourself. Wait a minute. She's so silly. Somebody must have said they be talking to themselves. Probably me. I be talking to myself all the time. Yeah, I just try not to answer myself. Yeah, so those that want to hang out over there in the Foolio room, we'll be over there fooling around until just to kind of get us caught up, because I know some people are trying to get caught up before Monday, before we go into day 3. So I want to make sure that I wanted to make sure I air it for everybody that needs to see it. And then, like I said, the other half will be tomorrow. But I will see you guys over there. Here's our outro song. Oh, you know what we didn't do? I got to listen to this, y'all.
Junkie on the freeway, white claw in the brakes. 2 hours there, 2 back, still typing with ease. LA lanes locked, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in check. If Sweet Pea goes live, yeah, she's right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the free. California's rolling deep on 9. 4 corners, 1 crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the chat, yeah, we show up right. If you lost downstream, we gon' guide you like Californians. Yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, you can't remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifted, yeah, she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream, but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy, no matter how far.
She got that FOMO, scrolling every stream. Little lost downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chats flying, yeah, she built to last. Wait, where we at? But we got her back. Pointed to the right stream, never off track. Now she vibing with us, no need to roam. Anywhere we at, yes, Susie home.
Shamrock, yeah, Shamrock checking in from across the map. Different time zone, but she bridging the gap. Y'all good every time, yeah, she mean that. Heart so big, you can't teach that. Algorithm running, she keep it alive. Dropping love in the chat, keep the whole thing thrive. Quiet power, steady hand in the dark. Every stream glowing, got a Shamrock spark.
Yeah. Junkie, 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 junkie,
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock,
junkie, 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 junkie,
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
Where we to California, say the name twice. Show up every stream, yeah, we never think twice. From the traffic jams to the ocean tide, from the lost links to the worldwide ride. Californians, yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, can't remix this.
Y'all know I gotta play our regular anthem, but I know I didn't do our California song, so I know I had to do that. boy, you talk about getting turned up, baby. Make me want to come down there to LA, baby. Ooh, and I like me some San Diego. All right. You know, we was thinking about taking a vacation down there. Maybe we have to do that.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's chosen, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready till he burns the fat queen. Receipts on tap, Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope that truly lasts. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and chatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To Sweet Pea in the malls and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask some more.
I'll see y'all over there in the premiere if y'all want to watch the premiere of day 2, part 1 of the Fulio redrum trial. Just getting everybody caught up before we go back live tomorrow morning for day 3. After the stream end, it will redirect you over into that chat, guys. So you can continue chatting over there if you like. All right, see you there. Peace.